The story begins inside a very tall corporate building, and in one of the offices, we see a tired-looking young man clicking away on his computer deep in thought. While at work, he ponders deeply about something strange that happened the day before and is pretty bothered because he has no idea what in the world it was or what it could have been. In a flashback, we get to see exactly what he's been thinking about. The previous night, he was having a light dinner when some kind of hologram popped up right in front of him out of nowhere. It startled him, but after staring at it for a few seconds, he realized that it was some kind of status window, which made him think that he was hallucinating or something. At first, he thought he was just seeing things, but even after a while, the status window didn't disappear, so his curiosity took over. On what appeared to be a shopping window, he noticed the option to purchase some canned tuna that cost 2 coins and clicked on it several times. However, nothing happened after multiple attempts, so it dawned on him that it didn't work because he didn't have any coins. Still puzzled by the whole thing, he also noticed another item in the options, which was a hammer for crushing zombie skulls. The weapon cost 5 coins. And it was a pretty strange thing to see since he had only ever seen a status window like it in Apocalypse webtoons. That's the idea that had popped up in his mind when it first happened, and even now in the office. That's exactly the same thing, making him unsettled. The protagonist finds it hard to believe, though, certain that he's not living in some kind of story from a novel. The mental argument goes on for him, making him wonder if he's starting to lose his mind from the exhaustion. Just then, Song is finally drawn out of his thoughts when his superior storms into the office yelling his name in annoyance. The furious man slams the door behind him and immediately starts beating the MC for spacing out yet again. At this point, Song is still in a daze, and it's only until the boss taps his hand that he finally regains consciousness completely. The man tells him to focus and immediately starts demanding answers for a job he passed to him the week before. Apparently, the MC didn't handle it properly, so now his boss is getting a call from the Hanbiel Trading Company. Just when it looks like the boss is about to go off like a bomb, Song explains that the Hanbiel Trading Company failed to prepare the documents properly, which required a re-examination to be conducted. Clearly, this isn't the first time the boss is behaving this way, because the MC doesn't look surprised at all. It turns out that this angry man has failed to get a promotion twice due to his own incompetence, and now he's here again, throwing another tantrum for everyone to see. As you can imagine, the man doesn't appreciate Song's tone, even though he didn't say anything wrong, so takes it personal, feeling that the MC is talking back to him rudely. Just when it looks like the situation is about to get out of hand, a lady calls out to the manager. The gorgeous woman offers him some kind of drink, telling him to calm down, and the moment he turns to look at her again, all the rage vanishes from his body. It's pretty obvious that he has a thing for this lady, Miss Song, so he immediately rushes over to her, assuring her that he's definitely going to let Song off the hook for her sake. All of a sudden, the manager starts to get all touchy with her, probably misinterpreting her intentions. He asks her out to dinner after work, suggesting that some grilled intestines and soju would be a nice meal to end the day. But the lady wasn't even thinking in that direction at all. She's starting to get visibly uncomfortable, especially since he says it would be a shame for her to go straight home when she's dressed so nicely. At this point, they're no longer on the same page, but she doesn't want to upset him, so she politely declines the invitation, explaining that she has other plans later. Thankfully, the manager doesn't get mad at her for it. He's just surprised, but since it can't be helped, he lets her off, suggesting that they grab a drink sometime later. The man leaves the office right after that, and the moment he's gone, both Song and Miss sigh in relief. Clearly, they're already used to the manager's annoying behavior, and while some still don't know how to handle it, others have obviously mastered the art. Knowing how much trouble he was able to face, the MC thanks her for helping him out, and she just smiles softly in response. Later that day, it's time for Song's break, but he's so tired already that he just wants to go home. At the moment, he's taking a smoke outside to relax and recalling the scene from earlier. He's not ready to go back into the office right now since his annoying manager Cho is still in there. As frustrating as the job is, Song remains aware that it's pretty difficult to get a new one these days. As such, he knows that he just has to endure it even if it's tough. After all, this is still one of the largest corporations around. While thinking about this, the thought of Miss crosses his mind, and he figures that it wouldn't be a bad idea to get her a coffee later. As if she read his mind, the lady in question suddenly pops up right beside him, acting surprised to see him there on the rooftop. Song, on the other hand, is actually surprised to see her, so he asks her what she came to do here, since he knows that she doesn't even smoke. In response, she just sighs first before admitting that she came up there just to get away from the manager. Apparently, a client disappeared without paying their bill, and now Cho is taking out his frustration on everyone in the office. finding fault with every single person in there. Miss Sion, wasn't ready to be one of the scapegoats, so she snuck out before he could get to her desk. The MC is amused to hear this and simply commends her for making a good escape. At this point, the lady feels comfortable enough to start ranting about how the manager makes her feel. It turns out that he keeps asking to eat out with her when he's not even paying, but the most annoying part for her is how he subtly tries to touch her every chance he gets. Suddenly, she stops mid-rant and starts talking about how cold it is today, but Song can't relate because he actually thought that it was pretty cool for a summer day. However, she does agree with him because the temperature seems abnormal to her. So much so that she even has goosebumps right now despite wearing long sleeves. He's surprised when she suddenly rolls up her sleeves to show him, but then he just teases her for being really sensitive to the cold since he doesn't feel anything. The lady starts to get a little worked up when she sees that he doesn't believe her, so she takes out her phone to show him a video that would change his mind. Determined to prove her point, Son shoves her phone in his face and shows him a strange video of snow falling in Africa. As you already know, that's definitely not normal, so the MC isn't completely sure that it's real. He expresses his shock, and the lady agrees with him because it is indeed strange. At this point, Song believes that there's something seriously wrong going on, and while he's still saying this, Sion's phone starts buzzing from a new notification. They quickly check the phone and are surprised to see a cold wave advisory being announced. That doesn't make any sense because they're in the summer, and the MC begins to wonder if the meteorological agency got hacked or something. They're still trying to wrap their heads around the first message when a second emergency alert comes in. Apparently, the cold wave warning has been issued due to a rapid drop in temperature, so now, all civilians are being advised to prepare thoroughly for colds and other illnesses that could result from this sudden temperature drop. They both stare at the phone screen in bemusement, and because of how strange the whole thing is, they conclude that it has to be some kind of error. As far as Seong is concerned, it doesn't even make sense to joke about having a cold wave warning in the middle of June. However, while he's still trying to make this point, a tiny snowflake suddenly falls on his hand, and even Son starts to feel even colder in that moment. Puzzled by this, they both look up at the sky and are absolutely stunned to see that it's actually snowing already. It turns out that the cold wave is coming a lot faster than they could have imagined. It only takes a few hours for all the rooftops to be covered in snow, and even though it's been going on for a while now, the MC still can't wrap his head around the whole thing. He stands out on the balcony with a cup of hot coffee in hand as he struggles to make sense of the situation. It's literally snowing heavily in the summer, which makes no sense to him. It's almost as if the world has gone completely insane. Despite warning himself with a cigarette and some coffee, it's still absolutely freezing to him, and it's clearly colder than it was when Son was there with him. Looking down at the heaps of snow on the roads, he can already tell that the traffic this night would be on another level, so he figures that it would be wise to pack up and head home right away. With this in mind, Song makes his way to the elevator, but after trying to open the door for a while, nothing happens. Of course, this leaves him puzzled and wondering if the elevator is broken or something. He's still trying to figure out what's wrong when a freezing gust of wind hits him in a flash. The cold seeps into his body instantly, so he starts shivering even more. Now, he's even more desperate to get home quickly to go warm himself, so rather than wasting any more time at the elevator, he makes his way down the stairs. With everything going on now, he still can't help but feel very bothered about that strange status window that popped up in front of him the day before. He clearly needs answers, but right now, the most important thing is finding a way to deal with this strange cold weather. By the time he reaches the bottom floor, he notices that the elevator doors are closing, which means that someone just used it. Now, he's sure that it wasn't broken, but upon getting closer, he hears the machine opening and closing the doors rapidly, which makes him feel that someone might be holding the elevator door. That's what he thought at first, but it still doesn't make much sense because it's way too quiet. If someone was holding the door, then there would at least be some kind of noise around. At this point, the most logical explanation is an elevator malfunction, but our MC is about to witness some even more strange stuff. In the blink of an eye, all the lights go out and Seong is suddenly surrounded by pitch black darkness. Seeing that there's just been a blackout, our MC begins to get pretty nervous and a lot more desperate to get the hell out of the building. He knows that this is not a good situation, so he decides to forget about packing up. He makes up his mind to just leave, but then all of a sudden, he's startled by an ominous sound of metal scraping in the distance. Song can barely see anything, and now there's a strange sound coming from the darkness, so he's really creeped out. His pupils dilate as he carefully makes his way to the dark office to get his stuff, and that's when he gets even more freaked out. The place is completely deserted, almost like everyone left already, which is pretty strange. He could have sworn that a few people were still in there when he went up to the roof, so the current situation makes him even more nervous. Besides that fact that there's no one else around, he's also very creeped out by the sudden darkness. As he slowly moves along the office, he notices how messy the place is, which is very unusual. It's as if everyone else fled in a hurry, so now, Jin Song is sure that there's a problem. Desperate to calm himself down, he calls out into the darkness, asking if anyone else is there. Of course, there's no response, and that's when that creepy metal scraping sound continues. Jin Song's adrenaline levels spike and he immediately gets into flight mode. Bro quickly takes his backpack and starts to make his way out of the building, knowing that he definitely needs to move as fast as he can. Just as he's about to make a run for it, he senses an ominous figure behind him. He can't see it yet, but there's a zombie-shaped shadow right behind him that's already sending chills running down his spine. Our boy doesn't even bother turning to look at it, he just shuffles ahead to increase his pace. He can clearly sense that there's something terrible lurking in the meeting room ahead, and he's not too keen on seeing it for himself, so he continues on his quest to escape, but then all of a sudden, he steps on something. Jin Song looks down to see the ID card he just stepped on, and it's covered in blood. He picks it up and sees that it belongs to one of his colleagues, Kim Hyun-sok. Of course, he's very puzzled as to why it's covered in blood and whose blood it even is. Seeing the trail of blood leaves the MC frozen in shock, wondering what on earth happened in the place. Curious for answers, he decides to quietly follow the trail till he gets to the window of the meeting room. There, he peeks through the blinds and is absolutely mortified when he sees one of his colleagues feasting on the other. They're both covered in blood, which overwhelms Jin Song a bit. The guy is too shaken to even move, and in that split second, the zombie senses his presence and makes eye contact with him. The moment they lock eyes, our boy finally snaps out of his trance, but it's too late because now, the blood-thirsty creature is completely focused on him. The zombie stands up, and in the blink of an eye, our boy finds himself standing face to face with the monster. He's extremely terrified now, but the shock keeps his feet tethered to the ground for a while. Thankfully, this quickly changes when the zombie attacks him. As soon as the creature charges at him, Jin Song turns on the jets and starts running for his life. At first, he didn't know exactly what was going on, but now that he's trying to escape death, it becomes pretty clear to him that this might actually be a real zombie. Bro realizes that he's not winning this race, so just as he enters the office, his eyes lock in one of the chairs. At this point, he decides to fight back by grabbing the office chair. With all the power he can muster, he lifts the chair and hurls it at the zombie. He's hopeful that this would at least slow the monster down, even if it doesn't kill it, and thankfully, it works. With the zombie now a little occupied with the pain, the MC slams the door before the zombie can get to him, and this seems to have bought him some time because the blood-thirsty monster bangs on the door for a few seconds before stopping. Eventually, the zombie decides to walk away, and when our guy realizes that it's no longer trying to get him, he decides to let his guard down by quietly sitting on the floor to rest for a bit. It's obvious that it was definitely a zombie just now, and this is further confirmed when his phone buzzes in his pocket. He takes it out to see the notification of an emergency alert. Apparently, there is an infection suspected to be a variant of the rabies virus spreading rapidly throughout downtown Seoul. All citizens are being advised to refrain from going outside as much as possible and wait indoors for instructions from the government. As you can imagine, the most baffling thing he picked out from the entire message was the fact that this is a rabies outbreak. He just holds his head in confusion and annoyance as he reads the message, because it sounds like a load of shit as far as he's concerned. I mean, you can't blame him for feeling this way. After what he just faced, he's definitely sure that this doesn't have anything to do with rabies. He's certain that it was definitely a zombie, and the fact that people think otherwise makes him wonder what on earth is really going on. Determined to find answers, he goes through the comment section and reads similar encounters from other people. One guy just saw an old man ramming his head into the wall, and another even got bit a while ago. Sadly, some clueless people on the chat seem to have been bit already, but they don't even know what's about to go down. Seeing all of these messages, Jin Song realizes that the chaos is everywhere, so he begins to wonder if all of this has something to do with that status window from yesterday. With this in mind, he tries to search for answers, but he doesn't find any information related to floating status windows. Clearly, that's a dead end, so he ponders on it, thinking of what to do next, but then all of a sudden, his phone screen gets scrambled. At first, he's confused, but then the whole page goes blank, confirming that the connection has been lost. Once again, he starts to panic because he has no idea what he's supposed to do now that there's no signal. Jin Song is overwhelmed and tired of the whole situation, and to make matters worse, the chilling weather is still an issue. The MC is feeling extremely cold, and he's afraid that he's going to freeze to death before the zombies find him if things continue at this rate. At first, he curled up on the floor for a while, hoping it would help warm him up, but that didn't work, so now he needs a new plan to ensure that he doesn't turn into an ice cube or worse. Right now, his priority is to hold out somehow until a rescue team arrives or something. His phone's battery is at 83%, so he's confident that it could last him 2 days at least if he conserves it well enough. With this in mind, he turns on his flashlight and musters enough courage to climb back up the stairs. Once he's on the upper floor, he scans the area with his torch, but he doesn't see anyone. There's no sign of life around, so he figures that this is a good place to lay low for some time. Our boy already knows that he's going to be stuck in this place for the next couple hours or even days, and if that's the case, then he's going to need something to eat. He desperately wishes there were snacks somewhere in the office, or even some clothes he could use to warm himself up, and just like that, the search begins. He rummages through all the drawers he can access, and he's lucky enough to find a long-sleeve shirt tucked away in one of them. Now that he's gotten some better clothes, the next thing on his agenda is food, so the search continues, and after a while, he is delighted to discover a bag with food, water, and even a blanket in it. It's almost like it was placed there for him, and even though he doesn't know who the owner is, he's deeply grateful to them. Now that he's sorted those two problems out, he goes to the next thing on the list, which is a means of protection. He needs something to use as a weapon in case the zombies come for him, so starts looking and is once again lucky enough to find a golf bag with several clubs in it. Jin Song grins widely when he finds it in the closet because he never imagined that his annoying managing director would ever be of help to him. Our boy retrieves all the stuff he found and wraps himself in the blanket. Of course, he's relieved to have gotten them now, but he's not sure if it's going to be enough to help him survive the next 3 days. It's clear that the real problem is whether the rescue team can even arrive by then. He looks out the window as the snowstorm rages on and begins to worry again. The roads are completely overrun by hordes of zombies, and this blizzard is so bad that it won't be easy for a helicopter to come for a rescue. Right now, Jin Song is afraid that a week might even pass without anyone coming to save him. To make matters worse for him, it's getting even colder despite covering himself up with the blanket. He's shivering seriously, and it's only a matter of time before he chips his teeth with the way they're smashing against each other. Bro brings up the status window again and stares longingly at the page with the winter clothes there. He's desperate for them, but he can't afford it, and he has no idea how he can even get coins. His situation is looking pretty bleak right now, and he's truly afraid that he might not make it, so he just sits there in silence. Jin Song sits in the stairway waiting for help, but just when he thinks he's about to get a little peace, he hears footsteps approaching. Without any hesitation, he shoots up from the floor and grabs one of the golf clubs, determined to protect himself no matter what. He braces himself for what's to come, and all of a sudden, the footsteps become a lot louder and faster, as if the zombie is charging at him. The door bursts open in a flash and our boy takes a mighty swing, but just when he's about to land the hit, he realizes that it wasn't actually a zombie, it's his colleague. The guy introduces himself as Kim Ju, Manager Choi's replacement from the sales department, and the MC immediately recognizes him. He's heard about how annoying the guy is, but right now is not the time you get into that. The two get back to hiding and Kim tells Jin Song where he's been. The guy was in the break room when he suddenly heard loud banging on the door from outside, so he quickly locked the door from the inside early enough. Hearing this, Jin Song is curious as to how he got out and made it to this point without being taken down by the zombies. In response, the guy admits that he just burst through the door and ran through all the zombies in his path till he got to the emergency exit. At this point, our boy can tell that this guy is just trying to brag about his strength because nothing he's said so far has been useful. As if being useless isn't enough, Kim is now also about to be a liability because he suddenly starts complaining about hunger, asking Jin Song if he has any food. The food he has is barely enough for him, so he doesn't have any plans to share it with this annoying guy. He bluntly tells Kim that he doesn't have any food, but the guy doesn't believe him at first. Even though the MC isn't going to share his emergency rations, he doesn't mind giving the guy some water. I mean, he's not completely heartless. Anyway, he takes out the can of water and hands it to Kim, who thanks him for it. At this point, you'd think the guy would just take the water and be grateful, but that's not the case. All of a sudden, Kim grabs Jin Song's arm very firmly, and with a twisted look in his eyes, he asks our guy once again if he really doesn't have any food. Now, the MC can clearly see that there's something strange going on with Kim, so he knows that he has to be very careful. While getting the water, Jin Song notes something unsettling about the guy. At first, he thought that Kim was sweating because he had been running, but the guy has been dripping with sweat the whole time, even though it's freezing. Our boy feels that he might just be feeling too paranoid, but just as the thought crosses his mind, Kim suddenly lunges at him like a madman. Thankfully, he's quick enough to notice it, so slams him in the face with the water flask. He disorients Kim with the hit, lands a powerful kick to the side and sends him crashing into the wall. At this point, Jin Song has his golf club in hand, ready to strike because he's clearly facing a zombie now. Kim was fine just a moment ago, but now, the guy is foaming at the mouth and growling at him with crazy eyes. As much as our boy hates to have to do this, he also knows that he doesn't have much of a choice. If he doesn't take out the zombie, his own life will be in danger, so without any hesitation, he buries the golf club in the zombie's head. This is no longer his colleague Kim. It's now a bloodthirsty zombie ready to infect him, so he can't let that happen. Jin Song pummels the zombie until the whole place is covered in blood. He lands repeated blows to the head till it stops moving. At this point, it's clearly dead, so he can finally take a breather. The MC takes a moment to catch his breath, and then all of a sudden, he sees a status window appear right in front of him. It's a notification confirming that he just earned 1 coin. As you can imagine, he's taken aback by this because he has no idea what the hell is going on. After pondering over it for a while, it finally starts to make sense to him. The only place he's seen anything about coins was on the shopping window. So, he pulls up the shop to confirm, and sure enough, he sees several items that can be purchased with coins. Right now, he has 1 coin, so he can't really afford anything since most of the items cost more than that, including the winter clothes he so desperately needs. Seeing all of this, Jin Song begins to understand what exactly is going on. He realizes that he's probably going to get 1 coin each time he deals with a zombie, and frankly, that's quite disappointing to him. He literally just risked his life to fight and survive that, so he's pretty pissed that all he got was 1 coin. It's a really tough system, as he can already tell, and just thinking about it exhausts him. Jin Song simply falls to his knees, thinking about what his fate is, and that's when he spots something intriguing on the zombie. The MC notices the throbbing bite mark on the decreased Kim's arm and just sighs as the reality dawns on him. Kim probably got bit while trying to run through the zombies in the building, and he clearly didn't even know he had been bit. Our guy can't blame the guy for not even knowing, since he looked completely fine when they first met. It's really crazy that one can already be infected and have no idea. So with this in mind, Jin Song decides that he can't trust anyone by their appearance moving forward. The MC makes his way back to one of the offices to have a smoke and relax a little. While he's at it, he can't help but notice how good this cigarette he found earlier is. He remembers finding it when he was rummaging around the building for useful stuff, and he's really glad he did, because it's the only small comfort he has in this crappy situation. After some time, Jin Song figures that he should probably start moving back to his hiding spot soon if he doesn't find any other useful stuff. Just as he's thinking about this, a loud screech disrupts his thoughts. So he looks out the window to see what's going on outside, and that's when he sees the sea of zombies flooding the streets. There are only a few people who haven't been infected yet, but with the hordes swarming them, it's only a matter of time. Some of them try to fight back with weapons and whatever they can get their hands on, while others just succumb and accept their fate. Sadly, in a situation like this, there's really no use fighting, and the last man standing learns this the hard way. The zombies devour him in a flash, and all that's left of him is a bloody corpse. Well, that's before his transformation begins. Our guy watches the horrific scenes down there from the building, and he's truly shaken by it. It's so disturbing to him, but more importantly, it makes him understand just how screwed he is. As if the endless waves of zombies aren't enough, the snowstorm refuses to end as well. The blizzard rages on throughout the night, and our exhausted protagonist decides to just lie down and hope for the best. By the 3rd day, there's still no sign of any rescue team coming to save him, and it's not getting any warmer either. On top of that, his phone battery is now at 3%, which means that he's about to be really hopeless in a while. From the look on his face, you can tell that he doesn't really have high hopes anymore. All he has left with him now is 1 bag of snacks and 4 chocolate bars. As you can imagine, the last 3 days have been really frustrating for him. He's spent most of his time just staring out the window to conserve as much energy as possible. During that time, he saw several people attempting to escape from the zombies, and of course, every single one of them turned into a zombie in the end. Seeing such things can really kill a man's hope, and some might even lose the will to fight or keep living. However, that's not the case for our hero. Despite seeing how the efforts of others ended in futility, Jin Song has come to the conclusion that he has to get moving. As far as he's concerned, there's really nothing else he can do if he wants to live. Sure, it's safer inside the building, but staying here like this will only bring him closer to death with each passing day. He decides that he can't keep hiding in one spot staring out the window till death comes for him, so first, he intends to find some trustworthy survivors within the building. Jin Song still believes that there are others like him and that his best shot is finding them. So, with the little energy left in him, he clears out the barricade in front of the office door, prepared to finally walk out. The MC is definitely afraid, but he knows that this is what he has to do. He must find the others and combine forces with them to get out of this building. For now, his main objective is the 6th floor. This is where he wants to begin his search, and to do that, he needs to check if the entrance is blocked like Kim-ju Man said it was. For the first time in days, Jin-song opens the door to walk out, and the moment he does it, something shocking happens. All of a sudden, the power is restored and all the light bulbs come back on. As soon as he sees this, he doesn't even waste a second before running back into the office window to check if it's still snowing. Sadly, when he gets there, he's disappointed to see that the blizzard is still very much there. He looks out and sees that all the other buildings don't have any power. It's still very dark outside, but the lights in the building are on, so this can only mean one thing. Jin-song got his hopes for a second there, but the lights inside are still on, which means that someone must have turned on the emergency generator. The last time he checked, zombies aren't exactly cut out for stuff like that, so he is convinced that there's another survivor in the building. This is exactly what he's been praying for, and now he has a chance to join forces with someone else, so he dashes out of the room to begin his search. The MC takes all the stuff he needs with him and makes his way to the stairs once again. He knows that he needs to be quick about this little mission, because the lights could go out at any moment, and he wouldn't want to be in the zombies' territory when that happens. With this in mind, he resolves to find the others before the lights go out and makes his way down the stairs. Jin-song believes that the survivor is likely located in either the management office or the security office, since those guys are the ones with access to the generators. The thing is, both of those offices are on the 1st floor, so he'd have to go down a couple stairs, but it's a relief for him. On the way down, he notices that something is going on with his shoes. As much as it's keeping his feet warm, he knows that he can't risk attracting the zombies with the noise, so he takes off his shoes and continues the journey in socks. Our guy is determined to make it out alive, and he no longer cares what it's going to take in order to achieve this. Soon, he arrives on the 6th floor. Right now, he's pressed for time and needs to find the other survivor before the backup generator fails, but he also needs to check if the emergency exit is truly blocked. So, Jin-song takes a quick stop on the 6th floor to check for it. Our boy stealthily moves around there and eventually gets to the exit, and just like Kim said, it's blocked indeed. Now that he's done with that, he needs to get back to finding the other survivors in the building. That's the most urgent thing right now, so the emergency exit can wait for now since he's confirmed that it's blocked. Not long after that little detour, the MC finally reaches the 1st floor, and upon getting there, he notices that everything still seems normal. It doesn't look like the zombies from outside have been able to break in yet, and that's a good sign. However, considering the usual foot traffic in the lobby, there's a high chance that zombies are roaming about. He listens carefully, but doesn't hear any noise, so he attempts to open the door and is relieved to see that it's not locked. Jin-song opens the door slightly to take a peek, and sure enough, he finds numerous signs to confirm the zombies' presence. There are blood stains all over the place, and he even sees a few of the undead patrolling the area. On looking closer some more, he sees many others roaming about like it's some twisted Halloween party. He's astounded by how many there are and starts to feel that this might even be the entire horde of zombies. Just as he expected, it's practically impossible to escape the building at the moment. There are just way too many zombies in the way. Still, he's glad that the zombies from outside haven't gotten in yet, because that would just make the situation a lot worse for him. Sadly, with the way things are going, it's only a matter of time before those front doors come down. The multitude of zombies outside seem to be looking for a way in, and if the population goes any higher, then they'll definitely break in. As such, he knows that he just has to move fast, so that's exactly what he does. He runs past the lobby when all the zombies aren't looking and successfully reaches the management office. On getting there, he's once again met with a sad discovery. He looks into the office only to find a frozen man. He clearly froze to death due to the cold, and Jin is heartbroken when he sees this, because this man was the one who greeted him every morning. Sadly, now he's gone. Jin had always heard how people who die from hypothermia paradoxically remove their clothes, but he never thought he'd see it for himself. There's nothing he can do to help the deceased man now, so all he can do is pay his last respects. He covers the man's eyes shut and prays for him to rest in peace. There's no point staying here and risking getting caught by the zombies. The generators are also likely to fail at any moment, so Jin gets a move on. He hurries down to the other parts of the 1st floor in search of the other survivors. Clearly, nobody in the maintenance room survived this apparent Ice Age apocalypse, so the only place left to check is the security office. The MC arrives in front of the door and just stands there, desperately hoping that he finds a living person in there. As much as he wants to meet with the other survivors, he's also afraid of how they might react to his sudden appearance. Jin fears that they might have set up traps to prepare for intruders, just like how he would set up a barricade if he was in their position. With this in mind, The MC figures that the only way to avoid getting attacked is to let them know that he's not a zombie or a hostile beforehand. The best way to do that right now is to avoid startling them by making any sudden noises. Unfortunately, that's going to be very difficult because any sound he makes right now will probably attract the zombies. Speaking of zombies, some of them are coming his way for some reason. They mindlessly stagger in his direction, making him a lot more nervous. He needs to think fast if he wants to survive this because these creatures aren't exactly easy to defeat. He knows this all too well since he's spent the last 3 days watching them devour civilians like him who tried to be brave. They might have terrible eyesight, but their sense of hearing is extremely sharp, so he has to be very careful. Our guy starts knocking on the door as quietly as he can, hoping that the survivor in there would recognize that he's human and let him in. But that might not work. And on top of that, the low knocking sounds seem to be attracting the zombies to him. Jin starts sweating a lot and eventually decides to take the risk. He can't wait for those inside to open the door anymore, because he's literally a sitting duck out here. Now, he's made his presence known, so he musters all the courage he can to open the door, hoping that he doesn't get attacked by those inside. So, he slowly reaches for the door and opens it as quietly as he can, but he's suddenly met with a big shock when he does this. Jin Song sighs nervously after knocking a few times on the door. Right now, he's not sure what to expect, but he's hoping that everything will be fine if he just opens the door carefully. With this in mind, he slowly opens the door and in the blink of an eye, he's met with a surprise attack. Apparently, the person inside has been waiting for him to make a move. The man tries to hit the main character with a stick, but our guy is quick enough to block the attack with his golf club. On one hand, he just managed to avoid taking a blow to the face, but on the other hand, the noise created by the impact is so loud that it draws the attention of the zombies lurking around. At this point, both Jin and the other survivor are nervous and terrified because they know just how sensitive the creatures are to sound. Right now, they have only a few seconds to decide what their next move is if they don't want to become zombie food. So, in that split second, the survivor decides not to throw Jin under the bus. Rather than pushing him back out for the monsters to devour, the man drags our guy into the room and locks the door behind him. All of this happens so fast that Jin Song gets pretty confused for a second. After locking the door, the man turns to the MC with an inquisitive look in his eyes. For a few seconds, neither of them say anything. They just stare at each other with their guards up, mentally prepared for anything that happens. Jin finally interrupts the heated staring contest by asking the man with the stick if he's still human, which he confirms before asking the MC the same question. Our protagonist reveals that he's also human, but the other guy doesn't seem to be convinced yet. He still doesn't believe Jin, and you can't blame him for being this skeptical. Seeing this, Jin tries to explain and make the guy understand that they're on the same side. He reveals that he came all this way since the emergency generator suddenly came on because he thought that there might be another survivor. He attempts to go closer, but the N refuses to let his guard down. At this point, Song finally introduces himself as the assistant manager from Sales Team 2, hoping that this would ring a bell. He even shows the man his ID card as proof, but deep down, he's not even sure he can trust the guy. Sure, he's finally found another survivor, but what if the man is infected just like Kim Jute-man? Anyway, after seeing the ID card, the other guy calms down a little and equally introduces himself. Apparently, this is Choi Jae-sung, the development team assistant manager. At the moment, Choi is still covering himself with a big blanket, which is most likely because of the cold weather, but Song can't help but find this suspicious. If Choi wanted to, he could easily hide his own zombie bite by covering it with the blanket. Sure, this is a possibility, but the MC also notices that Choi isn't sweating like Kim Jute-man was. In fact, he looks cold. The man looks pretty chill and well-fed, which makes Song wonder if the guy stopped by the break room at some point, especially since there's a full bag pack sitting in the corner. All those who were infected by the zombies showed an abnormal level of hunger. So, the fact that Choi has enough reason to control himself means that he actually isn't infected. With this in mind, Jin Song concludes that this guy is safe to be around, so he lowers his golf club and attempts to talk to the man. But of course, that's not exactly going to be easy since Choi still doesn't trust him enough for that. He tries to move closer, but the man uses his stick to create some distance between them. Apparently, Choi noticed him looking at the bag and thinks that Jim Seong is trying to steal it. Choi Jae-sung points the stick at our guy while shielding his bag, and Jin realizes that he might have made things worse. Obviously, he wasn't interested in the bag, but Choi is way too paranoid to realize this, so now, the MC needs to figure out a way to fix this. Things could get really bad from here if he doesn't lighten the mood right now. He can't make Choi trust him completely in a heartbeat, but the easiest way to show that he isn't a threat is to put his weapon away, so he slowly returns the gold club to the bag, hoping that would work. He lifts his hands in surrender. thinking this would calm Choi down, but the man keeps staring at him with the same look in his eyes. At this point, our guy isn't sure what to try anymore because he actually thought this move would be enough. Just then, an idea pops up in his mind. Whenever things got difficult at work, they used to smoke together to take the edge off, and knowing how stressed out Choi must be after being cooked up in here for days, he contemplates offering the guy a cigarette. With this in mind, he slowly reaches into his pocket to get it out, and of course, Choi finds this very suspicious. The guy watches his movements closely, ready to swing the stick if Song tries anything funny. Thankfully, it doesn't get to that because the MC suddenly reveals the pack of cigarettes in his hand and stretches it out for Choi to take, asking if he'd like a smoke. As you can imagine, the man is still pretty reluctant to let his guard down, but the offer is just way too tempting for him to pass up, so he eventually lowers his stick. Just like that, the atmosphere becomes less tense as Choi calms down and asks if he can have one of the cigarettes. A few moments later, we see that the two young men are now looking like they weren't ready to pummel one another before. From the look on Choi's face, you can tell that he really needed that smoke. He moans in delight, admitting that he finally feels alive again, while Song just laughs in response, because he knows the feeling. Song admits that he knows exactly how Choi feels, and claims that this is one of the few comforts they have in this crazy situation they've found themselves. He makes this confession, but Choi doesn't say anything, which leads to an awkward silence for a few seconds. At this point, our guy starts to feel pretty nervous and then admits that the reason cigarettes are his comfort is because he's only eaten half a chocolate bar all this whole. Hearing this, Choi decides to loosen up a bit and share some of his food with our guy. Choi suddenly starts opening his bag and Song is stunned when he takes a peek. The bag is really full, which makes him conclude that Choi must have gotten that much from the break room. As far as he's concerned, that's the only explanation, and while he's still pondering on it, Choi brings out a pack of raw noodles. He breaks it in two and gives one piece to our protagonist. Of course, in their current situation, there's really no other choice but to eat whatever is available, so Song gladly takes the noodles from him and starts munching on it. He thanks Choi and becomes really curious about something. Choi said that he was from the development team, so the fact that he got here means that he probably cleared out all the food on the entire second floor. In response, the guy in glasses confirms this, explaining that it's no longer necessary to put food in refrigerators, and our guy completely agrees with him. These two new friends enjoy their uncooked food together, and after some time, Song asks Choi what the situation is like on the second floor. Sadly, the guy reveals that it's not good at all. At first, Choi was trapped in the break room with a colleague. Back then, it was just the two of them, so they split the food in two to manage their resources. However, the other guy kept insisting that they had to keep moving. Choi didn't think that was a good idea and suggested that it would be wiser to wait for a rescue team to come get them. Despite his attempts to make his colleague wait there with him, the guy eventually had enough and decided to leave without him. As you can imagine, the impatient guy was infected as soon as he went out, and just like that, Choi was left all by himself. After hearing this story, the MC suggests that there are probably quite a few zombies on the second floor since he passed there on his way down, and Choi confirms this, claiming that he counted at least 4 of the undead himself. Clearly, Choi also has no choice but to come out since his battery was about to die completely. As such, he was forced to come across the bloodthirsty zombies on his way down, and this makes our guy wonder how he got out without being infected. In response, Choi reveals that he drew their attention by throwing something in the opposite direction. So, whenever they were distracted, he simply took the opportunity to crawl out of their reach. Song is quite impressed with the story, admitting how amazing it is that he escaped safely from 4 zombies. Choi just laughs nervously as he thanks our guy for the compliment. Judging by everything he just heard, Song is convinced that Choi was the one who turned on the emergency generator, so he asks just to be sure, and the assistant manager confirms his guess. The MC looks over at the power strip in the corner with several chargers plugged in and figures that it's the reason Choi risked his life to go turn on the generator. Clearly, the guy had to charge his devices so he wouldn't get stranded, but Song is a little confused because he doesn't really think there's a point. Hearing this, Choi is shocked because he can't believe that Song has been surviving without using the internet. At this point, our boy is even more surprised because he had no idea that there was even any signal in the building all this while. Hearing this, the assistant manager informs him that satellite internet is actually available. This response leaves our guy astounded, and that's when Choi asks him if he knows about Spacelink. Sure enough, Song is familiar with this name, so Choi tells him that they still have access to the internet because of it. Of course, there aren't many usable servers left since the zombies took over, but there are a few communities that they can still connect to. Well, our boy didn't have any idea about this, so it's taking him a while to process all the information. It's a good thing he met Choi then. Anyway, Mr. Glasses goes on to reveal that the charger is currently plugged in a fast on, which means that it should be done very soon. That being said, he offers to help our guy charge his phone afterward if he has one on him. Time goes by and sure enough, Choi helps Song plug in his phone. Just like the assistant manager said, the internet is still working and our MC is even able to access his social media account, where he comes across several others who haven't been infected. This whole thing is like a breakthrough for him, so he genuinely thanks Choi for everything. The guy charged his phone, connected him to the Spacelink internet, and even told him about the community, so he is really glad. Of course, Choi is pretty modest about it, claiming that it's nothing. Not long after that, they notice the lights above them flickering and Song immediately suggests that the emergency generator is about to run out of power. Of course, this is really tragic news for Choi, even though he already knew that it was going to happen eventually. Things are about to get a lot more difficult for them, which makes him wonder what Song plans to do in this situation. Before our guy can even say anything, Choi makes his intentions very clear, stating that he will be staying right in the room. The assistant manager doesn't have any intention of leaving the room, and stating this, Song just stares at him with a disappointed look on his face. Clearly, Choi only said this just now because he wants Song to leave. The guy suddenly starts reaching for his wooden stick again, like he's preparing to attack our guy if an argument breaks out. Song doesn't seem to notice this though, but he understands why the assistant manager would want him to leave. The MC knows that he's probably just a burden considering Choi's current disposition. The assistant manager's strategy is obviously to hold out for as long as possible in the safest location, so he truly has no need for a companion who would just consume more of his food while waiting around. Song also doesn't consider Choi a good companion in this situation because they have conflicting ideas. As far as the MC is concerned, he needs to keep exploring in order to find a way out, and this means that Choi would only be an obstacle. As such, he believes that it's only right for them to part ways here and now. After considering all of these factors, our guy finally informs Choi that he will be leaving instead. Of course, Mr. Glasses over here doesn't have any problems with this. In fact, he's even relieved to hear it. Without any hesitation, he goes over to his bag to take out a flashlight and a small power bank. Apparently, he has about 2 more of these to spare, so he doesn't mind giving them to Song as a parting gift. He presents them to our boy, proving that he's not all self-centered, and of course, Song is really grateful for the gift. He thanks the assistant manager sincerely because he knows how incredible these items will be in a situation without any electricity. Grateful for Choi's generosity, our guy decides to return the favor, so he takes out a few sticks from his pack of cigarettes and gives them to the guy as well. Of course, Choi really appreciates it, so he thanks Song as well, and the 2 survivors finally part ways. Our guy makes his way to the door and Choi wishes him luck. Before stepping out, the MC turns to the guy, hoping that they get to see each other alive again. Song exits the room after that, and as soon as he's outside, he's overwhelmed by the horde of zombies flooding the area. Right now, he knows that he has to hurry because the electricity will be cut off soon, leaving him stuck in the dark with the undead creatures. To avoid this, he needs to get the hell out of here. Thankfully, the door is still holding up so he can escape very quickly. Song contemplates his next course of action. If he goes down to the basement, he can easily access his company car in the parking lot. There's a chance he can escape with it, but at the same time, he's not even sure that leaving the building right now is the correct choice. At the moment, he's starting to reconsider his idea, feeling that the time to escape the company building will come eventually, so there's no need to rush. A part of him knows that leaving the company right now could turn out to be a rash decision, so, for the meantime, he feels that it is wiser to go back up and get all the information he can from the company. That way, he'll be more equipped with everything he needs to enable him to escape safely. With this in mind, our guy starts marching up the stairs with his bloody golf club in hand. He's only a few steps in when everything goes dark all of a sudden. He curses in frustration when this happens because it means that the emergency generator finally ran out of power. Thankfully, he still has a flashlight, so rather than freaking out, he's able to stay calm. Song uses the light to navigate his way up the stairs as carefully as he can because there's a good chance the zombies moved when he was downstairs. By being extremely careful and quiet, Song is able to reach the 4th, 5th, and then the 6th floor without being attacked by the zombies. Now, he just needs to move a little higher to reach his destination, but then all of a sudden, he hears a noise coming from the floor above. He's certain that someone is on the upper floor and fears that it's most likely a zombie. Despite being absolutely terrified right now, the MC knows that there's really no turning back at this point. He has no choice but to keep going, so he tightens his grip on the golf club and braces himself for what is to come, confident that he'll break through no matter what. A few seconds later, We see that our determined hero has hung the flashlight in the railing to enable him go face the zombie with both of his hands free. He slowly goes up with his trusty golf club in hand and, quietly closing in on the monster as he prepares to knock it out. By the time he gets close enough, he is finally able to see the zombie fully, and is even relieved that it's also facing the rooftop. With the creature turning its back to him, this means that he'll be able to sneak up on it from behind, so he's even more motivated to use this opportunity before it's too late. Determined to take out the zombie, he moves even closer, waiting for the perfect opening to strike, but things take a huge twist when the zombie senses him. Just like that, the monster's neck turns 360 degrees to look at him, and in that moment, he already knows that he is cooked. The monster growls at him as it foams from the mouth, and before our guy can even think of anything, the vicious zombie lunges at him from up the stairs. At this point, you'd think Song would definitely get infected because of how close he is, but he somehow manages to land a devastating blow to the zombie's head with his golf stick, and the force from the hit is so powerful that it sends the monster slamming into the wall. Of course, just one hit isn't going to be enough to take out a monster this vicious, so the creature gets right back up, even more pissed this time around. The zombie screeches at him in rage and once again, charges at him, so he repeats the same moves a second time. Song knows that this is a matter of life or death, so despite being absolutely terrified, he musters all the courage and strength he can to fight off the zombie. He lands several powerful blows on the monster, desperate to kill it for good, but just as he's hoping that the fight is all over, he sees the creature getting back up. He sees that zombie's still moving after everything, and he's already tired of landing hits, but he doesn't have a choice. So, he just hits the zombie some more, begging it to just die, and then he finally kills it. Our guy is sure that it's dead when the familiar blue window pops up in front of him, informing him that he has acquired 1 coin. The shopping window appears right after that, showing him all the stuff that he can purchase now that he has 2 coins. The MC stares at the window in a daze with his bent and bloody golf club still in hand. He's irritated by the twisted system showing him a shopping menu when he literally almost died a few seconds ago, so he angrily waves the window away. But then again, he keeps his frustration aside and decides to be more rational about it. Looking at the stuff on the menu, he realizes that the coins might be useful for something else, so he decides to just take them for now. Song accepts his reward and starts packing up his stuff. While he's at it, he can't help but wonder where this particular zombie actually came from. From what he can see, the rooftop is closed, so it couldn't have come from there, and this makes him wonder if it came from another floor instead. He starts racking his brain about all this, so he starts to think that the 7th floor might not be safe either. Despite feeling this way, he decides to go up there anyway and quickly enters the empty office room there. He shuts the door behind him and sighs in relief, feeling that he should be safe. He takes out his water can to have a drink, and then the memory of the zombie he faced earlier flashes across his mind. He is still hung up on how fast it was. At that speed, he feels that the zombie is probably even faster than when it was still a normal person. As far as he's concerned, it might even be on the level of a wild animal now that it's this lethal. Song is truly shaken by the experience he faced, and he's even afraid that he would probably have been the one who died if there were 2 zombies. With this fear now dwelling in his mind, he figures that he needs to find companions to move with. If he can't do that, then he'll have to create situations where it's always a one-on-one with the zombies. Anything other than that might not end well for him, and he knows this. After quenching his thirst, he suddenly remembers that he should probably check the internet now that he's back upstairs. He feels that there might be more information on the zombies online. Song quickly gets back on the Spacelink internet and starts surfing the web for anything related to the zombies, but he just finds stuff about the weather. One guy is really astounded by the temperature outside because it was minus 27 degrees Celsius when he measured it. Another person from Gangwon province also had a crazy experience with the temperature, claiming that the water froze when he left the tap running. You'd think the last one would be useful information, but it's just still another message from someone talking about how their relatives got infected by a zombie. After scrolling for a while, Song simply gives up because there's really no useful info about the zombies. So, he goes over what he already knows about them. The creatures are sensitive to sound and have somewhat poor sight and smell. They also keep moving until their head is destroyed. And the most obvious fact, if you're bitten by a zombie, then you become one as well. These things online are all stuff he already knew before now, and it's mostly just survivors crying out for rescue on the servers. As annoying as the situation is, it's actually helped him to confirm one thing, which is the fact that the government has now completely collapsed. It's now very obvious that no one is coming to save them, and so now, the harsh reality dawns on him. Song finally accepts the fact that he has to survive on his own, by himself in this godforsaken world. The thought runs through his mind just as the harsh cold seeps deeper into his body, causing him to cough violently. Of course, that's never a good sign. Soon, it's day 5 of survival and our guy is literally shaking like a leaf. The cold seems to have really gotten to him now, because he's covering himself in a blanket, but still shivering tremendously. For some reason, he still thinks that he hasn't caught a cold yet. Bro claims that he can't let that happen when he's clearly sick already. I mean, you can't blame him for not wanting to accept that he's sick. After all, in this situation, a cold practically means death. Song Jin Song is determined to stay healthy, so he motivates himself to move his body in order to generate some heat. This might turn out to be a bad idea since he'll probably need to replenish the lost energy afterward. Anyway, our guy proceeds to do some jumping jacks to generate heat, and of course it doesn't take long for his belly to start growling. He's clearly very hungry now and tired too, so he goes straight to one of his chocolate bars. Normally, he would have eaten only half, but right now, his body needs the calories, so he throws conservation out the window and eats the whole thing. After eating, Song takes off his shoes, feeling pretty irritated by the cold. He probably thought his body would have adapted to the temperature by now, but after 5 days of this Ice Age apocalypse, he is now sure that he can never get used to this cold. As such, he decides that it's time to go light, feeling that it would just be cumbersome to move with his shoes on. He drops them on the desk, feeling that leaving them there would be better since it makes less noise. Once that's out of the way, he realizes that he needs to find proper food before things get worse. To do this, he'll need to leave the office for his search. According to Assistant Manager Choi's information, half of the food from the break room should still be there, so now, his mission is to make it there alive and find it. He needs to get to the development team floor and find the bag of Choi's colleague who turned into a zombie. The only problem with this little mission now is the fact that there are probably more than 4 zombies in that area, waiting for their next human victim. This makes things very difficult for him because it's going to be almost impossible to snatch the bag from the zombified colleague without the other undead creatures noticing. The only way to get the bag back now is to take the zombies out one by one. With this in mind, our boy goes into assassin mode. He scans the area to locate all the zombies. The first one is in the Development Team 1 office. There's another in Development Team 2 as well. And then one in the New Business Team office. There should be at least 4 on this floor, but he's only seen 3, which makes him wonder where the last one is. He's confused right now, so he tries to recall what he saw the last time he passed here. There were no bodies on the path from the break room to the emergency exit before. But now, there's one more somewhere he doesn't even know. This makes things a bit complicated, so he decides that the first course of action is to deal with all the zombies he's found. Using his flashlight, he keeps looking around and eventually finds another one in one of the supply rooms. He checks another room and is delighted to see that the non-food supplies are still there, but his quiet celebration is suddenly interrupted when he hears the low growl of a zombie coming his way. Song Jin Song quickly hides to avoid getting spotted, but he also marks the zombie's location. And so, now that he's gotten all his targets, it's time for him to begin the hunt. To set the plan in motion, he hurls a cup across the room to get the zombie's attention, knowing that the mindless creature would run in that direction. Sure enough, when the undead monster dashes toward the noise, Song emerges from the shadows with his golf club and takes a big swing at the zombie's head. The bloodthirsty monster doesn't see him on time, and by the time it realizes that it just got played, it's already too late. The MC buries the golf club in the zombie's head, killing it with a single strike, but the noise attracts the others nearby, and they don't hesitate to come after him. Thankfully, our guy sees them coming from the other room early enough so before they can get to him, he slams the door and locks them outside. Seeing the crazy zombies screaming outside the door, the MC feels so proud of himself because his little scheme worked just as he planned. He smiles with the flashlight tightly held in his teeth, feeling pretty confident. Right now, his hopes of taking them all out are looking alive, but just when he thinks he's winning, a zombie grabs his leg out of nowhere. The moment he feels the hand firmly grip his ankle, he turns around in shock. He looks down at the zombie growling at him, and of course, this leaves him very petrified because being this close to one of them is literally a death sentence. The zombie widens its jaws to do what they do best, and Song's adrenaline level spikes in the blink of an eye. The flashlight falls from his mouth in his panic, but thankfully, he is able to avoid getting bit. Before the monster can get him, he forcefully stomps on its head. He slams it and proceeds to hammer it with the gold club until there's blood everywhere and the zombie stops moving. As you can imagine, even after killing the zombie, he's still overwhelmed by what just happened. It was a very terrifying experience for sure, but it's still not over yet because there are still 2 other zombies waiting outside the door for him. Well, at least they can't get to him now, so he calmly picks up his flashlight from the pool of zombie blood. Now, He's already attracted two of them to him, so he resolves to finish this before any more zombies are drawn by the noise. Determined to come out of this alive, he puts the flashlight back in his mouth and charges right out the door. He opens the door and immediately throws a spoon across the office to distract them. Of course, this works pretty well since one of the two mindlessly runs toward the noise. The other one is a bit more suspicious about the situation, so it just stands there looking baffled, and this allows our boy to strike. Meanwhile, the other zombie that went after the spoon appears to have a backpack on, and it's probably the one Song is looking for. Our boy attacks the first one and goes after the second one with his golf club like a gladiator. The zombie tries to run away, but of course, the MC is way too locked in to let it escape. He goes after the undead creature with murderous intent, and a few seconds later, we see his golf club bent beyond recognition. The metal stick is completely deformed and covered in zombie blood at this point. The final confirmation that he killed the two creatures is the sudden message that pops up, revealing that he just acquired 4 coins. After the crazy ambush he just laid on the zombies, he uses his flashlight to see the bag properly. He almost died while taking them on, but it wasn't for nothing because now he's finally gotten the bag of food he came for. He inspects the dead zombie with the backpack, and that's when he sees how deformed his golf club is now. Looking at it, he can immediately see that he won't be able to use it anymore. It's time to let it go. Song quickly unstraps the backpack and takes it off the zombie corpse. He puts on the bag and is delighted by how heavy it is because that just means there's a lot of food in there. Before leaving, it dawns on him that he no longer has a weapon to protect himself. Going back down to other floors without a weapon would be pretty risky, but he doesn't have a choice, so he figures that it's better to just move quickly. But then again, now that he's cleared this area, he thinks that it might not be a bad idea to search the place some more for something that could be useful to him. Since he's still there, he decides to take a look around. Assistant Manager Choi said that his colleague hid in the break room, which means that the two of them probably didn't get a chance to search anywhere else while they were on this floor. Well, our boy has managed to make the place safer for exploring, so that's exactly what he does. He looks around the place, and it doesn't take him long to find some interesting stuff. He finds a pretty good haul, and he's impressed. Just from the desks in Development Team 1, he found a power bank and even nutritional supplements, so he's feeling really lucky. Things are looking really good right now, so he feels that it would be good to also search Development Team 2 as well. On his way there, he suddenly hears something that catches his attention. It definitely sounds like a zombie, so he begins to panic since he doesn't have a weapon on him anymore. This might turn into a big problem for him if he's not careful, so he quietly jogs in the opposite direction. If he runs into the zombie right now, then he'll be done for, so he decides to go back. There's no point risking his life in search of another good haul. A few moments later, we see that Song has found somewhere safe to check out what's in the bag. It's pretty safe now, so he's finally starting to calm down. He laughs in excitement as he hugs the bag tightly. He never imagined that he'd end up feeling safe at the office, especially in a situation like this. After being all ceremonial about his find, he finally decides to open up the bag to see what exactly he brought back from the zombie. Song takes out 3 bags of chips, along with 2 boxes of choco pies. There's a ton of cookies and 5 cup ramens. He also finds a can of cola inside, which takes his excitement to another level. In this Ice Age apocalypse, what he's got in his hands right now is practically a treasure. With his conservative skills, this should be enough for at least a month. As long as water is available with these supplies, Song believes that he can survive for a month without much trouble. Our guy leans back with a look of satisfaction on his face, convinced that this stash was definitely worth risking his life for. Unfortunately, just when he's finally about to feel good for the first time in days, the familiar chills rush back into his body. He starts shivering all over again now that the excitement has died down. His socks are soaked in blood and sweat, which means that his wet feet are making it even colder for him. He doesn't even know how to handle his current predicament. He feels like he should wash up a little to get the blood off. So he takes off his socks and starts washing his feet with ice water. Of course, the moment the water touches his feet, the cold shocks him. It's way too cold and he can't even believe that he's doing this. He never imagined that he would be washing his feet with ice water in his life. After washing off most of the blood, he suddenly comes across something horrifying. It's a wound, and for some reason, it resembles a bite mark way too much. He's shocked because he doesn't remember getting injured during his encounter with the zombies earlier. Song's eyes widen in horror as he thinks back to the time the zombie grabbed his legs. He's starting to think that he might have gotten scratched by it then, because he's certain that he didn't get bitten. From what he knows about these undead creatures, he definitely has to be bitten to become a zombie. He takes out his phone to confirm what he saw online, and sure enough, he comes across the post from a person who was scratched and wasn't infected even after several days. The MC is so excited when he reads this message because it means that he's still safe. The guy is so relieved now because it definitely wouldn't have been easy to deal with the fact that he'll soon be turned into a zombie. Now, he's done washing his feet, so he goes to dry them with his blanket. After cleaning his legs, he can finally see how serious the wound is. Once again, his legs start shivering from the cold and he begins to get worried. At this rate, he's afraid that this wound will lead to frostbite. On top of that, his toes are exposed, and if that continues, he'll be in some serious trouble. He knows that he needs to warm his foot up somehow, so he finally decides to visit that strange shop that's been popping up. He opens the shopping window in search of something to help him get warm, and like always, he's reminded of his balance. The floating window informs him that he possesses 6 coins now and shows him all the necessary items he can purchase with them. He vividly remembers seeing winter clothes on the shopping window, so he immediately starts scrolling to find them. It doesn't take too long for him to get there. Thankfully, they're still there, and they also seem affordable. The winter jacket and pants would set him back 3 of his coins. The winter boots just next to them cost 3 coins as well. This is also the same price for the winter gloves and the winter hat. Everything on this page costs 3 coins each, which makes things pretty dicey for him. He obviously can't afford all of them, so he'll have to choose carefully and get the items he needs the most. He curses in frustration when he sees these prices, claiming that the creator of the system must be really cheap to sell these items separately. I mean, they're all supposed to come as a package, so you can't blame him for being pissed. Besides that, the pricing doesn't even make any sense to him because boots, gloves, and a hat are all smaller than the clothes. As far as he's concerned, they should not cost the same number of coins. He grumbles about the situation for a while but quickly reminds himself that complaining won't change anything. He needs to make a choice right away, so he does just that. Song clicks on the winter boots since that's the most pressing item right now. Without them, his toes would probably be falling off in a few days. Our guy is taken aback when the big winter boots suddenly appear right in front of him in a flash. He finds it strange that the shoes really appeared because it's almost like magic. He holds them up to confirm that they're actually real, and he's even more surprised by the fact that they're his size. He was actually worried that the boots might be too big or too small for him, but somehow, they're just the perfect fit for him. He's still trying them on at this point, and the whole thing just makes him wonder if this means that everything he buys on the shopping window will come out customized for him. After wearing the comfy winter boots, his feet are feeling a lot better, but he knows that it's not enough. Sure, he's saved his toes and feet from the frostbite now, but he's still shaking like a leaf. Song doesn't think the boots will be enough to save him from the cold, so he goes back to the shopping window to look for anything else that can be of help. Determined to heal his wound, fight the cold, and also manage his coins, this stranded office worker scrolls endlessly through the shopping window in search of the perfect item. Sadly, after searching for a while, he still doesn't find what he's looking for, and this leaves him a little frustrated. Just when it looks like he's not going to have any luck, his eyes widen all of a sudden. His gaze locks in on a particular item that we can't see yet. It seems to be that he's finally found what he's been searching for, because he doesn't even think twice before clicking the button to buy it. He purchases this mystery item in a flash, and 1 coin is deducted from his balance. Well, we still can't see what Song just acquired, but what we do know is that it's definitely something useful. Remember that mystery item that Song purchased without a second thought? Well, it turned out to be a hot pack for the wounds on his feet. The MC quickly takes it out of the wrapper and starts massaging his feet with it. Right now, he feels more alive than he's been in the past 5 days. Well, it actually makes a lot of sense since this is pretty much the most relief he's felt since the apocalypse started. Sure, buying a single hot pack with 1 precious coin was pretty expensive, but this young man doesn't mind at all. He rubs the hot pack all over his feet, and the soothing feeling pretty much intoxicates him for a second. The hot pack wasn't cheap, but it was definitely worth it for him because he finally feels like he can live in these unbearable conditions. Soon it's day 7 of survival in this Ice Age apocalypse, and tragedy strikes. Song goes to the sink to get some water and is absolutely horrified when not even a single drop comes out of the faucet. As you can imagine, this is a very terrible discovery for him, and he almost doesn't believe it at first. He quickly comes to terms with reality though, since he actually saw it coming. It was really just a matter of time, and now, in the end, the water has finally been cut off. Thankfully, he's not exactly stranded now because he made preparations for this very calamity. Song was smart enough to keep his water supply full just in case this happened. Bro filled several water cans, but there's only so much water he can store. Despite his best efforts, he was only able to gather about 2 liters of water, which is definitely underwhelming for someone in his situation. Well, our guy knows this too and already has an idea of what he's going to face. The water he stored is only going to be enough for 3 to 4 days at best. Anything more than that would mean that he'd probably have to turn himself into a camel overnight somehow. Just when he started to feel alive in this icy prison, this kind of shit happens. As you can imagine, he's pretty frustrated by the situation, but he can't do much to change it. So he just lies back down on the desk, wondering why this is happening to him. Song takes out his phone to check the servers, hoping to see some good news at least. On the server, a couple other survivors are still communicating with one another. One brave fellow confirms that there are some zombies on the first floor, but still wants to go check out the supermarket across the street regardless. The man takes a frying pan with him as he makes his way out to the street. For some reason, he thinks one metal pan is enough to fight off the zombies. Anyway, he completes his preparation and updates the others on the servers, informing them as soon as he sets out. Song is one of the anonymous members of the chat. So, he asks him if he's really going, so the guy confirms this once again, promising to post again if he survives this dangerous mission. Seeing this, the others just wish him good luck, knowing just how risky it is. Seong remains on the desk after reading all the messages on the chat. Bro looks like he's about to give up any second now, and you can't really blame him. He's probably feeling discouraged after seeing that the number of posts is gradually decreasing. Since he joined the server, the number of messages have dropped quite a lot, so he fears that most of the survivors he met on there are probably now dead. It's a really harsh reality, but he knows that he just has to face it because he can barely see any signs of survivors out the window anymore. Before, he'd at least see a few civilians running around in attempts to evade the zombies, but now, all he can see are the mindless creatures roaming the streets. At this rate, he's afraid that he'll be the last human in the city in a couple of days. This thought lingers in his mind, but at the same time, he forces himself to be positive. Song refuses to think about the worst of his situation, feeling that there might just be many survivors like him in places that he doesn't know about. After all, nobody on the outside knew that he'd been trapped in the company building until he joined the server using the Spacelink internet. The next day, which is the 8th day of him being stuck in this Ice Age apocalypse, Song checks his phone again for updates. He finds 7 new notifications on the server, so he reads through all of them. The anonymous member from the previous day, who was talking to the brave guy, is starting to freak out now. It's been a day since the man set out to go to the supermarket, but he still hasn't posted anything, so it's starting to look like he didn't make it. The zombies probably got him, so when Song sees these messages, he finds it very difficult to remain positive. He had a little hope that the man would actually survive, but the mission proved as difficult as he thought. And now, he's completely certain that there's no way to survive out on the streets. Sure, he still has food and water that can last a couple more days, but he knows that he can't just wait here like this. When the time comes to leave this place, going out alone would mean death, so once again, he makes up his mind to go out and find another survivor. Our guy knows that he needs to get an ally as soon as possible, no matter what it takes. However, there's one glaring problem with this plan, which is the fact that our guy still doesn't have a weapon. He needs a good one if he's going to start wandering around the company building. Song looks over at the golf bag he found several days ago and quickly confirms that there's only one decent golf club left in it. He takes it out to have a look, and after inspecting it, he realizes that it's less durable than he thought. It might look pretty solid now, but it becomes useless after taking down 3 or 4 zombies. Obviously, there's a very good chance that he'll come across way more zombies than that if he truly sets out on his mission again. This means that he'll need something more durable to protect himself with if he wants to survive. And so, he opens that shopping window earlier to see what might be of use to him there. The first weapon he sees is the hammer for crushing zombie skulls. It looks pretty cool, with a spiked end that's pretty menacing, but there's one major problem with this weapon, which is the fact that it's too expensive for our guy. Right now, Song can't afford the hammer because it costs 5 coins to get, and he's already down to his last 2. After taking a good look at the weapon again, our guy admits that it actually looks really good. However, this doesn't make him think it's worth it. With 5 coins, Song knows that he can easily buy winter clothes and still have enough to get another hot pack. At the moment, these other things are looking a lot more valuable to him, so he's really not interested in buying the weapon in a hurry. After all, he still has a golf club that could hold up for a while. With this in mind, he sets out on his stealthy mission. First plan on the agenda is to check out the other floors and see what he can scavenge. So, with his flashlight in one hand and the golf stick in the other, Song quietly moves down to the other floors, and it doesn't take too long for him to discover something really disturbing. He enters one of the dark offices and is instantly taken aback when he finds fresh blood stains on the desk. He goes over to investigate, feeling very confused because there's no one around. He's been seeing these blood stains for a while now, but this one especially caught his attention. Our guy goes closer, hoping to find answers because even the smell is really disturbing. It smells just like the zombies, but it doesn't make any sense because he can't find any bodies around. By the time he scans the office with his flashlight, he realizes that the place is truly a mess with bloodstains everywhere. This sends chills down his spine as he wonders what on earth happened there. He tries to open the adjoining door leading to another room but immediately realizes that it's locked. This leaves him even more perplexed because now, he begins to wonder if someone is hiding inside the room. He leans closer to check if he'll hear any noise coming from inside, but that's not the case. He can't hear anything and so, after a brief pause, he decides to break in. Before bursting in though, he makes it very clear that he's going in. Song breaks down the door and of course, he's met by a new shocking discovery. The entire room is filled with bloody corpses piled on top of each other. He's taken aback by the sight, but bravely goes in to investigate some more. Looking at the heap of dead zombies, he can tell that there has to be at least 10 of them lying here. It's chilling to be in here with so many dead zombies, but he forces himself to focus. He came here in search of useful items, so he quickly goes to one of the drawers to rummage. Even while he's at it, he can't help but wonder what the hell happened in there. He's bewildered that someone was able to kill these many zombies, and he can only wonder who in the world could have done it. The fact that a monster like this person has been in the company is truly mind-blowing for him, and all he can think about is how good it would be to have them on his side. As far as he's concerned, he wouldn't have to worry about a thing if this zombie slayer became his ally. After check in the cupboards, he doesn't find anything useful, so he prepares to get out of the room. He wouldn't want to be caught off guard by the other active zombies. Song remembers seeing signs that the other offices were searched too, so he feels that this place might already have been swept by whoever killed the zombies. He begins to panic a little when this thought crosses his mind, because if that's truly this case then this whole place has most likely been cleared out already. As such, he just gives up on searching. Convinced that there's no way anything useful would be left in there for him, he sighs in defeat, feeling that all his efforts were simply futile. Sure enough, there's really nothing in any of the compartments, and this just leaves him wondering one thing. Who was it to have taken things so thoroughly? He finds it hard to believe that only one person could have done this, so he feels that it could even have been several others. And so, he begins to wonder if they're even still in the building after seeing how they cleared out the whole place. While still looking around, Soyoung suddenly stumbles upon something that really catches his attention. He notices a piece of paper sticking out from under one of the coffee machines on the table, so he immediately takes it out to see what's in there. That's when he realizes that it's a note from another survivor. In the letter, the person claims that they're glad to know a fellow human made it to the 4th floor. They also apologize for taking everything on the floor that could be used as food. They then advise Song not to waste his time or energy checking the break room, since they've already searched all the drawers. They also tell him not to bother opening the managing director's office since they've piled up the zombie corpses there. Clearly, this note was written by the person who cleared the floor and slaughtered all those zombies, but that's not the only information that was left in the letter. Song continues to read the paper and gets to the part where the person reveals that they left a shirt in the cabinet for whoever finds it. They also recommended that he avoid going to the 5th floor if he can. Apparently, this person intends to leave the city and head toward the west coast because it seems to be a good place to guard against zombies. After all, there are a couple islands over there. The writer left at exactly 10 am on the 8th day since the zombie attack, which Song is pretty horrified to see because it was the day before. He curses in frustration, feeling that he could have met the person if he had just moved one day earlier. At the end of the letter, the writer finally reveals their identity. He's assistant manager upon Hyuk, Jay from the accounting team, and he ends the note by wishing Song good luck, hoping to see the reader of his letter again one day. Song is pretty familiar with Hyuk, Jay because they were colleagues from the same year. From what the MC remembers, the guy always used to brag about being in the special forces, so now, after seeing how he wiped out a wave of zombies, our boy finally agrees it was a well-deserved bragging right. Song gathers the papers and suddenly realizes that there's something on the back as well. It's a short note revealing that Hyuk Jay left a gift in the drawer for any office worker who might come by. As you can imagine, our guy is pretty excited when he sees this, so he instantly rushes to the drawer in question where he finds a briefcase. He opens it up with so much excitement, but all he finds is a bunch of coffee mix. Apparently, Hyuk Jay thought this would be funny, but the MC isn't exactly feeling the joke right now. Soon, it's day 10 of the apocalypse and our guy is back to surviving on the remaining chocolate bars he has. Out of boredom, he finds himself reading Hyuk Jay's note over and over. He's particularly curious about the part where the guy told him to avoid going to the 5th floor. It makes him curious and suspicious at the same time. He keeps wondering why he shouldn't go up there when he knows that the fifth floor is the president's office. Logically thinking, it doesn't even seem likely that there would be many zombies there since it's so high up. As curious as he is right now, he still knows that Yoon Hyuk Jae isn't the kind of person to give a warning without reason. He finally finishes his chocolate bar just as the thought crosses his mind. He's been really bothered by what was in the note, but even more importantly, he hasn't seen a single survivor outside since the previous day. It's pretty troubling as it's starting to look like there aren't any normal humans left out there. Right now, he's starting to feel pretty hopeless because as time passes, the chances of meeting a survivor and potential ally keeps decreasing. He still regrets missing one the previous day, so he's not willing to waste another chance. With this in mind, he decides to finally get off his butt to search the other floors. He's determined to find someone this time around, but he's a little overwhelmed just thinking about how many floors he might have to check it before he actually finds someone. The thought lingers in his mind for a while, but he is suddenly drawn out of his thoughts when a bright light shines in his eyes. He's really puzzled when he sees this because he didn't think that anyone would still be out there. He quickly snaps out of the shock though, because he realizes that this is someone sending him a signal, and so he starts waving like a maniac to get their attention. Our guy gets so excited when he realizes that there's actually someone out there who's not yet a zombie, and then when he takes a closer look, he sees that the man in the other building is holding a piece of paper up. The person is obviously trying to tell him something, but they're too far away from each other for him to see what's written on the paper. Just when it seems like he won't be able to communicate with the person, a bright idea suddenly pops into his mind. Song quickly takes out his phone to take a picture of the paper, and once that's done, he zooms right in, hoping that he'll finally be able to read it. Thankfully, his plan works and he can finally see what the guy was trying to tell him. Apparently, it's saying that there are people on the 6th and 7th floors in the company building. Also, the man has people in his own building and wants to team up. This is exactly what our guy has been desperately hoping for, so seeing this message right now is like a dream come true for him. He had almost lost hope, but now, hearing that there were other survivors all this time, he gets really excited. Now, he needs to go straight into action. For the meantime, he can leave the people in the other building, hoping that they can handle themselves. His priority right now is to find the person on the 6th floor, so he grabs his gold club and springs into action. Our guy sets off on his mission to get to the 6th floor, but is taken aback when he discovers that the entrance is blocked. He doesn't understand why this is the case, so he starts to wonder if the other survivor saw the message and decided to clear out the place. Either way, he makes his way down to the 6th floor, and upon entry, he calmly makes his presence known, revealing that he's from the 7th floor. He announces that he's an employee at Taezong Trading and all of that. He's still trying to assure them that he has no hostile intentions when he accidentally kicks something. Song quickly uses the light to check what it is and notices how the place looks kinda weird. Something feels off, so now he's wondering if another guest arrived before him. The MC is pretty puzzled at the moment because he's not sure what is going on, but he gets answers very quickly when a zombie sneaks up behind him and attacks. The terrifying creature charges at him with blistering speed, but he somehow manages to turn around in time to defend himself. Song uses his golf stick to block the zombie charging at him, and it shoves him down to the ground in the process. Now, with his back touching the floor, our guy knows that this is a life or death situation, so he fights with everything he's got. First, he creates some space by kicking the zombie in the gut. This gives him the chance to get back on his feet, so this time, he doesn't hesitate to unleash his own attack on the zombie. Song charges at the monster and takes it out pretty quickly with his golf club. A few seconds later, our guy is standing above the brutalized zombie with sweat dripping down his face. He's managed to take out the monster, but he's not done yet, so to finish the job, he lifts one of the metal tables and smashes the zombie with it. Song mercilessly squashes the zombie's head, leaving a bloody mess in the floor, and it's at this point that the kill is finally confirmed because the mysterious window pops up once again to inform him that he just acquired another coin. The MC finds this pretty amusing because with the way the windows keep appearing, it's starting to feel more like a death notification at this point. As much as he'd like to dwell on that, he has more pressing issues on his hands. There was supposed to be another survivor on this floor, so now that he's dealt with the zombie that attacked him, he goes back to searching for a potential ally. He grabs his flashlight to continue his search, and when he doesn't sense anyone around, he starts to wonder if that guy across was lying to him earlier. Just when he's about to start having doubts, he hears a clanking sound from one of the doors around him. Of course, this gives him some hope, because he's convinced that it must have been the other survivor. Looks like the guy wasn't lying after all. With this in mind, Song goes over to the door to investigate and notices that it's been locked. So, rather than bathing in, he tries to use his words first. He tells the person hiding that he knows they're there, and then quickly explains that he didn't come here to harm them. Song makes it pretty clear that he came to team up, and politely asks the person to introduce themselves to him. While saying all of this, he quietly reaches for the door in an attempt to open it. But it doesn't budge. When he doesn't get a response from the person in there, he goes ahead to introduce himself, revealing that he's an employee of the company with sales team 2. Still, there's no response even after a while, so the MC begins to seriously consider breaking in. He tightens the grip on his golf club as he prepares to take a big swing at the door, but that's when the person inside finally responds. For some reason, they kinda recognize his voice and ask if he's really Song Jin. Song. Of course, this question leaves our guy taken aback, and while he's still trying to wrap his head around it, the lady inside suddenly opens the door. He's absolutely gobsmacked the moment he sees her, because it just so happens to be Miss Seon-ah. As you can imagine, our guy is stunned, but the lady looks really excited to see after all this time. Sure enough, she lets him in and the two catch up for a while. Song is really surprised to learn that she's been here all this time. Clearly, that has been the case, and they probably wouldn't have met if it wasn't for the guy that reached out to them last night. Apparently, our guy wasn't the only one who received a message from another survivor last night, because Seon-ah was also approached by someone who came urgently asking her to open the door. The guy was banging on the window, asking her to open up, but she had a bad feeling, so she refused to let him in. Sadly, that didn't even matter because the guy realized that she was alone and just forced his way in. She saw him trying to break in, so she didn't bother waiting to find out what would happen. Seon-ah quickly ran to the break room and hid there. She didn't even stay there up to an hour before finding out that the guy had turned into a zombie. Upon hearing this story, Song realizes that the zombie he took out when he arrived on this floor must have been the same man. Seon-ah confirms this immediately, and this makes Song wonder if she has a weapon. He asks her and she claims that she does, showing him the wooden spear sitting in a corner. The MC takes a closer look at the weapon when she brings it out, and it's pretty familiar to him. It looks similar to what Choi Jae-sung had when they came across each other. Song asks if it's a mop, and she admits that it is, revealing that she sharpened it herself with a box cutter. Apparently, it's even more useful than she thought it would be, and Song just finds it pretty intriguing as she explains. He can see the blood stains all over the sharp end and figures that she must have dealt with some zombies before as well. Clearly, she knows how to handle herself in this apocalypse, else she wouldn't still be alive right now. However, Song still fears for her. He feels that she's a huge risk because women aren't exactly known for their physical strength, and in a world like this, he thinks that having a lady as his only ally might be a major disadvantage to him. While all of this is running through his mind, the clueless lady criticizes her weapon, wishing that it would be shorter and thinner. Song stares at her with his reservations circling all around in his mind. He knows just how dangerous this apocalypse is because now, they're not being hunted by zombies alone, but by other people as well. In these conditions, having a wrong partner can easily go wrong, so he's afraid that Seon-ah might just end up being a liability to him if he's not careful. After pondering on the situation for a while, he finally decides to continue by himself. He suggests that he'd soon be on his way, but of course, Seon-ah doesn't like the sound of that. Before he can take another step, she grabs his hand to stop him and then looks him dead in the eyes before asking if he's really going to leave her. At this point, Song knows that he won't be able to avoid the difficult conversation, so he just starts by telling her how sorry he is. As soon as he says this, the lady already knows what he's implying, so she starts to panic. She begs him not to leave her, afraid that she won't be able to make it on her own, but Song just pulls away from her grasp and apologizes once again. He's clearly made up his mind about her, so he starts walking away a second time. However, Seon-ah isn't one to give up so easily, so just when he's about to leave, she reveals that she used to fence. She says this in an attempt to change his mind, but the MC doesn't seem convinced, so she assures him that it's true. Determined to prove that she's not a liability, she shows him the bloody wooden spear, revealing that she was the one who cleared out all the zombies on the 6th floor. It's pretty clear that she's not bluffing because she's even ready to show him all the corpses she left behind if he wants, and of course, this leaves Song baffled. The angry lady tells him that he'll regret leaving her behind, and she's very confident about this. The MC suddenly begins to have second thoughts, especially when she informs him that she was a silver medalist in fencing at the National Sports Festival. Sure, it was a long time ago, when she was a high school sophomore, but her skills are probably still pretty sharp. After hearing all of this, Song reconsiders his plan, and after thinking for a while he agrees to team up with her. Not long after that, the two get ready to set out, and Seon-ah brings out a backpack with all the clothes and food she could find in the place. Hearing this, Song asks if she got power banks in there, but she didn't think about that because she thought they would be useless. After all, the last time she checked, the internet was down. At this point, our guy informs her that there's something called Spacelink, explaining that it's a means of satellite communication. Upon hearing this, Song realizes that they'll need all the power banks they can find. While finalizing their preparations, Song asks if she knows how many zombies she came across in total. So, she reveals that there were 8, but adding the one our guy took out makes it 9. Just then, Sion finds the power banks, but while she's being all excited about that, our guy is busy trying to wrap his head around the fact that she killed 8 zombies by herself. It's definitely very impressive, so all of a sudden, he's feeling very glad to have teamed up with her. Sion was only able to find 2 power banks in the end, so she puts them in her bag and gets ready to set out. She asks if it's time to leave, but Song notices something strange that catches his attention. There are some weird marks on the door, so he asks her about them. Upon seeing the marks, Sion remembers that the guy who broke in the previous day was trying to smash the door, so she feels that the scratches were from a desk or something. Sure, that's one theory, but our guy isn't convinced. The marks are way too small and precise to have come from a table, so he scans the room for answers and eventually finds the exact tool that created the marks. Upon seeing it, Song identifies the vernier caliper in Song's hand. Our guy is really excited to have found it because it's a solid chunk of metal that he could use as a weapon. He's pretty confident that it wouldn't break as easily as the golf clubs, but Sion just points out how short it is. He'll need to get real close to the zombies if he wants it to be effective, but that doesn't have to be the case because Song suddenly comes up with an idea. A few moments later, we see Sion holding the newly modified weapon with a sense of pride. She straps the caliper to the blunt edge of her stick to create a longer and more dangerous spear. She hands it over to Song, suggesting that it should be very useful, and he agrees, looking really impressed. As far as he is concerned, this is just great because he can stab with it like a spear and also use it to poke like the caliper. Sion reveals that she made it into some kind of pole axe, pointing out that this is one of the perks of bringing her along. Seeing what she tinkered in just a few minutes, Song genuinely thanks her. When the number of people increases, it's not just the number of people to fight with that grows, but other things like this are good too. Eventually, our guy combines the food in his bag with what Song already had, so he believes that they won't have to worry about food for a while. That's a good development, but he can't shake the feeling of confusion when he finds the frying pan with her. He asks her what she's doing with it, and that's when she reveals that she brought it to get a refund but forgot about it. Apparently, she didn't like the color, but at least now it can be of use, because Song thinks they can use it to melt snow for water later on. Sion is glad to have teamed up with another survivor, but she still doesn't get how he knew she was there. It was like he already knew she was hiding there before she made it obvious. Seeing her confusion, the MC tells her about the man who tipped him off from the building across. Apparently, Song didn't have any idea about this. She didn't even notice the building he's talking about, so Song tells her how the man there signaled him with a light before asking to team up. He shows her the picture he took on his phone, and after reading the part about teaming up, she gets a little nervous. She's not sure if that will be a good idea, and Song doesn't know either. Teaming up with a stranger is definitely risky, and this is what the both of them are worried about right now. Sion is really bothered about that. It's the reason why she desperately wanted to go with Song. She knew that it would be difficult to find someone she can trust, and in the current situation, our guy is the only one she's willing to go with. Sion makes this very clear to Song, and he understands perfectly, so he decides that they're not going to team up with the people across the way. Hearing this, the lady is pretty relieved, so she thanks him for considering her opinion. Now that they've gotten that out of the way, she informs him that their manager might actually still be alive. Song is taken aback by this, but Sion has a very strong feeling about it. Manager Choi is currently on a different floor as far as she knows, because when the apocalypse first started, she was trapped with him on the 6th floor. That was before he ran away though. At first, Sion was in the break room back then while Manager Choi was in the bathroom. The man had asked for her help then, but she ignored him because she was still too scared. It was later that she confirmed that he had escaped, but now, she doesn't know where he went. The manager ran away on the 2nd night from what she remembers. Since then, she's been to the 4th, 2nd and 1st floors, which means that the fat man can only be in 2 places if he's not been turned into a zombie yet. Assuming Manager Choi didn't move, then he should either be on the 3rd or 5th floor. With everything going on, Song can't help but think about the other survivors in the building across. If the people there don't get a response from him and Sion, then they'll probably try to team up with Manager Choi. That won't exactly be a good development, because there's a chance that the other survivors and the manager will come after him and Sion. If they grow their numbers, it's only a matter of time before they infiltrate and overpower these two. Song thinks deeply about this, knowing that it's a likely possibility with the way things are going. It makes him wonder how he and Sion will respond if this happens, but he's not able to figure out an answer. As such, he decides not to bother himself with the external factors that they can't even control. As much as things can go south from here, there are still things that could be considered a silver lining. For starters, he has one more coin now, which means that they can buy some more cold weather gear. With this in mind, Song immediately opens the floating shopping window, where he sees the available items. Right now, he's desperate to get a warm hat because it would definitely make him feel less cold. So, using the extra coin he recently got, he decides to purchase the hat. Now, this would make him pretty comfortable, but it's a different story for Sion, whose feet are already starting to freeze inside her shoes. If she gets frostbite on her feet and can't move, then she'll just become a burden to him. That's the last thing he needs right now, so it's logical in many ways to choose the boots over the warm hat. For this reason, he changes his mind and goes for the big furry boots instead. But just when he's about to click the button, he starts to reconsider his choices. He's reluctant to use his last 3 coins for this, especially since all he can think about right now is how gold he is. Sure, he feels pretty selfish at the moment, but he can't help it. Since they're not on the move currently, he figures that the boots are probably not that urgent. Besides, she's got a blanket covering her, so he figures that the difficult decision can wait. With this in mind, he just rolls over, feeling that he can choose later. The next morning, he wakes up to see Sion looking really frustrated as she struggles with her phone. He asks her how much battery she has left, and that's when she realizes that he's woken up. Well, waking up early has become the usual since his body has refused to adapt to this unbearable cold. Now that he's up, he asks if she remembered to charge all the batteries she found the previous night. Apparently, the only one she didn't charge is the one that Song left behind, so now her phone battery is at 22%. All of a sudden, Sion remembers that there's supposed to be a solar generator up on the rooftop, so she asks him if he's ever checked it out. Clearly he hasn't, because he didn't even have any idea about that. He'd probably have gone up to use it if he was aware, so he just stares at her in bemusement when she brings it up. The reason she's aware of this is because she was in charge of the solar generator for a little while due to a support project linked with a small business. Back then, they installed it on the rooftop, but it was halted after a flaw was discovered even before it went on sale. Song is pretty curious when she mentions some about a flaw, but she admits that she doesn't even know exactly what happened. Sion does have the details, but she knows that it wasn't a safety issue. At this point, he simply asks her the most important question, which is whether she knows how to operate it. Thankfully, she does, since she was in charge of it for some time. Hearing this, our guy suggests that they go check it out right away. Shortly after, the two make their way to the rooftop where the snowstorm is still raging. They manage to force open the door even with the heap of snow there. It wasn't easy, but they did it, so afterward they take some time to catch their breaths. Now, Song looks up, asking if the solar generator is really up there, which she confirms once again. From our guy's experience, there's usually a temporary ladder attached to one of the metal platforms, but he can't find it right now. Thankfully, Xian spots it in time and then shows it to him. They go over to it, but Song immediately realizes that it's stuck. The ladder isn't coming down despite his best efforts. The ice must have frozen the ladder up there, so Song suggests that they'll just have to climb up like that. It's definitely not going to be an easy climb, and the lady isn't even sure that Song can go up to handle it. He doesn't say anything when she asks him, which suggests that he can't, so she volunteers to climb up and asks him to hold her up. Of course, he doesn't mind helping her, so he jacks her up on the count of 3, and she floats up to the top with ease afterward. Song watches her climb so gracefully and starts to see the athleticism she was talking about earlier. After a few seconds, he calls out to her, asking if she's seen the solar generator. At first, she doesn't see anything, but after a little digging through the snow, she finds the big solar panels lying there, so she lets him know that she's seen them. Sure, it's not very big, but she's still pretty excited to find it still there in good condition. Since it's small enough, she can take it apart to bring it down, but she'll need Song to catch it to avoid it getting damaged. Our guy assures her that he can handle that, so she slides down the first solar panel to him. Of course, he's in place and easily catches it. Song then passes the second, third, and fourth one to him. He catches all of them, and shortly after that, the lady comes back down to help him set them up. It takes time a while, but they eventually mount the panels for the generator. It was pretty tough, so they're both panting by the time they're done. From the look of things, Song thinks they should be done, and she confirms this, stating that the installation is now complete. It should normally be installed outside, but they can't do that with all the snow settling on the panels. It's fairly bright enough so Song wonders if the efficiency will be high with all the clouds in the sky. From what she remembers, the generator could charge a phone to 50% when the sun shines brightly. But that's if they collected power for half a day. Sadly, the sun is barely out right now, so they'll have to wait a while to see any results. Our guy plugs in the phone at 1%, and by the next day, they come back to meet a pretty underwhelming battery level of 9%. As you can imagine, this is extremely disappointing. Apparently, the voltage is so low that the estimated charging time is 12 days to get to 100%. And so, the MC doesn't even know what to think. As you can imagine, Song and Sion are pretty disappointed when they see the extremely low battery level. The lady can't believe that they could only get 8% of battery life after charging the phone overnight. She's not the only one feeling this way though, since Song is also really pissed that they went through all that trouble the previous day just to get such a poor result. His thoughts are suddenly interrupted when he notices Son rubbing her cold feet against each other to get some warmth. As much as he wishes so much that he could solve all of this, he knows that there's actually nothing they can do since the sun isn't even out yet. The lady claims that she actually expected something like this, but even at that, it still feels really disheartening to see it unfold like this. Sure, right now things are looking pretty bleak, but our guy believes that there's still hope. After seeing what happened, he feels that they can be positive because he's actually learned something new from it. Of course, Sion is very curious when she hears him say this because she has no idea what he could be talking about. She expresses her curiosity, and that's when he reveals that he knows where they'll go after they leave the office. At first, the lady doesn't understand what he means by this, but then in a flash, it suddenly clicks for her. Apparently, her guess is absolutely right because for some reason Song plans for them to go to the company's warehouse next. He's convinced that by doing so, they'll be able to find a good number of tools needed for survival along with some more food to keep going. After he breaks down the plan to Sion, she assures him that she's very much in support of the idea. Great, they're on the same page, but there's one major problem holding them back, which is the fact that our guy doesn't even know how they're supposed to get to the warehouse from the office they're in. If the car GPS doesn't work, then they'll have to find their way with just a phone, and there's already a glaring obstacle with this method, since they don't have enough battery life for that kind of mission. Song is pretty stumped at this point because he's not sure if it would even be wiser to draw a map on paper instead. He ponders deeply on the matter, but Son quickly interrupts his brainstorming session by telling him that he shouldn't even be bothered about that. She walks over to him and of course he's taken aback by what she just said. Song turns around to look at her with a look of bemusement plastered on his face, and that's when she informs him that the company house is actually close to her house. That being said, she knows exactly where the place is because she used to see it often whenever she was out for a walk. Son explains all this to the MC and assures him that he doesn't have to worry about finding his way there. Of course, this is amazing news for our guy since he was already beating himself up about it. He's relieved when she tells him all this and starts confessing how glad he is to have met her. Obviously, that makes both of them because even the lady was starting to feel hopeless when she was still all alone, but now that she has a goal, she feels a lot stronger. Looking back now, Song realizes that it was a really good decision to team up with San. The lady has proven to be very useful in such a short time. She knows how to do a lot of things and takes on the hard work. Even now, he can tell that her feet must be freezing, but she's never once tried to take his boots, which he finds really impressive. With all of this in mind, he finally decides to get her those winter boats he's been contemplating on. All of a sudden, he calls out to her, and when she turns to him wistfully, he asks her what her shoe size is. As you can imagine, this question came out of the blue, so she is pretty taken aback. She doesn't get where he's going with this, so she expresses her curiosity. Of course, Song isn't keen on telling her about the floating shopping window, so he just tells her that he came across some boots earlier, claiming that he'd like to give them to her if they fit. Siana said that she wasn't cold the other day on the roof, but our guy knows that it's probably not true. He offers to get her the winter shoes, and without any hesitation, she excitedly reveals that she's a size 230. Seeing the look on her face, Song is relieved that she's happy. Still feeling all excited, she asks if she can go with him to get the shoes, but he quickly tells her that he'll rather go by himself. Obviously, the winter shoes are not really in the building, so he tells her to wait and dashes off. Not long after, we see San trying on the new pair of white winter shoes, and she's really glad to see that they fit perfectly. Meanwhile, the MC receives some good news when a message from the system suddenly appears in front of him. It turns out that a party has just been formed, and as he reads further, we see that it's a party of two. That's him and San. Besides that, the coins acquired by party members are automatically his, which is definitely a good thing. Despite being pretty excited, Seong is also quite puzzled. This is the first time he's seen something like this, so he wonders if the shop window was just the beginning of something much bigger. If that's the case, then gaining more party members would be a huge advantage. Song figures all of this out pretty quickly, but he's still not sure why it's happening now all of a sudden. It makes him wonder if it's because he gave her an item for the shop as a gift. Song ponders deeply on all this while the clueless lady keeps thanking him for his kindness. Anyway, from the look of things it seems like he might just be able to increase the number of members of this party. Right now, he's lost in thought, wondering if other features get added too since the shopping window probably wasn't the only mysterious thing around. He's so engrossed in this matter that he doesn't even realize that San-Ah has been trying to get his attention. She's been calling out to him for a couple minutes, but he doesn't hear her, so she finally gets fed up and goes closer to him. Obviously, she can't see the floating window, so when Song finally answers her, she asks him if he's actually okay. She informs him that he zoned out all of a sudden, which got her concerned. Hearing this, our guy quickly claims that he is just a little dizzy, suggesting that it's because he hasn't been eating well lately. This makes sense, so Seon-Ah figures that they should probably eat something before it turns into a problem. Song realizes that Seon-Ah hasn't noticed anything yet, which makes him pretty curious. It's starting to look like he's still the only one who can see the floating windows, even though he's formed a party with her. He's not sure, so he decides to just watch closely for the meantime. With this in mind, he supports Seon-Ah's idea, claiming that he'll feel better after eating something. Days pass and the Ice Age apocalypse extends to 2 weeks. It's the 14th day of being trapped in the zombie-infested building, and it's also been 3 days since their water ran out. At this point, our guy is starting to find his thirst unbearable, so he's desperate for any water he can find. Song looks like he's about to lose his mind as a result of the thirst, and Seon-Ah is no different, so it becomes clear that they need to melt some snow. The lady agrees with him and decides to go get the papers and documents that she came across earlier. She springs into action, so the MC does the same. As desperate as he is, he still knows that they should probably light the fire on the rooftop since they wouldn't want to have to deal with flames inside. That being said, he picks up a table and heads up to the roof to make a spot for the fire. Soon enough, they are outside and Song is going through the papers and documents that Seon-Ah brought with her. While he's at it, he keeps thinking of the risks involved with what they're about to do. If they light a fire outside, then the smoke will likely attract the plunderers who have been in hiding. Song is aware that there are people who mainly roam in groups, committing all forms of crimes from robbery to sexual assault to even murder. The MC didn't want to do anything that could catch the attention of the people in the building next door, but he's way too thirsty and cold right now, so he can't take it anymore. That being said, he creates a decent spot and finally starts the fire by lighting up the papers. As you can imagine, the heat from the flames is absolutely amazing to the both of them. It's so surreal, and Song is still really excited that they managed to achieve this. As for Seon-Ah, the warmth from the fire makes her feel alive again for the first time in days. Soon enough, the snow that they gathered begins to melt, and so she happily informs Song that they now have water. It doesn't take long for the pan of ice to be filled with water, so the two of them get their little cups and start drinking. As soon as Song takes his first sip, his eyes widen in amazement because he realizes how long it's been since he has warm water. Seon-Ah is so delighted as well because she had forgotten that this kind of warmth even existed in the world. After a while, she tells Song how glad she is that they didn't give up, and our boy just says the same thing. Things are really starting to look up from here, so our guy suggests that they keep working together this way, hopeful that they can make it to the end of this apocalypse. The story continues on the morning of the 15th day since they got stuck in the company building. Seon-Ah is the first to get up, so she tries to wake him up too. For some reason, she's panicking, so Song is pretty startled when he wakes up. She tells him that he needs to get up, so he asks her wrong, and that's when she points to something in the distance. Apparently, the people from the other building sent them a message. All the sleepiness vanishes from Song's face when he hears this, and then he asks his partner what exactly the message said. At this point, Seon-Ah reveals that the other survivors on that side appear to be coming to them. She explains this to our guy, leaving him in a daze, and then spells out the exact words they used. They literally said that they're going over to the company building to join Song and Seon-Ah. Our guy immediately gets up from the ground when he hears this and curiously asks her when she saw the note. Apparently, she saw the message a few seconds ago and came to wake him up right after. She believes that they left there after confirming that she has seen their message, so now, she believes that they're on their way already. As far as she's concerned, it's only a matter of time before they go out on the street in an attempt to come join them. As you can imagine, our guy doesn't like the sound of this at all. The survivors from the other side must have seen the fire last night and now think that Song has a lot of resources in the company building. Right now, he can't be sure if the other survivors are friendly or if they're actually plunderers, so he doesn't trust them. He makes this very clear to Seon-Ah, and they both decide not to join the people from across the way since they don't know them. The both of them decide to stay on their own, feeling that it could get dangerous for them, but sadly, this decision isn't theirs alone to make. All of a sudden, Seon-Ah spots the people from the other building out on the street. The guys are armed with weapons and their faces are masked, which is really bothersome for our guy. Seeing that the guys are outside already, it's clear that they have to act quickly, so he suggests that they pack their things before the visitors get to them. Meanwhile, downstairs, the armed survivors make their way into the company building, brutally running through all the zombies in their path. Our guy can sense it when they're in the building and finds it shocking that they're moving this quickly. They're fighting the zombies very systematically, and so, it's just a matter of time before these intruders catch up with them. At this rate, the armed survivors would get to them in 15 minutes, so the MC packs his things to get the hell out. After grabbing his stuff, he checks on Sa-an to see if she's done, but she's not. Meanwhile, back outside, the other survivors suddenly begin to get overwhelmed with the number of zombies that are coming after them. They're severely outnumbered, and it becomes clear that they can't keep out all the monsters, so they decide to run for their lives instead. The intruders take a break from fighting and burst through the glass doors of the building to escape the zombies. Of course, when our guy sees this, he begins to panic even more. He curses in frustration because now the other guys are going to reach them even sooner. Desperate to escape, he turns to check on San again. He asks if she's okay when he sees her crouched down to the ground. Apparently, she gathered everything already, but she wasn't able to carry the big solar panels. Sure, they need the panels for energy, but right now, it's only going to slow them down if they try to carry them, so Song tells her to leave them behind. Of course, the lady is reluctant to do this since the panels are the only power supply they have. However, our guy insists that survival comes first. So, after contemplating for a while, she agrees with him and decides to move out. The two grab their stuff along with their weapons and make their way out to the stairway. As soon as they come out, they realize that the other survivors are already coming upstairs. Sadly, now they have another problem because they're not sure if they should go up to the rooftop or down to the lower floors. It would be easier to go up to the roof, and it will also be easier to defend themselves at first. However, if this drags on, they could get stuck up there and the cold would put them at a serious disadvantage. Our boy can already foresee some of the problems that could come with being stuck on the roof, so he decides that it's wiser to go down to the lower floor. Song and San make the way downstairs despite the risk of coming across the intruders. They make it safely to the 6th floor and immediately begin to make preparations. Our boy suggests that they block the entrance immediately and hold their ground to avoid getting caught off guard. Of course, Sion is ready to give her all, so they both stand guard at the entrance and brace themselves for what is to come. At the same time, the intruders keep advancing and their footsteps are getting a lot louder to the MC. Song tells her to get ready, and that's when he hears the railings vibrating. It's clear now that the intruders are even closer than before, so it's just a matter of time before they find them. Sion can see everything going on, so she doesn't even need our guy to tell her that the intruders are checking the place in search of any other survivors. At the moment, the armed men are on the 4th floor, tearing apart the entire place to find something. When they don't find anything there, they move up to the 5th floor. Song can sense this, so he knows that the intruders will be on the 6th floor any moment now. Song and his partner have already barricaded the door to prepare for this. They're waiting there for the men to come in, but they're shocked when that doesn't happen. All of a sudden, they can't hear the noises anymore, which leaves them baffled. Song doesn't get why the intruders aren't coming up anymore. The lady can also sense that something feels off, so she begins to panic as well, and while she's still trying to figure out what's going on, the whole place starts to vibrate. Glass shattered all over and the quaking sends our guy falling to the ground. After this happens, San is even more confused. She turns to check if Song is okay and the MC does the same, asking if she's fine. They get back on their feet, hoping to find an answer for what just happened, and the lady suggests that it could have been some kind of explosion. Of course, it seems likely, so this makes Song panic. There are only 2 of them, so he doesn't get why the intruders would even bother with explosives. At that moment, he suddenly remembers the note he found days ago, warning him to avoid the 5th floor. All of a sudden, pieces of the puzzle start falling in place as several memories run through Song's mind. He remembers San telling him that she thinks the section chief is still alive. He remembers that she said that the manager would either be on the 3rd floor or the 5th. And so now, after hearing that explosion from below, it all starts to make sense. Our guy suddenly has an idea and asks the lady to follow him so they can go check the lower floors. As you'd expect, she's taken aback by this idea because this isn't even a good time to take a risk like that. However, the MC is clearly not going back on this decision, so she follows him nervously, wondering if this is going to be okay. In response, our guy insists that everything will be fine because if his guess is correct, then they'll finally be able to find the answers they've been looking for. By the time they get down to the 5th floor, they're astounded by the amount of rubble they come across. There's no doubt that an explosion took place here, so our guy knows that they can't afford to let their guard down now. He tells San to stay sharp, and of course the lady is locked in, just like him. While they're quietly moving down there, they sense something strange. Sion is the first to notice it, so she calls Song's attention to it. The assistant manager turns to it, and by the time they shine their flashlights in that direction, they're stunned to discover a corpse lying there. From the look of things, these dead bodies have not been lying here for too long, which makes them understand just how dangerous the place is. San begins to panic after seeing the corpse, but our boy knows better than to lose his composure. With this in mind, he decides to go investigate, but first, he tells the lady to stay put and wait for him. It's definitely something to worry about when he sees fresh corpses lying around, but Song chooses to remain calm. It's a truly brutal scene on display, but right now, he's more interested in finding out why there are only 2 dead bodies there. He takes a look around and realizes that there probably aren't any explosives left. He reaches the door and is shocked to find that it's been completely blown away by the explosion. It's pretty scary, but the brave hero goes in anyway to investigate some more. And that's when he begins to hear some voices. The person talking seems to be very upset with his shitty life, and it appears that a group of people are trying to kill him. For some reason, the voice sounds pretty familiar to our guy, and after listening for a while, he realizes that it's Chief Choi talking. With this in mind, our guy confirms that the explosion must have been the old man's doing. So far, that's the only thing Song has been able to confirm, and he still needs to figure out what and who the man is talking to. Determined to get some answers, our guy enters the office and calls out to the section chief curiously. The man sees him and is immediately excited about it. He recognizes our boy as the assistant manager, but then all of a sudden, the look on his face turns into something else. Just then, he starts begging our guy to save him. The man desperately crawls over to our guy asking for help, and that's when Song sees that the guy's leg is gone. He keeps begging him, telling him how much he wants to live. Choi cries out, talking about how unfair life is. Obviously, he doesn't want to die like this, so he's desperate for Song to save him. As you can imagine, our guy is not too keen on getting close to the injured man because he's not even sure of the situation on ground. He stands there dumbfounded and reluctant to go into the dark where the old man is. Just then Son Ah arrives right behind him, curiously asking what's going on. She heard the voice too and recognized it, so now she's wondering if Chief Choi is still alive. She's still talking to Song when the injured man emerges from the darkness once again, looking full of hope now that Son Ah is here. He asks her to remember him, begging her to help him and save him from the clutches of death. She's stunned when she sees the man covered in blood, and as much as she'd like to help, there's not much they can do for him in his condition. Song tells the chief how sorry they are, explaining that they don't have any medicine to help him. Besides, they're not even doctors, so they don't know how to help him. However, the section chief is desperate to live, so nothing they're saying right now even makes any sense to him. He yells at them, insisting that there's a way he can survive, and this leaves the dude pretty confused. Seon I is still trying to figure out where the man is going with this when he reveals what he has in mind. Apparently, Choi is so desperate that he feels he won't die if he becomes a zombie. So, he asks them to bring one of the zombies over to him because if he gets infected, then he won't die. The chief knows how difficult that might be for them, so he suggests that they can also take him down to the first floor, where he'll just let himself get bitten. For some reason, he's convinced that this is a good idea, but our guy doesn't even know how to start explaining what a crazy plan it is. The man crawls over to him and holds his hands, hoping that he can convince them to play along with his mad idea. Sadly, Song Jin Seong can't see himself doing it, so he just apologizes to the chief once again, admitting that he can't help him. That being said, he lowers Choi's hand to the floor and creates some distance between them. At this point, the old man is furious, so he curses at them, wondering why the hell they can't help him now. Choi reminds them how he held off the raiders for them and expresses his disappointment that they can't repay the favor. He feels that they're screwing around with him and accuses them of not wanting to save him because they want to shack up together. As far as he's concerned, they're both selfish pieces of shit who don't want to help him. He calls Seon Ah a dirty bitch for flirting with him before and now hanging on to another guy. The man feels slighted, and since they don't want to help him, he doesn't mind if they all die together. One of the bombs didn't go off earlier, which means he still has one explosive left to use on them. At this point, it's clear that he's about to do something absolutely insane, but before he can even finish making his threats, he gets stabbed to death with the wooden spear. After dealing with Chief Choi, the duo take a look around the place and realize that those guys who came around were really raiders. It's clear that those people wanted to take their stuff because the bags they came with were totally empty. They check the weapons the guys came with and notice that the shield is broken from the explosion and can't be used. Besides that, the hammer they left behind is too heavy to carry, so now Song is conflicted. The MC carries all of the weapons while Son Ah keeps checking the bags. He looks at how messed up the place is, with the shattered glass everywhere, and suddenly says that the plunderers would have died anyway. This catches the lady off guard, so she asks him what he's talking about. As you can imagine, she still feels pretty bad that they had to kill the chief, so to hear Song say this leaves her puzzled. Seeing the look on her face, he states that Manager Choi would have died either ways from the blood loss. He would have slowly gone into shock from the excessive blood loss, so he believes that they reduced the old man's suffering by letting him die early. That being said, he assures her that there's no need to feel guilty. As far as Song is concerned, this is the best way things could have gone for them, because even if they helped him to become a zombie, they'd still have no choice but to kill him. It's pretty harsh, but it's the truth and a reality that they have to get used to. Son Ah stares at him, looking all dazed, but then after a while, she breaks the silence and agrees with him. She feels that he's absolutely right, and so she stops feeling bad about what happened. Soon enough, they get back to their mission to survive and they arrive at one of the shattered windows. Son Ah looks out the window and spots something crazy. It's a horde of zombies swarming out on the street. Later on, Song checks his phone for updates on the situation, wondering if anyone else felt the explosion. It was pretty huge, so he feels that the others should have sensed it too. Sure enough, they heard it, and they're also aware that it came from the Taesung Trading Building, which is where our boy has been since the apocalypse started. The people are aware of what happened, but nobody knows why it happened. The community knows that they started a fire too, which makes them a target now. Of course, this makes our guy really worried because now that it's a topic in the community, other raiders will come flocking too. On top of that, the zombies that swarmed outside are also a problem. Song has been watching everything since the day before, and while the zombies are spreading out again over time, most of them are still remaining. The lobby probably doesn't even have room to step. Now it's clear that they can't hesitate and let them occupy the emergency exit too. He figures that they leave at the earliest, the day after at the latest. Hearing this, Sean-ai is once again on board. It sounds like a good plan to her, and since they're on the same page, Song suggests that they go check the situation on the first floor. The MC picks up his flashlight and Sean-ai does the same. They strap the lights on their heads to help them see properly. After walking for a while, the lady stops all of a sudden because she hears a strange sound all of a sudden. By this time, they both hear a loud bang and Song figures that it must be coming from upstairs. They stare at each other at this point, unsure of what is to come, but they have to check it out, so our brave hero takes the lead. He takes a peek and sees a zombie walking around in the room. This makes Sean-ai begin to panic all of a sudden, so Song quickly shuts the door. She begins to freak out, fearing that Choi could be in there, but our guy knows that it's the guilt talking right now. So, he assures her that it's not possible for Choi to be there. His head was pierced through, so even if he got infected later, he would still die. Still, she can't get herself to calm down. She's afraid that one of the raiders got bitten on a lower floor, but Song assures her that it's not the case. If that was true, they probably would have turned into a zombie by the time they arrived. That being said, Song suggests that it's probably a survivor from the 3rd floor that went up to the 5th floor. It's either that, or something came in through the broken window on the 5th floor. Of course, the latter would be way too bad for them to deal with, so the two of them decide to assume that it's the former. Now that they have this idea, the MC suggests that they go back down to the 1st floor. The hero never imagined that the situation would get this bad. It's right to say the 1st floor has been completely overrun, so this makes him remember the security room where he spent some time. He wonders what the assistant manager Choi Jae-sung is doing. If he was in the security room, he would have heard and felt the explosion closer than anyone. With this in mind, he realizes that going out that way would actually be suicide. At this point, Seon-ah suggests going out through the underground parking garage. Thankfully, our guy was thinking the same thing, so they head down that way. There were no zombies when they checked before, but that might have changed, so he reminds her to be alert. Sure enough, there are several zombies down there now, but there aren't too many. There are about 10, which is a lot fewer than what's in the lobby. The place is filled with cars because everyone left their cars when the snowstorm started. The duo can use this to their advantage because there are plenty of cars they can use as cover. Besides that, the zombies might not even smell them either if they move quickly since it's underground. Just then, our guy notices a reflection in a mirror and asks Seon-ah if she can make out what's in it. His eyesight isn't that good, so he can't see it properly. Seon-ah can't see that much better than him, but she can see that the frequency of zombies on the other passage is similar to what they have on this side. This feedback is enough for our guy to make a decision, and so he suggests that they go up to the 7th floor for now. Later on, the two get some rest, and while they're waiting there, Seon-ah talks about how much better it would be if they could just travel by car. Sadly, this might not work because the batteries in most of the cars would have died since they've been sitting in the cold for over 2 weeks. The car option isn't going to work, so she wishes that they could use bicycles. Sadly, there are none, so they'll just have to walk. Once that's out of the way, the two get back to planning their escape with a map. After they're done making plans, they try to get some rest, but the cold is absolutely freezing with a temperature of -35 degrees. Neither of them are able to sleep in these conditions, so after shivering violently for a while, Seon-ah finally decides to break the silence. She asks Song if he's still awake, and he answers, even though it's obvious. Well, he's been tossing and turning all night, so she could tell that he hasn't been able to sleep. Besides the cold, she can sense that he's worried about something and feels that it's probably because he's been thinking about the person on the 1st floor. He's worried about Jae-sung and he admits it, so Seon-ah tells him that he can go bring the guy if he wants. However, the MC doesn't take this offer because he knows that doing that could endanger their lives. Right now, she's his only ally in this apocalypse and he can't risk losing her. But then again, he just feels bad because Jae-sung seemed trustworthy. Hearing this, Seon-ah admits that it's unfortunate that the person is someone he trusts. She reminds him that there will probably be more dangerous situations once they go outside, insinuating that they hold on to anyone they can trust. As soon as our guy hears this, he asks if she'd be okay if Jae-sung joined them, and she assures him that she doesn't mind. Hearing this, our guy gets on his feet like he's just made a decision and quickly picks up his phone. He tells her that he's going to use his phone for a while, so she can turn away if the screen is too bright. Seon-ah doesn't mind, of course, so she gives him room to do so. Song opens his chat with Jae-sung and sends a message, asking the guy to meet up with him at the emergency exit on the 1st floor at 6 a.m. if he is planning to escape the building. The next day, which is 17 days since the apocalypse started, our boy and his partner get ready for the big move. It's 5:40 am and Song is anxiously waiting to hear from Jae-sung. There's still no response from his fellow assistant manager. He's disappointed when he sees this, but Son reminds him that they might be waiting for him at the emergency exit, urging him to go with him and stay positive. So, they too make their way down the building from the 5th floor to the 3rd, and finally to the 1st floor. By the time they get to the emergency exit, there's no one else there, which just confirms what Song has been worrying about. Still, they wait for a while, and 3 minutes after the appointed time, they're still not joined by anyone. Seon knows that this is important to him, so she asks if he'd like to wait a while longer. Of course he does, so they wait for 2 more minutes, and by the time it's 6:05 am, there's still no one that comes around. Now at this point, it's time for our boy to make the difficult choice. By the time Song, and Seon make it to the exit on the ground floor, it's pretty clear that no one else will be joining them. Our guy was really hoping that their other colleagues would see the message and come on time, but seeing that nobody else is there, there's nothing they can do about it. They just have to keep moving before the zombies get to them. Before setting off, they look out the glass door and notice a lone zombie wandering outside. This zombie wasn't there before, which means that it's just a matter of time before more appear. That being said, our guy suggests that they'll have to take it out immediately, but for that they'll need to go with Plan A. Back at the underground parking lot, we see the two stealthily trying to make their way past the zombies. Looking around, they can confirm that it's just like the community said. The zombies keep circling the same spots, and the ones who aren't moving this way are just standing still. While they're trying to be as quiet as possible behind a car, they suddenly come across one zombie standing right next to the vehicle. It only takes a single look at one another for them to know that they have to take it out. So, Song slowly stands up to make the move, but as soon as he takes a step toward the zombie, the noise comes out a lot louder than he hoped, and the undead monster instantly detects it. These zombies are already notorious for having insanely enhanced hearing abilities, so the sound gives his location away and the creature charges at him. This zombie in particular is pretty quick, but our guy sees the attack coming, and of course, he braces himself for it. Song grips his weapon tightly with a confident smirk on his face as the zombie comes towards him. But just when it looks like he's about to take on the monster, Son comes out of nowhere to strike the undead monster. She whacks the zombie in the head and mercilessly beats it to death. We're certain she killed it because a notification pops up, stating that Song's party member has just mined a coin. Our guy is also informed that this coin is now bound to the party leader, who just happens to be him. In other words, Song just gained another coin thanks to Son's wonderful fighting skills. As you'd expect, the MC is more than happy to see that the lady is more than capable of taking out a zombie, so he quietly commends her with a thumbs-up gesture. At the same time, Seon is pretty proud of herself, especially after seeing how impressed Song is. She smiles at him with bright red cheeks, and they both continue their journey shortly after. They keep moving through the parking lot as quietly as they can, and it doesn't take too long before they finally make it outside. Once they're out there, they're instantly reminded of the endless snowstorm that's been going on for weeks now. The air is absolutely freezing, and even though they expected it to be very cold, they definitely didn't imagine it would be this bad. It's so unbearable that Song fears that they'll freeze to death if they even consider sleeping out there. Obviously, they can't stay out for much longer, so our guy suggests that they keep moving. Son agrees with him, but insists that they head down to Cheongjakyeon before anywhere else. Our boy finds this to be a brilliant idea since it's safer for them. After all, zombies can't go up or downstairs. These two keep moving through the snowy, zombie-infested streets, determined to survive despite the incredibly harsh conditions. After a while, the hazardous elements start to get to them, and Seon is the first to complain. As far as she's concerned, they're moving way slower than she expected, and she'd definitely like to pick up the pace. However, our guy reminds her that they don't have much of a choice. After all, moving slowly is way better than getting spotted by the zombies and having to fight them. Of course, she knows that he's right, so she sucks it up and forces herself to keep moving through the blizzard. Thankfully, after a very arduous journey, their destination is finally in sight. Seon is so relieved to see that they're almost at Cheongjakyeon. As excited as Song also is, he reminds her that they can't let their guard down. He urges her to be very careful, because there's a ton of zombies swarming near the police station. After a while, their destination is only 30 meters ahead, and shortly after that, they only have to keep walking for about 20 meters. Soon, it's 17 meters, and just like that, step by step, the two get closer to their goal. Unfortunately, just when they're so close to the end of the journey, the snow suddenly starts coming down harder. Song immediately knows that this is very bad for them, especially since the wind picks up in a flash. This makes things a lot harder for them since their scents will be carried toward the horde of zombies in no time. Before he can even finish the thought, Son notices it as well. The wind is blowing rapidly toward the police station, so they've only got a few seconds before the zombies catch their scent. Sure enough, The wind blows their human essence right into the nostrils of the undead, and just like that, there's a swarm of zombies charging at them. Xian starts panicking when she sees the monsters coming, so she asks Song what to do. I mean, he's the party leader, so he should have a plan, right? Well, he doesn't have one right away, but seeing that they'll be mauled to death in a few seconds, the gears in his head start turning real quick. Song knows that going down to Cheongjiakian right now would be suicide, so that's out of their options. The zombies can't walk down the stairs, but that doesn't mean they can't come down the steps now that they've caught their scent. It's a chase now, so whether these two like it or not, these mindless brain eaters will probably tumble down somehow. Of course, our guy has already thought of this, so he knows that such a thing will make a lot of noise and just attract more zombies to come swarming in. With this in mind, he concludes that the best way to go would be to get into a building as soon as possible. Right now, any building would be enough, but there's a major problem with that plan. You see, all the open entrances are already surrounded by the zombies, and if they try breaking into a locked building, the noise will only draw the undead creatures to them. Our guy is seriously brainstorming right now, but it's clear that he needs to speed it up if he doesn't want to be torn apart in seconds. Xian points this out to him, stating that they have to do something and not just wait there like sitting ducks. In that moment, the MC is forced to make a decision, so without overthinking it, he decides that they head left. He looks over there, referring to the bus just sitting there. As soon as they see the opportunity, they run as fast as they can toward it. But that's when they're met with another challenge. The door is locked shut, and despite all their pushing and pulling, they're unable to open it. San gets frustrated and concludes that there is no point trying anymore. She considers breaking the glass window with her stick, but of course, that's not a very good idea, so our guy tells her to wait a second. He looks through the window and notices that the key is still in the ignition. As you can imagine, this is enough motivation to keep trying, so he shoves the metal part of his weapon in between the door and finally gets it open. Xian goes in first, and by the time Song looks to the side, he sees that the zombies are merely a few feet away from getting to him. Thankfully, he gets into the bus before they can reach him, and then uses his stick to keep the door shut. Of course, he knows that this is just a temporary fix, so he gets right to work, trying to figure out how to start the bus. He knows that it's only a matter of time before the zombies get in, and San confirms his fear by telling him just how close the brain eaters are. He tries to start the engine, but it doesn't work at first, and it's looking like they're finally going to be sitting ducks. The stick holding the door will definitely not stay there for long, so he suggests that they try blocking the entrance before the zombies get to them. Meanwhile, they're both still praying for the engine to start, and after a couple tries, the bus finally starts. Sadly, this joy is short-lived because the engine just goes off once again, leaving our guy extremely frustrated. Song tries again, but by this time, it's already too late because the zombies are right outside the door. Xian stands there to stay on guard, and for good reason, because the glass door alone is definitely not enough to keep the vicious zombies outside. The first one smashes through the door, desperately trying to get to them, but she just stabs it with her spear and sends it right back outside. She stabs a couple of them to buy our boy some time while he desperately tries to start the engine. Just when it looks like they're cooked, Song finally starts the bus, and without even thinking about it, he floors the pedal to get the hell out of there. The bus accelerates so fast that Xian falls back when it starts moving. The poor girl didn't see it coming. Song sees his colleague flat on her back and immediately checks on her to see if she's okay. Thankfully, she's fine, and it's not like they can stop moving now, so he simply advises her to hold on tight. Song puts his foot on the gas and starts speeding toward one of the buildings. He doesn't plan to ram in there, of course, so he steers away from the glass doors, but then he's headed for another building before he knows what's happening. Song tries to stop the bus by using the brakes, but nothing seems to be working. The vehicle doesn't slow down because of how frozen the roads are now, so they're both just praying for the tires to grip the road. It's clear that they're headed right into a wall, so while Song is still trying to stop the bus, San just closes her eyes to brace for impact. Thankfully, by the time she opens her eyes, they're still alive and the bus is still in one piece. Of course, this is a big relief to see that the bus finally stopped. San goes straight to the window and confirms that the door is still locked properly. This is a good thing, because at least the immediate danger has been dealt with. Well, they're safe inside for now, but judging by the number of zombies pounding on the windows, they know that they have to come up with a plan fast. Xian can tell that these monsters aren't stopping anytime soon, so she suggests that they need something to draw the zombies' attention. Right now, our boy can't think of anything to help with that, so he figures that the only way that can work is if someone happens to pass by. They need to hope that happens very quickly because the zombies are crowding in more and more. Just thinking about this gets our guy frustrated because of how helpless he is. Song is also very worried because if this keeps up, then it's just a matter of time before the bus tips over. The number of zombies keeps increasing and they keep banging on the bus, which scares the two partners. At this point, the MC begins to wonder if this is really the end. It's looking like this is where his story ends, and just thinking about it makes his blood boil. After everything it took him to get here, he refuses to accept that this is how it's all going down. Song is convinced that there has to be something he can do. There just has to be a way out of this, so he forces himself to think hard. While he's busy brainstorming, Sion calls his attention to something else. All of a sudden, some metal poles and other stuff fall down on the other side of the road, and the noise is so loud that it attracts the zombies. Almost all the mindless brain eaters run toward the noise, and this buys the MC and his partner some time. San sighs in relief, knowing that it was definitely a close call, but as much as they're probably thanking their stars, our boy is still really curious as to what caused the noise. He looks out the window trying to figure out what happened, and he notices that there are still a few zombies lurking around. Hearing this, Sion assures him that the others will go away too soon enough, and that's when he asks her if she saw where those metal objects came from. Apparently, she saw it happen, so she tells him that it was from the second or third floor. As you can imagine, the MC is very curious as to what it could have been, and his partner admits that she's not even sure. From all indications, she's convinced that it might have been another survivor who still has a bit of humanity left in them. She's still saying this when her thoughts are suddenly confirmed. The moment San looks up, she sees the same person she saw earlier. It's the person who helped them distract the zombies, so she's really excited to see the person waving at them. Song sees his partner waving back against this person, so his curiosity is piqued. He gets up, squinting his eyes to see who the person is. From the long hair, he figures that it's probably a woman, and that's when San notices that the person is holding binoculars too. Apparently, our boy didn't notice this before, so he's pretty taken aback. Anyway, San proceeds to show her gratitude by typing a thank you message in her phone and showing it to the other survivor. Sure enough, the lady with the binoculars is able to read the message clearly, and after that little exchange, Sion notices that the lady just gave them a thumbs up. As for our boy, he's just glad to see that there's still some humanity left in people after all. His partner is also relieved to see this because it would be too sad if all the living humans were just raiders. Clearly, Song feels the same way, and he's so grateful that he wishes he could give the lady some of their instant noodles as a show of appreciation. Well, he quickly learns that they don't even have any noodles anymore because Sion quickly reminds him that they're all out. Bro forgot that he had already eaten all of his rations before now. They both joke about their lack of food, and after sharing a good laugh, Sion asks if he thinks that there'd be ramen in the distribution warehouse. At least that's what she thinks. Song is convinced that there should actually be food there, so he suggests that the first thing they do when they get there is to eat some ramen, and of course, Sion is all for that idea. The two office workers are forced to wait in the bus throughout the day, and soon, the sun goes down, so they just sit at the back of the bus, shivering in the cold. Song notices that San is feeling unwell, so he checks up on her, but she's surprised that he's even still awake. Sure, he's awake and he also looks sick, but he's more concerned about her, because she's completely pale right now. He looks outside the window and sees the wind still blowing strong, and this is obviously not good for them. He thought that they would be fine inside the bus, but now he can see that these thin windows can't keep out the freezing cold. Later on, San wakes up again and he realizes that the cold woke her up. He's definitely worried about her, but she keeps assuring him that she'll be fine. Song takes her hand and realizes that her body is absolutely freezing. Her lips are blue and she's been shivering nonstop since earlier. It's not like he's doing any better though, but he's just worried about her. Song can see the confusion on her face, so he tries to explain to her why they need to warm up. If they don't do that, then they won't be able to move properly. Sure, she gets what he's trying to say, but besides starting a fire, she can't think of any other way for them to warm themselves. After hearing this, our guy goes quiet for a while as the gears in his head start turning again. He brainstorms for a few seconds and then finally decides that they have to light a fire. As you can imagine, this idea sounds strange to her because they're literally inside a vehicle. She can't believe that he's even serious for suggesting that they start a fire inside the bus because they'll literally suffocate for sure. Well, Song already knows that this is a possibility, so he explains that this is why they need a vent for the smoke. Song knows that it will be too loud if they break a window, and of course, that will just attract the zombies to them again. Just then, they both look up at the ceiling and have the same idea. They see the hatch up there, so Sion immediately shoves her stick to see if she can create an opening. Thankfully, it works, so Song suggests making a few more holes. Shortly after that, we see that the two actually made a fire inside the bus, and their little gimmick with the holes in the ceiling works as some kind of chimney. While warming themselves by the flames, Son suddenly shows him something on her phone. Apparently, it's a post that went up earlier that morning, and she has a feeling that it might just be about them. The post talks about two survivors, a man and a woman who escaped Seoul by bus. He also sees a message that's allegedly from the people who helped them distract the zombies earlier. After reading the message, Song definitely feels that it's about them, but he's not sure yet, so he figures that they try confirming. He picks up the phone and asks the others to tell them which building they're in. Sure enough, they respond, revealing that it's the officetal building, stating that there's a convenience store on the first floor. In order to confirm that they're on the same page, the other survivors ask them which car is parked right in front of the convenience store. Son immediately goes to take a look and confirms that it's a white Sonata. Our guy passes on the message, and the people on the other side reveal that he's correct. Now that they're all sure who they're talking to, Song thanks them again for helping them out with their zombie situation. And then, the others respond by asking if they can join the duo on the bus. Seeing this, Song shows Sion the message and asks her what she thinks. The scene shifts and the story continues the next morning. On the chat, a message came in that morning from a guy who woke up, and as soon as he opened his window, he was shocked to see a zombie crawling up the wall. As you'd expect, he freaked out and started throwing everything he had at it, hitting it in the head until it fell back down. Other users see this message and of course, they're shocked because they didn't know that the zombies have now somehow evolved into doing parkour. I mean, it literally sounds like mutant zombies are coming onto the scene now. The guy who dropped the message responds, claiming that the zombie looked oddly familiar, and so he checked only to find out that it was the manager of the indoor climbing gym next door. At this point, it's clear to them that there are zombies that retain their skills from before they turned. Meanwhile, back with our guy and his partner at exactly 8:56 am, Song suggests that they start preparing and Sion agrees with him. Before heading out, she asks him what he thought of that post they saw earlier on the chat about the mutant zombies. He claims that he actually expected that something like that would be the case, but Son is surprised to hear this. She wonders how he knew, so he reminds her of the explosion that shattered the windows back when they were on the 5th floor where manager Choi died. Son realizes that the zombies that got up there probably made it there by climbing the walls. Anyway, they come out of the bus back into the road where the zombies are still roaming all over. Of course, they don't want to be out here too long, so they keep hoping that the other survivors will join them soon. Thankfully, at exactly 900 am, someone steps out of the building and starts walking toward them. She's got a friendly smile on her face, so Sion figures that it must be the lady that helped them out the day before. For someone who's been trapped in this apocalypse, the woman looks really good, so Sion can't help but feel jealous, especially when she sees the padded jacket she's wearing. Song sees it as well and begins to think that they should also get some winter clothes like that. His partner feels that this lady must be so kind and she can't wait to team up and become a trio. Unfortunately, her hopes are instantly dashed when a zombie flies out of nowhere and bites the new girl in the neck. It happens so fast that they can't even believe it. Even the girl is too stunned to move, and while the others are watching in horror, the zombie proceeds to feast on her. It's truly a gruesome sight, but they can't even gasp or scream in horror, because that would just make them the next item on the menu. To make matters worse, the potent smell of blood fills the air immediately, so Song knows that it's just a matter of seconds before the other zombies swarm the place. He covers his mouth to stop himself from making a sound. And even though he feels bad for the new girl, staying here just puts them at risk, so he decides that they get the hell out of there. He starts walking away, but Sion doesn't move a muscle. He realizes that she's not following him, so he turns around to call her, and that's when he sees that she's still in a daze. She keeps staring at the poor girl getting devoured by the zombie, so he pulls her arm to get her attention. Thankfully, she finally spans out of the trance and urges her to move on despite what just happened. After all, it's the only thing they can do if they want to survive. Eventually, Son comes around, and from the look on her face, you can tell that she's probably never going to be the same after what she just witnessed. The both of them continue their journey and eventually make it to the subway. Of course, it's very dark down there, so Song just stands at the top of the stairs to consider their options for a second. While looking down the dark stairway, Sion asks if this is really the right way to go. Well, it's not like our guy can know for sure. However, what he does know is that the surface is too risky, and there are too many variables up there. But then again, there's a possibility that all the people who were on the trains and the station got infected after the apocalypse started. There's a chance that they'd be walking into a zombie-infested death trap, so our guy is hesitant to go down. He's still brainstorming when all of a sudden, the wind picks up again. San notices immediately, so she calls out to him, but he already knows. He's also aware that it's never a good thing when that happens, so he ultimately decides that they head down to the subway. They turn on their flashlights and make it down the stairs, but after walking for a while, they don't come across any zombies. Sian is surprised to see this because she was probably expecting the place to be swarming with the undead brain eaters. Either way, our guy is not exactly relieved because, zombies or not, all that's left are corpses, which is not a good sign. Seeing all the dead bodies, Xian figures that they were trampled by a crowd or something. The corpses aren't that many, which catches Song's attention. He surmises that the ones who died were probably stuck in the subway and couldn't escape. He's still investigating the scene when his partner taps him on the shoulder from behind to get his attention. He turns around with an anxious look on his face, and that's when she shows him a convenience store. A big smile creeps up on his face when he sees it because he feels that they just hit the jackpot or something. They both enter the place, eager to get some supplies and, more importantly, food. However, that smile is quickly wiped off his face because as soon as they enter the place, they find that it's completely empty. All of a sudden, he's starting to see exactly why there weren't any zombies around. It's looking really hopeless right now, but Sion still feels that they can salvage something out of the place. She noticed the leftover soda cans were smashed, so she thinks that it's a sign and suggests that they check the storage room for some stuff. They get into the room and, surprisingly, there's actually a few cans of beer sitting on the shelf. As you can imagine, our boy is so excited to finally get his hands on some booze for the first time in weeks. Maybe he did hit the jackpot after all. Anyway, from the look of things, someone probably left these behind on purpose, so he doesn't think they should take everything. Song asks Sion if they should just take a can or two, and the lady just nods in agreement. Shortly after that, they make their way out of the store and back to the subway. Song was able to get something he was craving, but that's not exactly the case for Sion. She really hoped that the clothing stores would have something for them, but they were looted till nothing was left. When she says this, Song admits that he was also hoping to get a few things from the store too. I mean, their biggest issue right now is surviving the freezing cold, so San really wanted some winter clothes. I mean, it's still only summer and she knew that there'd be mostly summer clothes, but she didn't even expect that every single piece of clothing would be gone. While the clothing store was empty, Song noticed that the phone store just next door wasn't even touched. Well, that makes sense since only a few survivors even know that there's a way to communicate anymore. Soon, they get to the tracks and it becomes pretty clear that they'll have to walk a lot more than they thought. Trains aren't working anymore and Sion believes that they would have to walk about 20 kilometers. As soon as Song hears this, he starts moving, but before he can march ahead of her, she pulls him back to show him something weird that she saw earlier. It was so weird that she took a photo. Sion takes out her phone and shows him the picture in her gallery. It appears to be some kind of note left behind by someone. The writer claims that they expected chaos to come, but not like this. That it's far beyond anything they imagined and that they're scared now, not sure what to do or where to go because they can't find their way. After reading this note, our boy immediately gets the feeling that whoever wrote the note is somehow responsible for the apocalypse. They might have caused all this, but he can't be sure, so he just tells Sion how creepy he thinks the note is. Just then, her phone battery dies, so the MC simply suggests that they keep moving. The two walk down the tracks for several kilometers, and the farther they go, the more anxious they get. It's so clean along the tracks that it's unsettling, and Sion feels the same way. She thought that there would be bats or animals at least, but there's no sign of anything. Not even zombie corpses anywhere, which makes Song conclude that they're all gathered somewhere. Just thinking about it gives Sion chills, and she keeps wondering what would happen if they run into the zombies soon. Just then, they finally come across the abandoned train, so they stop in their tracks, unsure of their next move. The story continues with our guy and his partner going right into the abandoned train to look for anything that can be useful to them. Seong focuses on the lower levels like the floor and under the seats, while Sion searches the ceiling in the meantime. However, even after looking for a while, they don't find anything at all, not even a single corpse. It's starting to look pretty fishy at this point, because there should actually be some abandoned stuff in there. And just when it looks like they're not going to find anything, Sion notices a small object sitting on the overhead shelf. She quickly calls Song's attention to it and then brings it down, revealing the box. Our guy comes around to see, and by the time she opens the box, they both discover that it is a kitchen knife sitting in there. It's still pretty shiny with no rust, suggesting that it's quite new. Despite being pretty confused by the whole thing, Sion inspects the knife without hesitation. She notices that the blade is a little short but admits that it's sharp enough, feeling that it will be useful. It turns out she's not the only one who found something. because our guy suddenly reveals that he also discovered something over in the other compartment, so he opens his backpack to take out the item. Song hands it over to her and she immediately recognizes it as a Bluetooth speaker, but she's not exactly sure why he took it. So, he explains that it could come in handy later when they're trying to lure the zombies. Shortly after finding the knife and the speaker, the duo resume their search inside the train car, but they don't find anything at all and start to realize that they should probably have come here sooner. At this point, it's looking like there's nothing else that can be of use to them in there, so Song suggests that they head out and keep moving. He helps Sion, get off the train, and after walking a few meters, they notice something strange ahead of them. They stop in their tracks to take a closer look, and that's when they see the human-like figure standing in the middle of the tracks. Song and Sion are immediately alarmed at this point because they know that it's probably a zombie. Sure enough, their fears are confirmed when the zombie slowly emerges from the shadows and starts walking toward them. For some reason, the zombie doesn't show any reaction despite sensing their presence. It just keeps staring at them, which leaves our boy pretty confused and anxious. Besides the fact that the undead monster is standing in their way, Song is even more worried by the sheer size of the thing. The zombie is so huge, and he's almost certain that it is at least 2 meters tall. But while he's still trying to wrap his head around his bug, the zombie is Sion. Suddenly reveals that she recognizes the zombie. Apparently, she knew the man before he got infected, so she immediately tells Song that the guy they're looking at used to be a pro baseball player from the KBO. Song isn't too surprised when she says this. In fact, it makes a lot of sense because it explains why the zombie is so huge. And so, he suggests that they avoid the guy as best they can. With this in mind, they keep moving forward, and by the time they get close to the zombie, the big guy has already moved to the side. This allows them to quietly walk past him, hoping that they do not get detected by him. Sadly, despite moving as silently as possible, the zombie somehow senses them. He probably perceives their scent and turns to face them. He still can't see them, but he definitely knows they're there, and so our boy begins to panic a bit. They're still hoping they can safely pass, but this hope is quickly dashed when the zombie turns to them with an ominous glint in his eyes. The moment Song sees this, he just curses in frustration, knowing that the sneaking game is over. The huge zombie charges at them, so Song tells his partner that they have no choice but to follow the same plan they used the last time. Thankfully, Sion knows exactly what he is talking about, so she understands what she needs to do. The lady gets out of the way while our guy stands his ground to face the first wave of attacks. The zombified sports star runs toward him, and he's instantly blown away by how fast the guy is. Still, he remains unfazed and braces himself for the clash. He points his weapon at the beast, but it doesn't slow down, and in a blink of an eye, the office worker finds himself standing face to face with the vicious zombie. The undead creature growls at him, so he stabs it in the chest with his wooden spear, and even though this isn't exactly going to do much damage, it's only a distraction to allow his partner to take over from there. With his spear buried in the zombie's chest, he gives Sion the signal, so she comes in swiftly to deliver the finishing blow. Before the zombie can even realize what's going on, she whacks him in the head with her golf club. She hit the zombie so hard that the metal stick practically snaps in two. The zombie yells in pain, but it's not enough to knock it out. By this time, the lady is beginning to panic because her only weapon just got broken in two, and all she has left is a short metal rod. Meanwhile, the zombie very quickly recovers from her hit and turns to her with a menacing look on his face. The zombie growls, and before either of them can think of their next move, the undead brute charges at the lady. The zombie shoves Sion with so much force that it almost sends her flying. As for our guy, he's just overwhelmed by the sheer strength that this monster possesses. He knew that it was strong, but he didn't think that it would be this powerful, so now, their chances of survival are looking really slim. Meanwhile, the zombie suddenly rips the stick out from his chest and goes after the girl. From the look on the zombie's face, it's clear that he's ready to rip her apart, but Sion is also prepared to fight back. She decides to use the broken metal rod in that moment, and as the monster begins to move erratically, she takes the opportunity to stab the zombie in the back of the head. This time around, her strike packs a lot more sting and does enough damage to send the zombie falling headfirst. The force from the fall causes the zombie's skull to crack open, killing it in an instant. Once the threat is finally down, the both of them just stare at the corpse in relief, still finding it hard to believe what just happened. Sion still can't wrap her head around the zombie's insane physical power, and our guy is clearly feeling the same way. He can't believe that the monster was able to keep fighting even with the spear stuck in his shoulder. Thankfully, the fight is over now, and Sion is obviously the happier of the two survivors. She stomps on the zombie's corpse to finish the job, while Song simply apologizes for not doing better during the fight. Of course, she doesn't blame him for not taking the monster out on his own, so she assures him that there was really nothing more he could have done. That aside, her major concern right now is figuring out how to handle the issue of their broken weapons. For starters, her golf club has been reduced into a small rod, so she considers attacking it to the wooden spear from before. As you can imagine, our guy feels that this is a great idea. The wooden spear's top is wore down already, but her metal stick is still pretty sharp. Together, he believes that they'll make up for each other's weaknesses and the piercing power will be even greater. That being said, she proceeds to start tinkering, and after a while, she reveals the new and improved weapon. Seeing this, our guy is pretty impressed, but he also reminds her that they can't be in one place for too long. They took a break while she was fixing the weapon, so now he feels it's time to get moving again, and Sion agrees with him. A couple hours later, we see that the two survivors are getting pretty tired again. They've been walking for a long while, and Sion is starting to get a little frustrated because they've passed 5 whole train cars and didn't find a single useful thing in any of them. The whole thing is really killing their vibe, and Song is now very certain that someone else must have swept through the trains before them. As discouraging as it all seems, the lady still has high hopes. They can't stop moving even if they wanted to, so they just remain positive because they'll soon be at Sinseol Dong Station. Just as she says this, they both hear a loud bang erupt from the darkness ahead of them. It's clearly an explosion, but the MC can't even begin to imagine what could have caused it. All he knows for sure is that they shouldn't head that way. And so, without thinking too much about it, he grabs Sion's hand and urges her to run the other way as fast as she can. The two run away from the explosion, and after a while, when it feels like they're safe, they stop to catch their breaths. They're both panting in exhaustion, and that's when Sion finally asks him what he thinks that was back there. But before she can even say another word, he tells her to be quiet. Currently, they're hiding in one of the abandoned train cars, and the last thing Song wants is for them to draw any attention to themselves. He looks out the window to check what's going on there, and he's instantly startled by what he sees. All of a sudden, there's a lot of noise outside, and after taking another look, Song confirms that there's something bad charging towards them. It turns out that there's a very ferocious horde of zombies heading their way, and just looking at it is overwhelming. Son takes a look as well and immediately starts panicking, wondering if it's wiser to fight or run from the zombies. Of course, Song understands their current situation very well, so he knows that they can't take on that many zombies head-on, so he tells his partner to just hold on for the meantime. In a matter of seconds, the zombies are right behind the train, and then they slow down all of a sudden like they just sensed something. Our boy braces himself just in case they decide to attack, but then the zombies just run past the train once again. At this point, it looks like they're off the hook, but they can't be sure, so Song urges San to keep her guard up. As far as he's concerned, that wasn't the end back there. Sure, the first wave of zombies passed and it looked like they were good for a while. But just as our guy suspected, there were a lot more zombies to come. They look out the window and see another horde heading toward them. The number of zombies is just overwhelming, and they're not even sure what to do at this point. Now, the office worker is torn between going toward the station and going back. At the station, there are at least dozens of zombies swarming there, and in the opposite direction, an explosion just occurred there. Even worse, it's a place they've never even been to before, so they don't even know what's lurking on that side. Our boy is seriously brainstorming, trying to figure out what the best decision would be, and that's when Sion suggests that they consider just hiding. After all, she feels that this second wave of zombies will probably just pass them by like the first time, but our guy thinks that it's too risky. The last time, the zombies were in a frenzy, so they didn't have time to pick up their scents. However, that's not the case this time around, because this second wave of zombies is moving a lot slower. Some of them are even crawling into the train already, so Song is afraid that they might actually smell them. At this point, the two survivors are forced to make up their minds with no time to think further. And then San agrees to follow the MC's lead. And this just makes our guy even more nervous, because now it's all on him to make the right call. After a very brief mental debate, he decides that they go back the way they came. To him, it's better to go back now before the zombies spot them, and Sion doesn't argue. She follows his lead as promised, and the two make their way out of the train before any of the zombies can pick up their scents properly. He has a plan in mind right now, and all they have to do is reach the next section without getting caught. The MC climbs off the tracks, and suddenly, it looks like they'll be able to shake the zombies off their tails. By this time, they notice that there aren't any undead close to them anymore. Our guy is quite relieved, feeling that they'll be fine as long as they are careful. Song believes that they can avoid the remaining zombies as long as they don't make a mistake, so he reaches down to help pull San off the tracks as well, but that's when he realizes how slippery his palms are. Apparently, his sweat made it impossible to hold on to her, so she slips out of his grip and falls down onto the tracks. The poor girl suffers a heavy fall and lands directly on her back. She's probably in a lot of pain already, But that's not even their biggest problem at the moment. You see, the noise from her fall is so loud that it attracts the zombies lurking nearby. Just when they thought they were off the hook, they're right back in the running game. As you can imagine, the extremely sensitive creatures pinpoint the location where the noise came from and immediately start going there. Meanwhile, San is still wincing in pain after that nasty fall. She doesn't even have enough time to recover before she realizes that she's about to be surrounded by the vicious brain eaters. She looks back and sees them charging towards her, which just leaves her frozen in shock. Thankfully, Song helps her snap out of the daze by calling out to her, urging her to get back up, and he gives her a hand. This time, she grabs a hold in his wrist over his sleeve, and he does the same, which allows him to pull her up from the tracks. The lady is finally so close to safety, but then suddenly, one of the zombies grabs a hold of her boot. Her eyes widen in horror when she feels the hand wrap around her ankle, but she thinks fast and immediately kicks the zombie off her. She frees herself very quickly, and as you can imagine, the rest of the zombies don't appreciate that. This just makes them even more annoyed, so they start attempting to climb up from the tracks as well. Now, it's clear that the pavement is no longer safe at all, so the two survivors take to their heels. Our guy leads the way, urging San to run as fast as she can to keep up with him. He decides to go up the stairs, knowing how difficult it is for the zombies to climb, but to his surprise, a couple of these undead monsters already found their way up there. One of them tries to sneak up on him, but he sees the attack coming just in time. Still, the zombie is already flying at him, so there's very little he can do. All he can do is jump out of the way, but this just leaves San exposed to the incoming attack. Luckily, this lady is also very capable of handling herself, and she proves this by taking out the zombie without a second thought. She drives her newly improved spear into the monster's body, killing it on the spot. Sure, they just took out one of the threats, but they still have to keep moving. They're relieved for sure because that was very close. Currently, they're hiding in a room, so it's pretty safe for a while. Song tells his partner to look out the glass window and check what the situation outside is like. Thankfully, things are looking better for them now because Sion can't see any zombies nearby. She tells the office manager what she's seeing, and the moment Song hears it, he lets out a heavy sigh of relief. He's so glad that he can even say that they're still alive, because with what they've been through in the last couple minutes, it's a miracle that they survived. Our guy takes a moment to really soak in the fact that they aren't dead yet, but that's when he remembers what happened to San a few moments ago. That fall she suffered was definitely a serious one for sure. But that's not even the big concern now, because a couple of seconds ago, one of the zombies grabbed a hold of her leg. Our guy has been in this apocalypse long enough to know that such an exposure could just turn into something much more problematic, and he surely hopes that it's not the case. So, he asks her about her leg, reminding her that she was grabbed by a zombie not too long ago. There's blood on her white winter boot, which is pretty shocking to her. Still, she desperately hopes that the blood stain was from the zombie's hand. Desperate to find out, she takes off her boot to check. She remembers the zombie brushing against her, which gets her pretty anxious. Of course, our guy can see that she's scared, so he offers to help her take a look and find out what their fate really is. San shows him her food after taking off her winter boots, and he immediately begins to inspect. Song looks really hard, and he does indeed find something. It's pretty clear that she got scratched by the zombie, and our guy is very relieved about this, because he knows how much of a problem it would have been if it was a bite mark he just found. Song tells her that it's nothing to be worried about, but it doesn't really calm her down. She's still hung up on the fact that the zombie got her with its claw, and the look on her face right now is that pure horror. Still, the MC assures her that she'll be fine, revealing that he also got scratched a little, but nothing happened. At this point, the girl desperately asks if he's sure of what he's saying, and once again, he assures her that she will be fine. Hearing this, she finally calms down, admitting that she thought it was already the end for her. This scratch mark that somehow resembles a snake bite appears to be swelling a bit, which is pretty normal, so R helps her attend the wound. Afterward, Sion admits that she feels a lot safer now that he's disinfected it, and Song is just grateful that they were able to find a first aid kit a while ago. Sadly, the box is pretty lacking, and it makes the MC conclude that the manager who handled it was very careless. There's no saline, no alcohol swabs, or even coagulants in the first aid box, but still, he admits that they're even lucky to have gotten their hands on it in this apocalypse. After all, he didn't even expect to find a lot when the other scavengers have taken almost everything of use. At the moment, it appears that the last group of scavengers to get here didn't exactly take everything. Sure, they took almost anything that can be considered food, but it still looks like they only skimmed through the place, so our guy is pretty positive. After cleaning San's wound for her, he tells her to just rest for a while, and then proceeds to continue his search. He rummages through all the stuff there, and it doesn't take too long for him to find something truly useful. It's literally a key, and even though he doesn't know what it opens yet, he's now very sure that there's still stuff for them here. Song Jin. Song is feeling very lucky now that he's got the key because this means that he won't have to worry about where to sleep tonight. Now that he's gotten into the room, he's determined to find some valuable items, so he begins his search immediately. But even after poking around the room, nothing seems to come forth for him. This makes him even more eager to find something. He's sure that it's somewhere in the room, so he begins to retrace his steps. He feels that he might have rummaged through too quickly, so he slows down the second time around, carefully checking the place. Once he's more focused, it doesn't take too long for him to find the logbook, so he excitedly starts going through the pages, line by line, determined to find the information he needs. Sure enough, he comes across the line, stating that the locker password was changed, so he takes the new password and rushes to open the locker. San sees him and expresses how shocked she is. She didn't realize that he knew what he was doing the whole time, but now, it's pretty obvious. She's so curious as to how he knew to look for the logbook, so that's when he turns to inform her that he actually used to work in the subway. It turns out that it was during his time here that he learned that they always jot down the safe codes in the logbook. Well, now that he's gotten into the locker, Sion is wondering if there's something special inside the safe. In response, Song admits that he doesn't know for sure. All he knows is that the safe is mostly just for keys used inside the station. However, the main thing he believes can be of use to them is still sitting in a box in the safe. So, he takes out the box and reveals the gun sitting inside. The MC explains that this is actually a gas gun, and he knows this because subway stations always keep firearms in storage. Still, the lady can't understand why something like that would be in a train station. So, Song explains that station staff need to be prepared in the case of a robbery or an attack because they collect cash every morning. He gives her the box to keep after explaining this, but she feels that he should be the one to hold on to it. Besides, she's never even touched a gun, so she doesn't think she would know how to use it when it matters the most. Our guy agrees with her and keeps the gun instead. Since she can't hold the gun, he informs her about the key he found earlier. She asks him what it's for, so he tells her that he thinks it is the key to the station staff room. The two rush over to the staff room to try the key, and they immediately beat the clock as the door opens. The two smile at each other in excitement before going inside, and the first thing our guy notices is the size of the place. It's about 16 to 20 square meters, which is even worse than the place where he worked before. While looking around, they're shocked to see a pale figure sitting in the corner. They're startled at first, but upon closer inspection, they confirm that the guy froze to death already. The guy doesn't look like he was infected. He probably died of starvation, so San proceeds to politely take his clothes off him. They get out all the blankets and pillows they can find, and for the first time in weeks, they can enjoy a good night's sleep. San is really liking this, so she suggests taking the blanket along even if they leave here. But Song isn't sure if they can move with that kind of weight. Well, she doesn't agree with him. She feels they can take the blanket since their food bags are almost empty anyway. At this point, they're finally on the same page, so the office worker agrees with her idea. The bed is surely very comfortable, and it's just a matter of time before they fall asleep. They've been running around all day, so Song encourages her to get some rest. Later that night, while our guy is keeping watch, he checks the floating shop for some items. The food they have left can only last for the next 2 days, so they have to get to the warehouse before then. At this rate, getting there shouldn't be a problem if nothing major happens. At the moment, he's got his eyes on some winter clothes that cost 3 coins. It's getting colder by the day, and even though being underground helps for the meantime, they'll still have to go back to the surface eventually. The situation underground is gradually getting worse too, and if things go wrong they'll need to cover more ground, so he's really considering the winter gear. Currently, he can afford sets for him and his partner, but he's not sure if spending that much on clothes is the wisest choice. After much deliberation, it looks like he is about to click the button, but he stops midway. He ultimately decides that they're fine for now, so he postpones this difficult choice he has to make. Still, there are a couple things he can't ignore much longer. There seems to be an update on the floating window which piques his curiosity. He taps on it and is instantly intrigued by what he sees. He feels that it could be a real game changer for them if he uses it right, so he explores it some more. The next morning, he wakes Sion up, and after much reluctance, she finally gets up to pack their stuff. She's still pretty sleepy the whole time, but our guy is absolutely ready to get moving. They make their way out of the station staff room back onto the tracks, and that's when they find something very shocking waiting for them there. A couple of train cars seem to have fallen off the tracks, blocking the way, and even though it might look like an accident, our guy is convinced that someone placed them there on purpose. Hearing this, Sion immediately volunteers to check if out, so she climbs the train from the side, but as soon as she reaches the top, the look on her face is instantly replaced with a horrified one. There's an actual sea of zombies behind the blockade, and they're definitely the most terrifying she's seen since this apocalypse started. There's so many that there's probably hundreds of them waiting there. At this point, our guy already knows that passing there is not an option, so he suggests trying the other side. The two take their flashlights and slowly make their way through the other route. The path with the swarm of zombies is the only subway line connecting to their destination, so Sion really doesn't know what they're going to do now. Our guy is also really stressed out by this option, but he has to make the call, and right now, the only option they have is to go up to the surface. Unfortunately, the wind up there is even more brutal now. Still, they can't hesitate because there's no telling when that sea of zombies will break through the blockade. Well, going up is just as risky because their sense will give them away for sure. That being said, Sion feels that they need to mask their sense somehow, but Song is not seeing the likelihood of that happening. I mean, it's not like they can take showers, so he suggests going back to check if they missed something out on the tracks. Once again, Son goes out to check, and he uses the opportunity to check the floating window again. He opens that new feature he discovered earlier. It's called Explorer, and it allows the purchase of hidden items not listed on the shop. If the item doesn't exist on the list, the scanner is not consumed, but if it does, the scanner is used up even if not purchased. Seeing this, our guy realizes that he'll be risking 1 coin just to use the Explorer. So now, the big question is if he's willing to take that gamble. The story continues from the moment the MC decides to check out the Explorer feature of the mysterious shopping system. A page pops up, explaining exactly how it works. Basically, the Explorer is a feature that allows the user to purchase hidden items that do not usually appear in the shop list. If the item doesn't exist in the list, then the Explorer won't be consumed. But if it does exist, then the Explorer will be consumed even if the user doesn't purchase. After reading all of this, Song decides to purchase it, which causes another floating window to pop up. He's taken aback by the interface at first, but quickly gets the hang of the thing. He figures out how to work the thing, and the first item he searches for is a vaccine. I mean, in this zombie-infested apocalypse, that's probably the most precious thing one can have, right? Well, unfortunately there's nothing like that on the shop list, but at least his Explorer doesn't get consumed. Still, the MC is determined to find some kind of cure on the shopping system, so he tries again. This time around, he searches specifically for a zombie vaccine. But just like the first time, he doesn't find any results from the search, and once again, his Explorer remains intact. When that doesn't work, he tries again, typing in stuff like zombie infection antibody and virus vaccine, but time and time again, all he gets is the same response, telling him that there is nothing like that. Song keeps trying regardless, being as creative as he can, but it's all futile. And once he's finally run out of ideas to find a cure on the shopping page, he just flops back down on the bed, feeling disappointed. He knew that this would likely be the case, but he's convinced that he still has to give it a shot. Now that he knows there's no cure on the platform, he decides to search for something else on the system. He starts with deodorant, and sure enough, it pops up right in front of him almost immediately. He's glad to have found it, but is taken aback when he sees how much it costs. For some reason, this can of deodorant costs 1 whole coin, which is pretty expensive as far as this MC is concerned. He doesn't get why it costs so much, because he knows that they will need more than one. It's pretty obvious by now that their human sense have been causing problems for them with the hypersensitive zombies, so now Song is hoping to mask it with deodorant. It's roughly 11 kilometers to Dong, which is their next destination, so in order to avoid these zombies in the cold, he estimates that it will take at least 4 hours to get there. Based on this calculation, the office worker figures that he and his partner will need at least 3 cans of deodorant each. As you can imagine, that's not exactly a cheap expenditure, but this is something that they can't afford to neglect anymore, so the MC is really considering the purchase. However, when he checks to see that he only owns 7 coins, he begins to have second thoughts about the matter. It's pretty disappointing for him when he sees this, because he was really hoping that he had gathered enough coins after all the zombies they've been slaying along the way. Well, to some people, getting the deodorant might not longer be a good idea, knowing that they'd be using practically everything they have, but it's clear that Song desperately needs them, so he begrudgingly clicks on the button to buy them. It's definitely not an easy decision, and it almost looks like he's about to cry when he clicks on buy, but he does it anyway, leaving him with only 1 coin left afterward. A few moments later, he goes to meet Sion with the sprays, and as you'd expect, she has a couple questions. For starters, she'd like to know where he found them, but just like before, the MC isn't ready to tell her about the shopping system, so he lies to her, claiming that he found it at the platform inside a bag. Well, the lady has no reason not to believe him, so she buys the story, feeling all excited about it because she knows how useful these cans of deodorant will be during their journey. Still, she's not completely sure that these alone will be effective enough to keep the zombies off the zombies. Sure, it would mask their human sense, but Sion I can't help but wonder if that will do the trick. In response, our guy simply suggests that they try it out first and see what happens. As far as Song is concerned, that's all they can do, and if it doesn't seem right, then they can always come back and strategize. The MC explains this to his partner, and she's all for it, so they begin to cover themselves with the deodorants. They help each other spray their bodies and other stuff like their bags to really hide the scent. After spending some time doing all that, Song asks his partner if she's ready to get a move on. Claims that she is, so the two office workers head back out onto the freezing subway. They begin their journey, and after walking for a while, they reach the signpost telling them exactly how far their destination is. It's definitely not an easy walk because not only is the freezing weather making it difficult to breathe, but the snow has piled up so high that walking is equally a hard task. The MC huffs and puffs with each step and suddenly gets the feeling that they might encounter zombies soon, so he suggests that they pace themselves. Of course, I agrees with this idea, so they both pick up the pace, but shortly after that, the wind speeds get higher, making it almost impossible for them to see anything ahead of them. Usually, this would be the time when they begin to panic, knowing that it's just a matter of time before nearby zombies catch their scents. They've been in that situation more times than they would like to do, even though they're wearing a heavy amount of deodorant right now. The lady can't help but panic when she spots a zombie lurking around. At first, she's pretty nervous, but then after a while, the zombie still doesn't sense them around despite the wind trying to rat them out. At this point, they're a lot more relaxed but also curious, wondering if the deodorant is actually working or if something is wrong with this zombie in particular. Song, and I slowly move closer to the zombie, curious to find out just how well this deodorant works. The two get pretty close to the zombie, anxiously waiting to see what happens, and then all of a sudden, the undead creature jerks and turns around to face them. The MC is alarmed by this, but he stands his ground, especially since this zombie doesn't seem to know exactly where they are yet. At the moment, he's not sure if they've been caught, so he remains brave as he grips his weapon tightly in case he needs to use it. However, this zombie just keeps turning around in confusion without actually figuring out where they are. It's like it knows something is there, but unlike before, it can't make out where or what it is. After watching the confused creature turn in circles for a while, the MC decides that it's time to get a move on. Clearly, this zombie couldn't get them despite being a few feet away, so it's starting to look like his genius plan is working. I is really excited about this, so she tells him, and he just suggests that they keep going with this momentum. Now, they're sure that the deodorant can actually make them invisible to the zombies, so all they have to do is make the best use of this hack. The two continue their journey until they get to some kind of mall. Out of all the shops there, I notices only one place that looks like it's still intact. It's the Taekyoung gun shop, and even though it looks really enticing, she knows that it's probably already being occupied by raiders. And if that's not the case, then the gun shop owner might be the one in there, guarding the place from zombies or plunderers. Our guy agrees with her on this, confirming that the shop is most likely loaded with guns and gunpowder. With the right kind of defense, that place is a no-go area for zombies and raiders, and since he knows this already, he decides that they save the gun shop for next time. After all, whoever is in there is probably heavily armed. They keep moving forward, and then they suddenly get to another place that's familiar to the MC. It's a popular coffee shop and diner that Song recognizes, so he immediately knows that they've finally arrived at Soyu Station. I knows the place as well, so they both take a moment to stare at the station. The MC was actually hoping that they would have reached Yudong by now, so seeing that they're still a couple kilometers away from their destination, he's not exactly satisfied. Still, this is a pretty good milestone in the entire journey, so he suggests that they start looking for a place nearby to spend the night. I is probably tired of walking too, so she's okay with this plan. She offers to check the right side of the station and asks Song to check the other side. The two split up to begin searching for a good place to rest, and our guy immediately realizes that there aren't many places that haven't been broken into. Most of the windows they come across have been shattered and broken into, which isn't a good sign, because it could have either been done by zombies or plunderers. These two aren't exactly hoping to run into either of them, so they keep searching, hoping to find a place that looks somewhat secure at least. That's when the MC suddenly finds a door that is locked, so he's really positive about it. But then he takes a closer look through the glass and sees a couple shadows standing inside the place, so he immediately changes his mind. His hopes are dashed in an instant as he realizes that the place won't work. After looking around the area for a safe place to camp for the night, the two travelers meet again without finding anything. Song asks the shivering lady what she saw, but she just shakes her head, suggesting that her luck was as bad as his. At this point, the two decide to keep moving together again, hoping to actually find something that could work if they search together. It gets a little frustrating, after a while, because it's clear that this is harder than they thought it would be. Song is getting quite anxious because they need to find a place quickly. As far as he's concerned, it should be a place that hasn't been occupied by zombies before. It should also be a place where they can ensure new zombies don't get in after they've entered. At this point, the office worker is just going on and on, but then all of a sudden, he notices something that catches his attention. He immediately calls out to Seon, to show her the path he just discovered. Currently, these two seem to be heading deeper into uncharted territory, and it's getting pretty dark as well, so they whip out their flashlights to continue the search. The MC finds a staircase and asks his partner if she thinks they should go up that way. But she, on the other hand, appears to have found a door leading to a room. She knocks quietly, but there's no response, so she presumes that there aren't any zombies there. At least that's how it looks. She lets our guy know what she thinks, so he goes over to her, curious to find out what's on the other side of the door as well. Seeing that they're on the same page, Seon slowly twists the knob to try and open the door, but quickly finds out that the place is locked. This is also a good sign, so she asks him if they should break into the place. Of course, our boy doesn't think that's the best way to go, because it's a glass door, which means that it will make a loud noise if they break it. With this in mind, he advises against breaking the door, so she just gets frustrated about the whole thing at this point. Seon starts to feel like there's no helping their situation, but before she can start brooding, Song realizes something that might just work. He notices something in the distance that gives him an idea, so he rushes over there, claiming that there might just be another way. Hearing this, Seon's hopes suddenly come back to life, so she curiously follows him as he rushes down the stairs. The MC goes downstairs and then suddenly stops in front of some kind of box hung on the wall. He's familiar with the thing, and for some reason, he's convinced that this is where they're going to find the solution to their problem. With this in mind, Song takes a leap of faith, reaching into the box for something, and just as he suspected, there's a bunch of keys inside it. He holds the keys up like a trophy, because he's almost certain that they're going to open that door. Meanwhile, his travel buddy just stares at him in amazement as he jaw drops to the floor. She is blown away by the fact that he found the keys, so she curiously asks him how he knew they would be there. Well, it turns out that the office worker somehow noticed earlier that the cafe's operating hours were quite long. And so, he figures that this means the place is divided into opening and closing shifts. And knowing that key problems happen often with that arrangement, it was a no-brainer for him, since shops like that frequently hide spare keys nearby for emergency situations. The MC explains all of this while using the key to open the door, and thankfully, it works perfectly. As soon as they enter the room, the first thing that Seon notices are the bags of flour lined up on the ground, which leaves her stunned. But that's not all, because there are a couple crates of eggs sitting around too, which makes our guy realize that this place wasn't looted after the apocalypse started. No other survivors have gotten here yet, so this place is basically a jackpot. Anyway, Seon isn't sure what they should do with the flour, so she asks him what he thinks. At the moment, Song doesn't really see the need for flour, so he suggests that they leave the bags and come back later. Besides, it's too heavy for them to carry right now, and after he explains this, Seon decides that they'll have to hide the stuff if they're not taking them. She'd hate to come back and find out that someone else took the stuff, and the MC would hate that too, so she agrees with her. Besides finding the eggs and flour, Song is pretty relieved that they actually found a great place to spend the night. I mean, that was the thing they needed the most, so it's just amazing for him. On top of that, they also got a power bank and a wristwatch, which is great for their journey. Now that they have a place to rest properly, Song feels that they'll even be able to reach the logistics warehouse the following day. As far as he's concerned, they just have to get there by tomorrow, because they might start to have some problems otherwise. The hero explains this to his partner, revealing that they only have 4 chocolate bars left for food. As much as she's all about moving forward and staying alive, Seon still feels reluctant about going to the warehouse because she knows that there might be previous customers at the place who have also been turned into zombies, just like at the gun shop. Just thinking about the possibility makes her weak, and our guy suddenly realizes that she has a point. That being said, She suggests that they set up a code in case something dangerous happens to one of them. Of course, the MC thinks that this is a good idea since he wouldn't want anything bad to happen to her. San gets all flustered when he says this, and then proceeds to come up with an idea for this code she's talking about. Seon quickly comes up with the secret code that they'll use, suggesting that they should just speak normally if they're threatened with a gun or a ranged weapon. Song seems to find the whole thing exciting, so he comes up with one as well, claiming that they should use polite speech to interact if there's a Millie in the picture. They're starting to have fun coming up with this stuff, so San thinks of another code. She decides that she'll just say Appa if she can handle the number of enemies in her way. As for Song, he figures that he'll just say sir if the situation he's in is unclear to him at that point in time. As for a situation where they need to surrender, Sunbae will be the code word. The two partners go on like this for a while, coming up with different hidden messages that they can use, and after some time, they finally have enough. In order to perfect this place, Seon feels that they need to loosen up their speech so that they don't stand out that much. And of course, our guy agrees with her. At this point, they finally have a plan, so the lady is satisfied, feeling that they can finally rest, but just as she's saying this, a terrifying bolt of lightning strikes right above them. She's startled by the loud bang as you'd expect, but what really shocks her is the fact that snow starts coming down again just seconds after the bolt of lightning. She's truly baffled by this because she had no idea that it can thunder while it's snowing. Song also hasn't ever seen something like this before, so he's just as puzzled as she is. Right now, it looks like the snow is piling up even more, and when the MC points this out, San chimes in, fearing that the following day is going to be rough. Our guy can help but agrees with her, even though he knows just how bad the news is. Seeing that they'll probably have a hectic day when the sun finally comes up, San decides to get some sleep right away. She covers herself with a blanket as she lies on the table, while the hero sits in the chair next to her, hoping that he'll be able to get some sleep as well. Soon, he's finally starting to get some shut eye, but that's when he hears a strange sound coming from outside all of a sudden. His eyes shoot wide open, curious to find out what made the noise, but when he looks out the window, he's just stunned. It's a motorcycle out there on the road, and someone is currently riding it past the building. Seong is puzzled, because he didn't even know that motorcycles could cut through snowy roads, and he also doesn't understand why someone would be out this late. Besides that, the person is currently headed in the same direction that they've been traveling, so the office worker gets really curious. Sure, this person could just be riding somewhere else, but he can't help but feel restless about it. Song is still panicking about the motorcycle when he's suddenly drawn out of his thoughts by something even worse. He looks at the other end of the road and is horrified to see a horde of zombies coming their way. Clearly, this is very bad for them, and it seems that the noise from the horde is so loud that it wakes San up. The lady shoots up from the table to check what is going on. At this point, our guy figures that the noise from the motorcycle that just passed the road was what drew the zombies out. It's not looking good for the two travelers, but at first glance, it seems that there are at least a few hundred of the zombies out there. And sure enough, this gets the MC pretty worked up, because he can already see how much harder this makes their journey. Even if only a few zombies stick around in this pursuit of the motorcycle, by the time they get to you, there will already be way more of them than the previous day. San is also disturbed by the situation, so she anxiously asks him what he thinks they should do. Well, at this point, the hero just starts by analyzing the situation. From the look of things, he presumes that the motorcycle must have stumbled into a zombie horde and fled. But if that's not the case, then his guess is that this rider is deliberately leading the zombies somewhere. If this is true, then it means that Song and his partner could get caught up in whatever mysterious plan that the person is up to. Surely, they wouldn't want to get mixed up with a plan they don't understand and get trapped with the zombies. But then again, Seon also reminds the MC that they can't just wait for the zombies to scatter naturally when they're pretty much out of food already. Once again, she's making a lot of sense and the office worker agrees with her. Besides the fact that they have no food left, he also knows that they have about 3.5 kilometers left to their destination. That being said, turning back at this point isn't exactly an option. Song continues to brainstorm on the matter until he comes up with an idea. The hero figures that there might be some information they can use in the community feed. It's been a while since they checked in, and now would be a good time to get an update from there. Thankfully, these two were lucky to have found a spare battery earlier, so now, All they have to do is get on the server. A few moments later, we get to see that chat where other survivors were talking about the lightning and thunder that happened even in the snow. Well, it turns out that this mysterious lightning was only seen in Gangbuk, while the people in Suwon experienced relatively normal snowy weather. After reading through a few messages, Song is a little disappointed because he doesn't feel like any of this helps them at all. As for the lady, she is just surprised to see that some places are getting hail too. The MC is taken aback by this, so he curiously reads the rest of the conversation. On the chat, someone asks if it's true that there is a shelter in Yeongjongdo, claiming that he ran into some survivors who were heading there, because there's allegedly a huge shelter there. However, the others don't seem to believe that it's possible since the government has already collapsed. Still, those who are already heading there claim to have seen the message of a large shelter scribbled on a sign. Seeing this, our boy and his partner are pretty shocked. Anyway, the argument on the chat goes on, with someone warning others not to go to that place. They claim that it's actually a cult and that they escaped from there. Unfortunately, some other survivors don't believe the story, so they call it BS, insisting that people can't just change that fast to start a cult all of a sudden, when it's only been like a month since the apocalypse started. At this point, the one claiming to have escaped the cult just stops trying to convince the one doubting. The person continues talking about the supposed shelter, revealing that they're giving clothes and food to strangers for free seen though the world government has collapsed. As far as this person is concerned, the people running that place aren't doing it out of goodwill, insisting that they are gathering people for a reason. After reading all of this, the two travelers can't help but feel conflicted about the whole thing. I admits that she's kind of creeped out by the shelter thing, but asks the assistant manager what he thinks. Well, of course the MC has his suspicions too. It has only been 3 weeks, and yet this group has already built a shelter that can house people and supply them steadily. Our guy suddenly remembers that Deputy Yoon Hyok Jae said in a message that he was heading toward the west coast. With this in mind, he feels that they'd probably be able to get more information if they could reach the man. However, for the meantime, Song decides that they just rule this shelter place out of their options since they don't know enough. Once again, I is on the same page with him, feeling that it's best if they stay away from the creepy shelter. The MC confirms that those are all the messages on the community feed, so he's a little disappointed that there's no new info about that motorcycle. So, he decides to come up with a new plan. Song decides that they stick to their original idea, which was to head for the logistics warehouse. They make their way back out onto the freezing streets, but agree to stop or turn back if they run into a zombie horde or anything risky on the way. Shortly after going out, they spot a few zombies around, so the MC takes out the cans of deodorant again. Apparently, they're about to use their last shot of the thing, which means that they have to move faster now. Thankfully, there aren't many zombies on the streets, and it looks like they should be close to their destination by now. The major problem now is the truck fog that's making it very difficult to see what's ahead of them. Still, the two travelers keep pushing on through it all. Eventually, they get to a point where where the MC checks his watch, confirming that the scent blockers should have worn off. That being said, he informs his partner that they'll probably have to fight if they come across any zombies. Besides that, they should also have reached their destination, so they look around the area in search of the warehouse. While struggling to see through the thick fog, suddenly spots something in the distance. Sure enough, it's the warehouse they came looking for. It's way bigger than our guy expected, which is a good thing because it means that they shouldn't have to worry about supplies here. With this excitement, rushes to the door and tries to burst in, but after pulling on it a couple times, it still doesn't budge, which leaves her pretty confused. From what she remembers, this place used to be open all the time, so she doesn't get why it's locked now. As for our guy, he just starts brainstorming again. Just then, notices that there are barbed wires on the walls, which also wasn't the case the last time she was here. But that was a few months ago. Seeing that the front entrance isn't exactly going to work for them, the office worker suggests that they look around and search for a way into the place. The both of them start going round the place, and that's when the sharp-eyed lady spots something that just might work. It's a breach in the barbed wires on the fence, so she feels that they will be able to get in through it. She immediately prepares to climb up the wall, but the office worker stops her, because he feels that it's too dangerous. They don't even know what's on the other side yet, and he also finds it suspicious that this little gap is the only weak spot. It looks like an intentional breach to him, but I doesn't think they have any other options besides this. Despite being worried, the MC can't deny this fact. On top of that, their scent blockers have worn off, and they don't have any food either. Sion continues to give him reasons why they have to go in through the gap until he changes his mind. Still, he tells her to be careful once she's inside, concluding that they'll probably have to fight. Once they're finally on the same page, our guy crouches down to give her a boost. The athletic girl runs up and floats up to the top of the fence in a flash. She takes a moment to scan the surroundings and concludes that there's no one around. So, she jumps down into the warehouse, feeling very excited to finally be in, but before she can even take another step, someone pulls a gun on her head from behind. This guy must have hidden really well for Sion not to have seen him, because he practically emerges from the shadows and orders her to put her hands up. At this point, the girl just freezes in horror, because she's in a real pickle. At this point, it's not looking good for Sion at all. The stranger keeps the gun pointed at her head and proceeds to seat at her with his free hand. After patting her down for a few seconds, he confirms that she doesn't have a weapon, so he begins to interrogate her. He takes a few steps back, still pointing the gun at her head, and starts by asking if she has any companions with her, and she immediately reveals that they're outside. At this point, you can be sure what her train of thought is, but she probably says this to make the guy with the gun a little nervous. Well, he still has his gun, so he feels confident that he can take on her companions. He asks how many of her allies are outside, and she tells him the truth once again, revealing that it's just one person. Of course, this makes the man even more confident, so he orders her to call out to her companion and tell the person to come to the main entrance. At this point, Sion becomes reluctant, because she's not sure what the guy has in mind. She hesitates to call Song Jin Song, fearing that the assistant manager might get hurt if he comes, but the guy with a gun to her head simply demands that she hurry up and do it. And since she doesn't want to get her brains blown out, she finally calls out to the MC, asking him to come to the main entrance. Meanwhile, our guy, who's just on the other side of the fence, begins to panic when she screams his name. He already had a strong feeling that someone was in there, so he feels really bad, because this hostage situation could have been avoided. Well, it's already too late for that now, since his partner is already trapped in there with God knows who. So now, the MC starts brainstorming, determined to figure out a plan. He starts by analyzing her manner of speech and confirms that it's informal. Based on the code that they made the previous night, this means that the other person in there must have a gun or a long-range weapon. Besides that, he also remembers that she called him Jen Song alone, and this means that she's currently faced with only one threat there. With this in mind, the hero is a little bit relieved, because he knows that he can handle one person. Knowing all of this, he proceeds to check his backpack for something to help with the plan that's already formulating inside his brain. While he's ransacking the bag, Son calls out to him again, urging him to answer, because right now, the guy with the gun might think she's lying or something. At this point, the MC takes out a gun from the bag and finally answers his partner, assuring her that he understands. A few moments later, they all make their way to the main entrance, where the lady is still being held at gunpoint. The kidnapper still hasn't seen Song Jin Song face to face yet, but he can sense that someone is outside the fence. So, he demands that our guy drop all his weapons and come forward. Of course, he wouldn't want to piss off this armed stranger, so he takes out his spear and shows it to the guy through the gate, displaying his readiness to cooperate. Now that Song Jin Song is here, he can confirm that the captor is one man with a gun, just as he thought. With this in mind, he continues to wave the spear in front of the gate like a white flag, but the guy with the gun demands that he drop the weapon immediately. Sure enough, the office worker complies and tosses his spear into the snow before showing his empty hand. Now that he's dropped the weapon, the gunman orders him to come out from behind the wall and reveal himself. Well, this is where things might get tricky for the MC, because he still has a gas gun in his other hand, and he definitely wouldn't want the kidnapper to see it when he's still got Sion at his mercy. Our guy is torn at this point, not sure what he should do. Even if he tries to attack this man, the gas gun with him only has a short range. In order to be sure he'll actually do any damage, he needs to close the distance a bit more. The issue now is that he can't exactly go any closer, because if Song Jin Song moves further, the other guy will see the gun. Eventually, the office worker comes up with a plan. He tells the captor that he's put down his weapon and asks for his companion to be set free. He makes it look like he's harmless, claiming that he can't do anything anymore without his weapon, and it seems that the guy with the gun actually decides to let her go. He grunts right after listening to everything that the MC says, and then orders Son to move forward. Our boy hears footsteps coming and realizes that the guy is actually letting her go, so he braces himself for the next part of his plan. The office worker patiently waits for them to get close enough, and at the perfect moment, He comes about to strike. Song pops out from behind the fence and tells his partner to duck so that he can get a clear shot. Of course, the athletic girl crouches down at incredible speed so the MC is able to pull the trigger on his gas gun. The other guy is so stunned by all of this that he can't even react and ends up getting shot in the eye. In the chaos, he fires his gun as well, but since he can't even see anything, he just shoots without aiming. The guy keeps spraying the bullets, but our boy manages to avoid getting hurt because of the poor aim. Before he can open his eyes to even see what he's shooting at, Seon tackles him from behind and disarms him with her martial arts skills. The girl grabs him and twists his arm until he falls to his knees. The girl forces him into submission in the blink of an eye and pins him to the ground as well. As you can imagine, the man demands that she let him go immediately, but she clearly has no intention of setting him free, so while he's busy ranting, she casually takes out a roll of duct tape with her free hand. But before she can use it to restrain the man, she and her partner sense something from the other side of the wall. Our boy is instantly alarmed, so he turns around, pointing his gun at the source of the noise, desperately hoping that this guy doesn't have a companion. The office worker only looks in that direction for a few seconds before realizing that a small group of zombies is headed their way. Apparently, these mindless creatures are coming over because of the gunshot noise, and it's definitely not good for our guy, because he's still locked outside the warehouse. With the zombies closing in at terrifying speed, the lady tries to check the man's clothes for the key, but the guy vows that he'll never give them the key. He refuses to cooperate, and even starts yelling at her to get away from him. All of this just makes things worse for our guy, who is still out there, exposed with the same zombies that can hear all the shouting. Seon gets pissed at this point, so she warns the man to stop messing around and just hand over the key. While she's trying to force the man to behave, we see that our guy is already surrounded by the zombies. All he has to defend himself now is the spear, and the odds aren't exactly in his favor, so he calls out to his partner, wondering what the holdup is for. On the other side of the gate, the lady doesn't look like she's making any progress because the stubborn man still refuses to tell her where the key is. Since he refuses to cooperate, she stops trying to work with him and just starts beating the shit out of him. After a few kicks, she somehow finds the key on his body and excitedly dashes to the gate to open the lock. While she's struggling with the padlock, we see that our boy is already in the middle of a brutal fight with the pack of zombies. I mean, he's not going to let himself die like this, so he uses the spear to take out all the zombies that come close to him. He slashes them one after the other, determined to stay alive, but then all of a sudden, he's forced to face a brute in the mix. This one is the biggest zombie in the horde so far, and it charges at him with murderous intent. Even though he's a little terrified, he stands up to the beast and holds his own against it. For a while, our guy is able to avoid getting hurt, but then after striking several times without dealing any significant damage, it becomes clear that he will not be able to take down this one. The zombie charges at him like a runaway train and slams him to the floor before he can do anything. His spear seems to be useless against this monster. It's so strong that it disarms him and knocks him down, but just when it looks like he's about to be done for, Son opens the gate and shouts for him to come inside. The office worker runs into the warehouse as fast as his legs can carry him, and then Son slams the gate once he's in, leaving all the hungry zombies locked out. The two partners just stand there, watching as the hungry zombies growl at the gate. Sure, they're in the warehouse now and the gate is shut, but they're also trapped in, and if these zombies don't go away, it would only be a matter of time before they force their way into the place. With the zombies now unable to get them for some time, Seon doesn't think twice before jamming the lock on the gate. She uses the key to make sure it's secure and then turns to Song, asking him if he's okay. She desperately hopes that he wasn't hurt in any way, and he asks her the same question before assuring her that he's alright. Once they're both certain that they aren't hurt, the assistant manager flops down to the floor to catch his breath. He's pretty relieved that the zombies didn't get to them, even though they're still hanging around. He's pretty convinced that these creatures gathered around after hearing the gunshot, and in order to avoid pissing them off any further, he suggests that they head inside the warehouse proper. But before they can do that, they'll have to deal with the injured man on the ground, who is still groaning in pain. Right now, he's almost crying like a baby because of how bad his eyes are hurting. Apparently, he still hasn't recovered from the blast of the gas gun our guy used on him. The MC watches the guy roll on the ground for a while, and decides that they'll take the man inside with them for the meantime. Sure, he threatened them with a gun and almost killed Song, but the office worker doesn't feel that he deserves to be left out here with the vicious zombies. Thankfully, Seon isn't heartless either, so she agrees to take the man in with them. Even though she was the one he threatened with the gun and treated like a hostile, the lady goes over to the man and helps him get back on his feet. He's not exactly a paper plate, so she struggles a little to pull him up, and right after he finally stands up, the MC is shocked by the face he sees. It turns out that the red-eyed man with tears running down his face is a colleague from the office building. This man happens to be assistant manager Choi Jae-sung, so the MC is really shocked to see him here. A few moments later, once they're inside the building, they help Choi relieve the pain in his eyes, and once he can finally see properly again, he puts on his glasses. While the man is cleaning up, Song Jin-song and his partner take a brief sidebar to discuss, and that's when he tells her that Choi Jae-sung is the person he met in the first-floor security room back in the office building. He confirms this without a doubt, and then Seon whispers to him, admitting that she didn't expect to meet Jae-sung like this. Just then, our guy notices Choi wiping his eyes with a towel, so he tells the man not to do that. Apparently Jae-sung already knew that, but his eyes are still hurting, so he can't really help it. Choi's eyes are still watering seriously, which just goes to show how bad it is. Seeing this, the MC starts feeling a little guilty, so he apologizes. The gas gun is quite potent, so he can already tell that the effect will probably last for a few days more. At this point, Choi just sighs, knowing that he's screwed for a couple days. Thankfully, he's not mad at our guy for it. I mean, if they had just said something beforehand, they wouldn't have had to fight at all. But then again, Choi admits that he was the one who attacked first, so he can't really complain about it too much. He started it. The guy puts a kettle on the stove, probably to prepare something for his new guests, who are grateful for his hospitality and understanding. Choi Jae-sung just smiles in response when he hears this and then brings the kettle over to serve them some warm tea. He pours it into 2 cups, and then gives it to his guests, who are really appreciative of it. I mean, in this freezing weather, having something warm to drink is probably a luxury to them. They thank him for the tea and start sipping immediately in order to warm themselves. Choi Jae-sung sits with them to do some catching up, and our guy starts the conversation by asking him when he got to the warehouse. The man reveals that he arrived at the place 3 days earlier, admitting that he came here because he saw that the warehouse has solar panels. Seon is so shocked when she learns that solar panels are here too, because she can still remember how useful they were back when they were still in the office building. She seems pretty excited to hear this, and so Choi goes on to tell her more about them. It turns out that he was even installing the solar panels earlier in the morning when he spotted the 2 of them for the first time. Song Jin-song and Seon are shocked to hear this because they probably didn't think that anyone saw them outside. Well, Choi reveals that he did and goes on with the chatter, telling them how he had installed them on a window downstairs. Unfortunately, the ones downstairs weren't getting enough sunlight, so the efficiency was way too low for him. And so, he was moving the panels up to the roof, and that was when he spotted them. Seon has quite some experience with solar panel installation, so she knows that it must have been really difficult for Choi Jae-sung to do anything up on the roof when it was snowing. At this point, our guy just smiles as he stares at her. From the look of things, she looks pretty comfortable here, despite how she was when they first got in. Seeing how reluctant she is to leave anytime soon, the MC is glad because it looks like everything worked out well after all. Anyway, back to the conversation between her and the other assistant manager. Choi Jae-sung admits that it's not easy with the snow when working up on the roof, and this is why he was trying to figure out a way to cover the panels with a glass wave. After all, they have plenty of materials here in the warehouse. The guy explains this to Song Jin-song and his partner, so this gets the MC a little curious. Since there are a lot of materials over here, he wonders if by any chance there are enough supplies in the warehouse as well. Hearing this, Choi Jae-sung simply starts by confirming that there are quite a few materials like building frames here. At least, this he knows for sure, but in the food department, the guy admits that he truly isn't sure what the situation is. As far as he's concerned, it's a little uncertain, and he explains this to them. As soon as she hears this, Seon figures that this issue might be because the warehouse where food is stored is at a different site. Apparently, the food supplies aren't here, and Choi Jae-sung confirms her guess. The man goes on to tell them that he actually went to check, but by the time he got there, he discovered that the ceiling had collapsed under the weight of the snow. In other words, he found that the second warehouse where the food is stored is currently buried under several feet of snow. That being said, Choi admits that he just scraped together what he could salvage from the area. It's not exactly the kind of news that our guy was hoping to hear upon getting here. But then again, Choi reminds them that the food will most likely still be good for a long time. It's all buried under snow and frozen, so it won't get spoiled. With this in mind, the guy suggests that they should have enough time to retrieve plenty of the food later once they have the equipment and manpower for the job. He's convinced that they don't have anything to worry about, so Song Jin-song is relieved to hear all this. Now that the details about the food situation are all sorted out, the MC proceeds to ask the host something else. He apologizes in advance for suddenly changing the topic, and then with a straight look on his face, he asks Choi if it would be alright if he and Seon stayed at the warehouse with him. He knows the kind of man that Choi Jae-sung is, since they spent some time together in the office building back when the apocalypse started. Mr. Glasses over here isn't exactly famous for sharing his space or his resources, so the MC knows he shouldn't expect too much from him. Sure enough, Choi is left speechless for a second, making it seem like our guy's request doesn't really sit well with him. In this apocalyptic world, it's finders keepers, first come, first served. Of course, Jin, Song and Seon could just overpower Choi and take over the warehouse, but our guy knows that it would be a lot easier to defend this space if they form a friendly relationship and gain another ally. Surprisingly, after staying quiet for a while, Choi Jae-sung tells them that he'd prefer that they stay. He says this with a pretty genuine look on his face, which gets our guy and his partner really excited. Song is probably shocked by this response, especially after his experience with Choi several weeks back. Well, I guess the apocalypse changed the guy. While the MC is still taking it all in, Choi goes on to admit that he was even about to ask the two of them the same thing. Apparently, he's enjoying their company so much that he might also be looking for a new alliance. After what happened today and how they easily overpowered him at the gate, he had to rethink a lot of things. I mean, bro had a gun and they still managed to tie him up, so it definitely made him reconsider his choices. Right now, he has lost the confidence to defend this place all by himself, and he knows for a fact that more people will keep coming here, because he's already run into a few. Sure, he was able to ward those guys off, but if he sends these kind guests away now, it would only be a matter of time before he is visited by other people who will overpower him, and well, they might not be as friendly as Jin, Song and Seon. If he's alone, he'll definitely lose this place someday and he doesn't want that. So for a trustworthy person to suggest becoming allies, the timing is just perfect to him. Choi explains all of this and then stretches his hand out so that they can shake to their new alliance. Seeing this, our guy starts by thanking the man for trusting him. Just then, Seon points out something that is bothering her. She recently noticed that the zombies from earlier haven't gone away yet. This is the same horde that attacked when they first arrived, so Choi is shocked because he expected the zombies to have dispersed by now. The man is pretty puzzled at this point because he's not sure why they're hanging around. His thoughts are interrupted when Jin, Song asks him how he got the gun he pulled on them. Well, it turns out that Mr. Glasses over here took the gun off a dead police officer who had killed himself earlier. The man probably didn't want to be turned into a zombie, so he took that drastic measure. The truth is that stuff like that isn't exactly uncommon in this apocalyptic world. They've all seen their fair share of corpses who killed themselves to avoid turning into zombies. Anyway, Choi Jae-sung kept the gun for self-defense, but then in the end, he somehow started using it for much more pointless reasons than he expected. At this point, our guy curiously asks the man if there are any bullets left in the gun. Sadly, there's none left, and Choi Jae-sung reveals this, leaving the MC quite disappointed. Sure, they're out of ammunition now, which makes it more difficult to defend themselves, but on the bright side, that horde of zombies hanging around outside the fence means that no other outsiders will be coming anywhere close to the warehouse soon. Well, I guess they can call it a blessing in disguise, at least for now. Song jokes about it for a second, but then all of a sudden, his stomach grumbles loudly, which is pretty embarrassing for him. His cheeks turn bright red after it happens and Choi is shocked at it. The guy gets all worried as soon as he hears the grumbling noise and then asks the MC if he really hasn't eaten anything yet. The guy didn't know they were starving that badly, so he takes the initiative to get something for them to eat. The guy prepares a pot of noodles for them and it looks really good. Because of how hungry they are, the ramen looks like it's calling out to them, and Son can't take her eyes off it either. The two hungry travelers keep watching the pot of noodles boil over on the stove, and when Choi sees how excited they are, he offers to make some more for them if they want some more, even though most of the food supplies are buried under the snow. Choi assures them that he has more than enough packs of ramen at his disposal. With the food on the way, Seon suddenly remembers that they have something they can use to make the meal even more enjoyable. She's talking about the beer that they found a while back, and the MC gets really excited when he hears it. They all get down to it, drinking and slurping the food down. Seon is having such a good time right now. She can literally feel the broth seeping into her soul. Just then, Choi suggests that they have a toast before the beer freezes, and they're all for it, so the three of them toast to new allies and this killer ramen. Later that evening, after eating all that food, Seon tells them how full she is, and Jin Song completely understands because it's been so long since he ate this much. Eating something hot has warmed our guy up, and it's such a nice feeling, which makes him feel that it was definitely worth pushing through that blizzard. Their bodies are warm, their bellies are full, they have a place to lie down, and it's peaceful. What more could they ask for? As the Ice Age apocalypse rages on, Songjin, Seong and his new friends continue to hide out in the warehouse. Even though they tried drinking hot tea and all that, the warmth is leaving his body faster than he expected. Obviously, he's not the only one going through this, because his travel buddies are also shaking like leaves. Seon finally gets fed up with it, so she asks Choi Jae-sung if he knows of any heating system in the building. After all, he's been in here the longest, so if anyone knows where a heater is, he'd be the one. Sure enough, Jae-sung knows where the heaters are, but there's one major problem, which is the fact that none of them actually work. With the electricity cut off, it's not exactly shocking that nothing works in the building, and this just takes them back to square one. Song can no longer bear the cold anymore, so he's convinced that it's been getting colder than normal recently. He points out his observation to the others and the man in glasses immediately says the same thing. Apparently, he actually read something about it on the community board, where he saw that the weather has been holding steady at -30 degrees. And you don't need to be a genius at science to know that it is fatal for temperatures to drop that low. It's definitely something to be worried about, so Song asks Choi if there's anything they can bring in the building to generate some heat. Since the heaters are practically useless, he figures that this is the best way to go, but Seon immediately reminds him that their company doesn't handle electronic products. As soon as she says this, Choi Jae-sung reveals that there was a brazier in the warehouse the last time he checked, and he feels that they might be able to use it as a heater before they freeze to death. The MC's face lights up the moment he hears this, and Son is just as excited as he is. Our guy pops up eagerly asking if there was firewood as well, but Jae-sung sadly reveals that there was no wood there. He actually did search for it, hoping that he could use it, but it was all futile. This is disappointing, of course, but the office worker is determined to make it work. His hopes are up now that he knows there's a brazier, so he believes that they can just go out and find some new wood. At the same time, he considers another option, so he curiously asks whether there were any clothes in the warehouse too, but things aren't looking good in that regard either. Jae-sung informs them that there's not much wood among the supplies and reveals that most of the clothing he found has a lot of plastic in it too. At this point, Son suddenly chimes in because she just got an idea. She informs the two men that there's literally a forest right behind the building, and they're pretty shocked when she says this. Apparently, they had no idea, and so now that's looking like another option they can use. Goes on to suggest taking wood from some trees. They're probably dead from the cold, so she believes that they would be good for firewood. It's starting to sound like they've got a plan, and even Jae-sung is sounding really positive. The man feels that they should be able to get the wood when they find a way out later, so he offers to go get the brazier right away. Right now, they're all on the same page, and Song is excited to get things in motion, so he tells the guy in glasses that they should get right to it. So, without wasting any more time, he grabs his backpack and follows Jae-sung to the place. On the way, he tries to recall all the details Mr. Glasses told him before. From what they discussed, the first floor has daily necessities except food, and the second floor is where the clothes are. Jae-sung confirms this and goes on to explain how items like the utensils they use today and other toiletries are also on the first floor. The MC is delighted when he hears this because he can finally brush his teeth after a while. On the third floor, that's where they can find bulky daily necessities like laundry drying racks, and the fourth floor has the kitchen supplies. He explains all of this to Song, and the MC interprets this to mean that they won't have to worry about pots, kettles, or knives anymore. Sure, he now knows where the utensils are, but they still have a problem. Apparently, the kitchen knives there have short reach against zombies, so that's a drawback as far as he's concerned. Moving on, the guy with the glasses explains that the fifth floor is mostly full of office supplies. Things like pencils, ballpoint pens, stamps, and notebooks are what can be found there. And as soon as our guy hears this, he can already tell that they probably won't need to go up there much since they're practically useless against the zombies. Finally, Jae-sung tells Song about the basement, which doubles as the parking lot, but right now, our guy seems to be more concerned about the winter clothing stock. Thankfully, Jae-sung knows where they are. He admits that there's quite a lot piled up on the other side of the warehouse and suggests that they go pick some out after getting the brazier. Of course, this plan sounds really good to Song, but he'd also like to know if Jae-sung knows anything about where the shoes are. Hearing this, the guy in glasses explains that there weren't really any shoes when he checked. It's so bad that he's been layering lots of socks on his feet, but admits that it's uncomfortable wearing bigger sizes because of that. Apparently, Jae-sung originally wore a size 270, but hasn't had much luck finding his size recently. Just then, our guy purchases some winter boots from the store with the last 3 coins he has. Whenever he purchases something like this, it always amazes him how the thing just appears right where he wants it. And right now, he wants it in his backpack. He quietly buys the boots and starts peeking into his bag, which Jae-sung finds surprising. The guy doesn't understand what he's looking for all of a sudden, so he asks our boy if something is wrong, but Song Song just responds by taking out a pair of winter boots and asking him if he'd like to try it on. As you can imagine, the guy is taken aback when he sees the boots. He's so confused because he can't even understand how it's possible for anyone to still have them in such good condition. Of course, Song isn't planning to tell the guy about the secret shop he has been using, so he simply tells Jae-sing that he had extra shoes with him. Without hesitation, the guy in glasses tries on the boots and is so amazed that they fit him perfectly. He thanks the MC for the gift and Song just encourages him to enjoy the shoes and wear them comfortably, informing him that they have pretty good insulation. Hearing this, the guy just thanks him once again. And in that moment, Song receives a notification informing him that he just got another party member. Apparently, this gesture earned him a new member on his team, and this new development comes with some perks. Now that he has 3 members in his party, he can earn even more coins than before since coins obtained by his teammates are automatically monopolized. At this point, Song pretty much confirms his earlier theory. He wasn't sure before, but now, he's convinced that giving gifts really does add the recipient as a party member. The 2 men continue their journey through the building and soon arrive at their destination. Jae-sung tells our guy that the brazier they're looking for is just around the corner, and sure enough, they soon find it sitting in a dark corner. It looks like it's in really good condition, which makes things even better, so they pick it up without hesitation. On the way out, Jae-sung reveals that there are others too, but admits this one with them appears to be perfect for indoor use. Of course, all of this sounds okay to Song, so when his new teammate explains, he simply suggests that they head back with the one they got. On the way back, the MC starts pondering again. He recalls how Jae-sung used to love cigarettes before this whole Ice Age apocalypse started, so he contemplates sharing some of his with the guy in glasses. Song figures that doing so would build more rapport between them. With this in mind, he asks Jae-sung to hold it for a second, which leaves the guy a little puzzled. He curiously waits for Song to tell him what's up, and that's when our guy informs him that he has one more item that's not in this distribution center. This just gets Jae-sung even more anxious, so he asks Song what he's talking about. He doesn't say what it is. He just starts smiling ear to ear and then reaches into his pocket. The moment he does this, Mr. Glasses can already tell what he's about to take out. His guess is spot on because our guy reveals a pack of cigarettes and hands it to him. Jae-sung is so excited when he sees this because he hasn't been able to smoke even once since this zombie invasion started. The MC takes out 3 sticks and hands it over to Jae-sung, claiming that it's his way of paying back for the ramen they had earlier. For the first time, Jae-sung thinks that 3 sticks is a lot. He didn't think that the MC would even spare more than one in this situation, but our boy doesn't mind at all. He reminds Jae-sung that they're a community now and makes him understand that he is happy to share his cigarettes. Hearing this, Jae-sung is so touched. The guy probably never thought that he'd cherish a couple sticks this much before, but here he is, clutching them to his chest like they're his most prized possession. Remember when Song thought of doing this to build rapport? Well, his idea works a little too well because Jae-sung gets all emotional as a result. He's so touched by the gesture that he starts confessing love to our guy while trying to hug him. Of course, this gets Song pretty uncomfortable, so he tries his best to politely create some space between them while urging his senior colleague not to get weird. Shortly after all that, they make their way back to their hideout where they left Song. She was sorting out the plates when they arrived, but the brazier they brought with them totally distracted her. Song announces their return and shows her the fur coat sweaters he found, claiming that it's the bonus loot. As you can imagine, the girl is delighted to see that they got her a padded jacket, especially since she was almost freezing up there. But that's not all our boy has for her. Apparently, he also brought face wash products, toothpaste, and toothbrushes for all of them, which is just truly wonderful news for the lady. She's so excited that she tackles him with a hug before he can even finish talking. Sure, it catches him off guard, but he doesn't find it disturbing since she's a girl. I mean, it's very different from the situation with Jae-sung earlier apparently. Anyway, Seon has had it really rough these past couple days without essentials like this, so she grabs all the stuff she needs and rushes down to the ladies' room. Our boy sees how excited she is and he completely understands her reaction because it's been a while since they all washed up properly. After coming to this place, they spent 3 days non-stop forming a camp for themselves and get started by converting the space that Choi Jae-sung used into a kitchen. Then, they turned the space next to it into a bedroom by putting in 3 mattresses and sleeping bags. Unfortunately, installing solar panels on the rooftop didn't work out the way they hoped. This was because the snow and the strong winds posed a risk of breaking the glass windows instead. For this reason, they compromised by installing the panels as widely as possible on the 5th floor. The zombies began to gradually disperse as time passed, and soon, they could barely see any of them around the building. One day Son looks out the window and is surprised to see that there are almost none left now. She informs the others and Song agrees with her. He ponders on the situation a bit and concludes that most things have stabilized over the last couple of days. With this in mind, he figures that it's time to check outside and see if it's really safe to move out there. Of course, he knows that they can't just waltz out there without making a plan or having anything to defend themselves, so he tells his partners that he'd like to stop at that gun shop he and Son saw before. Unsurprisingly, the lady agrees with him. She's aware of the risks too, so even though she's in support of patrolling the area, she admits that going far will not be easy. Song knows that this is true, and it's mostly because they don't have coins to help them avoid the zombies anymore. Well, that's more of a personal issue for him, since the others don't even know about the shopping platform he's been using. Besides their complete lack of coins, the cold out there is absolutely freezing, so it would even be a miracle if they survived there. At this point, Song starts to wish that they had a car with them, because that way, they wouldn't need to worry about zombies or looters ambushing them. Elsewhere, later that night, we see that familiar figure on a motorcycle riding around the zombie-infested city. It's likely the same one we saw earlier, since he looks like he's trying to lure the zombies to follow him. Apparently, this is not his first time coming across this many zombies, because he's just way too relaxed. At the same time, we see another man riding a bicycle in the middle of the city that night. This second guy is also having his first encounter with a swarm of zombies, so when they start coming at him, he quickly rides away, desperate to escape. This guy lives in Bagok, Dong, and it seems this place hasn't been swarming with zombies before, so the cyclist is still trying to wrap his head around it. He frantically rides away and escapes to somewhere safe, and that's when he sees the motorcycle passing by. At first, he assumes that it's someone trying to get away from the monsters on a motorcycle, but he quickly realizes that this is not the case. It turns out that this crazy person on the motorcycle is deliberately leading the zombies to places where people might be and wiping them out. This is probably why the cyclist was shocked by how many zombies were in that horde. It's completely insane for someone to intentionally lead zombies over to where non-infected people are, so the cyclist concludes that whoever is on that motorcycle must be an evil bastard. Thankfully, he's able to avoid getting caught by the zombie wave that just passed, but from what he can see, it looks like they're headed right for another city nearby Dong. This is where they're going next, so the cyclist goes on the server to warn all the living people there to be very careful. While the evil bastard on the motorcycle continues to lead the zombies to more victims, we catch up with our boy and his partners, who are still trying to make life in the apocalypse less horrible. After completing the base camp, they decided to divide the responsibilities among themselves in order to make things easier. We see the lady stacking up a few plates on the shelf, which gives you an idea what her job is. Apparently, Han is in charge of organizing the interior and checking inventory in the storage warehouse. At the moment, that's exactly what she's doing, so she's pretty locked in, but that's until Jae-sung comes around and distracts her. The guy looks pretty nervous for some reason, so Son figures that he probably needs a hand with his work and offers to help him out even though she's not done with her. You see, the guy with the glasses is in charge of gathering information for the community, repairing supplies and handling anything mechanical. When she offers to help out, he reminds her that he said he was going to test the solar generator repair that day, and she recalls that conversation as well. Unfortunately, he hasn't been able to get to work on that, because it's been cloudy several days now, and the solar generator hasn't charged at all since. As such, the test ended up being impossible, because no date was coming through at all. With that being said, Choi Jae-sung asks her if he can help with anything since his responsibilities are currently on hold. Of course, Seon is happy to have some extra hands, so she immediately asks him to help her go check the stock of kitchen supplies. The assistant manager doesn't mind helping out with this at all, so he gets right to it, and that's when we get to find out what the MC's role is in all this. Turns out, our boy has the most demanding job on the list, which includes patrolling inside the storage area, keeping watch outside, and even planning ahead. He's currently walking around with a flashlight, patrolling the place, and it doesn't take him long before getting reunited with his teammates. He's surprised to see Son and Jae-sung together in the storage area, and they also didn't know he was around. The MC figures that Choi must have been helping the lady out with her work, and she confirms his guess, explaining how the bad weather caused the solar panels not to charge at all. Our guy already figured that they would face this problem, so he's not surprised at all. He knows just how bad it is because it's even worse outside. If it was just cloudy and a bit dark, they probably wouldn't have any problems, but the fog is so thick that they can barely see anything out there. Hearing this, Seon begins to wonder if they really don't have a backup plan. She asks if they still have any power left in there, but Choi explains that they're all out. All the batteries have been drained and there's no way to recharge them, either, which is a real bummer for them. This whole thing is starting to piss Son off, and she's even more bothered by the fact that they haven't been able to assess the situation outside in a long while. Hearing this, our guy suggests that the three of them talk for a while. They have the meeting, and by the end of it, we see Song walking out of the building with a bicycle. He's fully covered in thick clothes, so you already know that he's on his way out. Meanwhile, Choi and Sion are standing a few feet behind him, looking all terrified as if they're never going to see him again. He sees the expressions on their faces and wonders why they look so grim when he's the one who goes out there. Of course, Sion doesn't hesitate to tell him that it's because they're worried about him being out there alone, so she tries to make her understand why it has to happen like this. For starters, if they all leave and another group breaks into their hideout, they'll be completely defenseless, so he explains this to her once again. As for him being in danger, he has the spear that she modified for him, so he really doesn't think there's anything to be worried about. Still, he knows that it's a dangerous assignment, so he assures his party members that he'll be careful when he goes out. At this point, Sion is a bit calmer, so she doesn't mind letting him go. Seeing that our guy is about to set off, Choi assures him that they will take care of things back there. Song gets on the bike and prepares to take off, but not before telling them that he'll come back with the induction cooker they need as well, the gun. In response, Sion informs him that she put a rope for tying the induction cooker to the bicycle. The girl also put a note in his bag containing a list of substitute items in case he can't find the stuff he's going out to get for them. Seong thanks her once again and promises to come back. Just as he's about to ride out of the gate, she tells him to come straight back and forget about the mission if it gets too dangerous out there. The MC sets off shortly after, and along the way, he starts to think about how he really picked the right teammate. Turns out Song was the one who put a chain around the tires of the bike so it can move better on the snow. She even fixed a light for him, and thanks to all that, his trip was made a little easier. He rides at a steady pace along the dark and lonely road while scanning the area as quietly as he can. He looks around but still doesn't find anything on the road. He's completely alone there, and it's starting to get a little disturbing, but he doesn't let it bother him too much. The MC decides not to let his guard down because he knows that there will probably be a lot of zombies at the apartment complex he's headed to. With this in mind, he continues his silent and dangerous mission, and shortly after that, he comes across a school. Seeing a school nearby, he figures that he's probably very close to the apartment complex, so he tries to pick up the pace. Song pushes through the cold night on his bicycle, but the trip starts to get really difficult all of a sudden. The wind gets a lot stronger the further he goes, but it's still bearable since it's mostly just headwind. This just makes him want to get the hell out of this snowstorm, so he pedals even faster. Just as he picks up the pace, he senses something that catches him off guard. All of a sudden, our guy perceives something like exhaust fumes, and at first, he probably thinks that his nose is playing tricks on him. But the strong smell lingers and it becomes very clear that he is not hallucinating. He slows down a bit to figure out what's going on, and that's when he confirms that these fumes resemble something coming from a beat-up car. His eyes widen in shock as he comes to this realization, because has no idea why on earth a running car would be in this area. There shouldn't be anything in this part of town except the zombies, so Song starts panicking, and that's when we get to see the motorcycle rider from earlier. At this point, the office worker also starts to hear the engine sound, and he quickly identifies it as the sound of a motorcycle. The noise starts getting really loud just then, which means that whoever is on Hatbike is coming right toward him. He looks back to see what's really going on behind him, but all he sees is the bright flash of light beaming back. The light is getting even brighter at this point, and the sound is much louder than before, so the office worker starts to have a really bad feeling. The fact that a motorcycle is running loudly in the area means that it's only a matter of seconds before all the zombies come out to follow it. Sure enough, he starts to see the deadly monsters coming out of the shadows. He tries to get away from the loud noise and a few zombies that are emerging from the darkness, but in this dark and cloudy night, he can't really navigate properly. And so, he needs up riding straight into a horde of blood-thirsty brain eaters that are also coming right toward him. By the time he can see them clearly, they're already way too close to him. At this point, he just stops in his tracks so that he can properly scan the area around him, and that's when he sees that the monsters aren't only in front of him. In the blink of an eye, Song gets himself surrounded by the zombies, but they don't appear to have sensed his presence just yet. His eyes almost pop out of his head when he sees just how many there are, but he can't waste any time feeling sorry for himself. He immediately starts brainstorming, determined to figure out a plan to escape. He's already confirmed that the motorcycle must be the same one that was leading the zombies the last time. He actually saw this same thing happen a few weeks back, but probably didn't imagine that he'd get stuck in the middle of it. Anyway, now it's pretty obvious that he has to make a run for it while he still can. The horde is too large for him to take on his own, even with his new and improved spear. He can tell that they're probably the same number as before, or even more now, which simply means that he'd be done for if they catch him. With this in mind, he attempts to get the hell out of there in a blaze, but as soon as he starts pedaling, he realizes that it's going to be a lot harder than he thought. Even though the chains on the tires were supposed to help him get through the snow without getting stuck, they're currently proving to be a big problem for him because they're slowing him down a lot. Still, he doesn't let this discourage him. He keeps pushing hard through the snow, knowing how bad things could get for him if he gets caught. After riding for a while, he looks back to see where the monsters are, and he's absolutely horrified when he sees them running after him. Turns out they finally got his scent and now they're out for blood. Song is quite shocked because he didn't think they'd sense his presence so soon, but now that they're on his tail, he really needs to think fast. The office worker keeps riding through the snow, but he's not fast enough, so the zombies are closing in on him by the second. He knows for a fact that he won't be able to outrun them with the bike, and he also can't risk leaving it behind to go on foot, so he decides that hiding from the monsters will be the best way to go. But now, the big question is, where on earth is he going to hide from these vicious monsters chasing him? While trying to avoid getting caught, our boy keeps brainstorming and eventually decides to hide somewhere that he already knows, and right now, the only place coming to mind is the school he passed by not too long ago. He can't make it to the apartment complex in time without getting caught by the zombies, so the only safe option now is that school. With this in mind, Song continues to pedal as fast as his legs can take him and then heads back to the school. As soon as he's close enough to the building, he hops off the bike like a stuntman and races to the main entrance door, but when he tries to go inside, he realizes that the door is locked. At first, it just feels like a bad dream because this was his best shot at escaping the zombies, so now things are looking really bad for him. Regardless, he's not just going to sit there and wait for them to come and rip him apart, so after trying to open the door a few times, he decides to try something else. Song runs round the school to the side where all the windows are and attempts to get in through there. Unfortunately, even after trying over and over again, none of them burst open and he starts to really panic. He doesn't want to smash the windows because the noise would just attract the zombies and give away his location, but right now, it's starting to look like he'll have to take some drastic action. Just when it looks like the windows won't budge, he's finally able to slide one of them open, so he throws his things inside and climbs inside. At this point, you'd think our guy is home free, but that's when a zombie appears right behind him and grabs his leg. The office worker panics and tries to kick the monster off, but this zombie's grip is way too strong, so it doesn't let go. Song is horrified when he sees the monster holding onto his leg but doesn't let it faze him, and so he quickly kicks the zombies right in the face, thinking that this would be enough to knock it down, but that's not the case. Apparently, this zombie in particular has a really strong grip, so even after a powerful kick to the jaw, it's still holding onto his ankle. Seeing this, our boy is forced to turn around and deliver another mean kick, convinced that this one would do the trick, but once again, the zombie still doesn't let go. It's almost like this thing has got gorilla glue on his palms, and at this point, the office worker begins to panic a little. He can't afford to be here this long because that would just increase the chances of other zombies finding him there. If he wants to survive, he needs to figure out a way to get out of this situation on time. Now, it's pretty clear that using his feet won't work, so he quickly comes up with another idea. Just when it looks like the relentless monster is about to sink its teeth into him, he grabs his spear and buries the tip in the zombie's face. As soon as he does this, the monster finally lets go of his leg, and the force from the hit sends it falling back outside. Meanwhile, our guy falls on his back into the school through the window. It's a pretty hard fall, so he takes a second to catch his breath. I mean, he should be safe now that he dealt with that zombie, right? Well, not just yet, because as soon as he opens his eyes, he sees another zombie standing right in front of him. This one is literally about to enter through the open window, and of course, our guy isn't going to sit there and watch that happen. So, before the monster can get any closer, he grabs the stick to attack it. He thrusts his spear into the brain eater's mouth, determined to finish it off, but right after he does this, he sees yet another zombie right outside this window. He sees it charging straight at him, and just when it looks like the monster is going to scratch him, he slides the window shut to save himself. He manages to create a barrier between himself and the monsters, and apparently, these windows are pretty strong because the zombies aren't able to break in. They just stand there looking like angry customers waiting for their orders to be taken. Anyway, the office worker looks out at them, feeling so lucky that he's even still breathing because he knows for a fact that he would have been dead by now if he locked the window a second later. So far, the monsters haven't been able to break in, but he's not exactly trying to test their patience, so he hides behind a few tables to get out of their sights. He's pretty exhausted after that near-death experience, so he crouches down there to catch his breath for a while, hoping that the zombies go away. Back in the office building, we catch up with the other two members of the party. Choi Jae-sung startles Son when he suddenly pops up behind her to talk. He notices that she's been distracted, so he figures that she's probably very worried about Song. He finds it a little funny because he's confident that the MC will come back safely. On the other hand, Xian is starting to panic because the snowstorm seems to be getting heavier outside. Hearing this, the assistant manager calmly assures her that she'll do just fine and this helps relieve her just a little. Still, she can't help but look out the window with worry laced all over her face. But that's about when Choi pulls her out of her head again. The assistant manager suddenly shows her his phone, asking if he should try turning it on, since he was finally able to charge it to about 8%. Xian is pretty taken aback when she sees this, but she's not sure what to tell him now because she doesn't even know if the battery will be enough to last them. Well, Choi is pretty confident that the phone should stay alive for at least 10 minutes, but that's only if he turns on the power-saving mode. The lady seems to agree with him on this, so she waits for him to turn on the phone, but also admits how nervous she is because she hasn't checked her phone for days. Because of this, she's very curious about the updates on the server. While Jae-sung proceeds to turn on the phone and log into the server, Xian just stares at the screen anxiously, but the guy doesn't know that she's still thinking about Song Jin's song. Right now, she's just thinking about how relieving it is to see that it's getting a little brighter down there, which simply means that it's almost dawn and so Song will soon be back. Immediately after logging back in, the messages from other members of the community start popping up, and the first thing they see is an update from another survivor informing the chat that the zombies also react to the smell of blood. He proceeds to tell a story of how he and 3 other survivors holed up in his house at first. But then, 2 out of the 4 turned into zombies, so they had to lock the infected in a room and have just been hanging on since then. At first, the zombies were calm, but earlier that day, they caught a whiff of blood and went absolutely crazy. Right under this message, someone else replies, telling the guy that he's literally the only person who didn't know that the zombies go nuts when they smell fresh blood. Turns out, it was already common knowledge for everyone in the chat, so the second guy simply advises the first guy to keep up with the community so that he can always get information. Thankfully, Xian and Jae-sung already knew this thing about blood too, so the assistant manager keeps swiping to get to more recent news. While those two are busy going through the chat updates for any information that might be useful to them, we see that our guy back in the school has finally decided to get a move on. Song takes out his flashlight and begins to look around the school to check if anyone else is in there with him, and after searching for a while, he confirms that there's no one else around. Just then, he points his flashlight on something that leaves him frozen on the spot. At the same time, back in the office building, Xian and Choi find another update that looks interesting, so they start reading it. In the message, the person suggests that the mutation of the zombies is getting worse lately. At first, this guy thought that the only unique zombies were wall crawlers, but now he's starting to think he was wrong because he recently saw some very huge ones. Apparently, some of these are growing way taller than they should, and that's definitely very scary. Back in that classroom, we see our guy looking out the window at the large horde of zombies parading the streets. It's truly a sight to him. He notices that they now have a motorcycle rider in their ranks, and he figures that it must be the same guys he saw earlier. At the moment, the MC is starting to think that these zombies might have been members of a biker gang before they got infected, but he can't be sure, so he keeps analyzing the situation. While he's busy brainstorming, we get back to Choi and Xian, who are still reading the updates on the server. Someone replies to that message about giant zombies, asking just how big these mutants are, so the guy reveals that these special breeds are over 2 meters tall. That's already taller than any normal human could be, so he concludes they're basically not even human zombies anymore. And right at that moment, Song also gets to see what they're talking about with his own eyes. Walking in the middle of the horde is an extremely tall zombie, which is something that he has never seen before, so he is pretty taken aback by the sight. He can't believe his eyes and has a hard time wrapping his head around it, just like his partner members back in the office building. It sounds insane for a zombie to be over 2 meters tall. Like they were already dangerous enough when they were at the normal height, and now they're turning to Goliaths. Xian wonders if this means that their bones are mutating as well, but of course, Choi can't answer this question for sure. All he knows is that things are starting to get a lot more dangerous. By this time, the battery is already quite drained, so he suggests that they check one more post before the phone dies again. They start scrolling through the chat, and Choi decides to pick the one mentioning something about a horde of zombies. Apparently, the person who dropped this message lives in Bagak-dong, and out of nowhere, a massive swarm of zombies showed up in his city. At first, he thought that they were chasing some guy dragging a motorcycle, but he quickly realized that the biker was actually luring the biker toward populated spots to wipe out more people. As you can imagine, this is pretty horrifying information for the 2 party members to digest. They're so shocked and confused, but they need to find out more, so they keep reading the post and get to the part where the writer warns all those in Dong to be careful, because that's where the massive horde is headed next. Right after reading that part, the phone dies and the screen goes dark, leaving Son I anxious and frustrated because she wanted to get more information regarding the whole thing. Unfortunately, the phone is dead now, so she starts freaking out. From the post that they just read, she was able to get the part about the horde moving from Bangkok Dong to Dong, and this makes her panic because she remembers that Song was headed in the opposite direction. This explains why he came across the horde on his way to Bangkok Dong, and so now refuses to sit back and wait knowing that her friend is in danger. She starts walking away, but Choi sees her right on time and stops her before she can do anything crazy. He asks her where she's going while holding her hand, but she tries to pull away from him. She's definitely losing her patience now because this guy is holding her back from going to save Song. The post was pretty clear, so she doesn't get why Choi is reluctant when he knows that their friend is going to run into that horse of zombies. The lady is very convinced that he's in trouble because she has actually seen this swarm of zombies with her own eyes. It's not like she just heard about them or something. She remembers seeing the horde the first time she and Song came up to this place, so she knows for a fact that the office worker won't stand a chance if he runs into the monster. In fact, she feels that there won't even be a body left, so she makes this clear to Mr. Glasses over there, and that's when he finally lets her go with a dazed look on his face. At this point, starts marching away but stops in his tracks once again when Choi tells her that it's too late. This statement leaves her stunned, so she turns around to ask the guy exactly what he means by that, but he doesn't say anything. He just stands there, staring at her like he's about to deliver bad news. Of course, this gets the lady really worked up, so she yells at him to say something. That's when he finally responds. He starts by telling her that it was 4:20 am when he looked at the timestamp on that message. Apparently, that post they read about the horde led by the biker was posted very early that same day. And going by that, Choi Jae-sung concludes that the same horde would already be on their way to Bangkok, and very close for that matter. That being said, going out to search for Song would be a suicide mission because that very swarm of zombies might already be in Dong for all they know. Seon-ai is just dumbfounded when he explains this to her. But she doesn't even protest anymore because she knows that he's right. All of a sudden, she starts to look defeated, so Choi comforts her the best he can and suggests that they hold out exactly where they are instead of risking their lives. He reminds her that they can't afford to let the horde sweep through this place too. Even though their friend is clearly in danger and they want to bring him back, Choi also knows that they need to keep a home for him to return to. That was the whole point of our guy going on this mission by himself. He needed to go but also make sure that they were there to hold down the fort while he is away. Choi reminds Seon-ai that this was the whole point and successfully makes her see reason with him. After listening to everything he has to say, she calmly assures him that she understands and admits that she wasn't think straight earlier. So now she makes up her mind to stay back and defend her place too. If not for anything, then at least for Song, who has already gone out and put his life in danger to make sure that they get what they need. The scene changes at this point, and we catch up with our guy who's still going from classroom to classroom in the abandoned school. His little tour is interrupted when he suddenly hears a noise coming from the classroom next door. He searched the place before and didn't find anything, so this noise definitely increases his heart rate a little. He starts to think that it might be a zombie, but that wouldn't even make any sense because aside from the window he climbed in through, all the other doors in the building were locked. And so, he concludes that whoever is making that noise must be another survivor. And if that's the case, he figures that the person could just end up becoming an ally to him. He's pretty eager to see if this is the case, so he decides that he needs to check to be sure. With this in mind, Song quietly moves into the next classroom, and that's when he gets to see the person making that noise. His eyes almost pop out of his head when he sees that it's a little child. He probably has a lot of questions running through his mind right now, but the thing that bothers him the most is that his child wasn't able to make it to a shelter. The kid remains in one spot in the dark classroom, and it's almost like they haven't seen the office worker yet. Song begins to rack his brain over the situation at hand. He knows that he can't bring the child back to base with him, but figures that the kid's home must be nearby. With this in mind, he considers helping the little one get back home and finally calls out to the child. After all, if that's all he is able to do, then it should be good enough. But just as he calls out to the kid, he realizes that there was something he missed before. He points his flashlight at the kid and realizes that he has been wearing bloody clothes all this time. That doesn't seem normal at all, since any other kid would have changed the dirty clothes and found something thicker to wear in this freezing weather as well. On top of hats, it's been weeks since the apocalypse started, so all of a sudden, it becomes really clear that this is not some innocent kid, but actually a zombie that's just been waiting for him until some unsuspecting survivor comes around. And so, in a split second, our guy is forced to kill the infected child since he starts charging at him. He takes out the zombie and obtains 1 coin as a reward, taking his total to 3. But he doesn't feel good about it because he wasn't able to save the child. And so he just stands there, staring at the corpse with a sad look on his face as he apologizes to the boy. After taking out that zombie, Song now has a total of 3 coins in his possession that he can use on the store, but of course, that won't be enough to get him all the stuff he really needs to survive in this Ice Age apocalypse, so after dealing with the zombie, he resumes his search around the school. He was lucky that he didn't get ambushed by the last zombie he just faced, and he knows that might not be that lucky again, so he starts looking all over the school building for other zombies. This way, he can eliminate threats and warn coins at the same time, so he goes from one classroom to the next looking for brain eaters to wipe out, but even after searching for a while, he doesn't find any. During his search, he also noticed that most of the useful items, there are things that he can easily get from the warehouse, so he doesn't bother taking them with him either. After circling the school a couple times, he decides to rest for a bit and catch his breath. As you can imagine, the office worker is a bit disappointed that there's really nothing to be gained in this place. He quietly makes his bed in one of the upstairs classrooms as he prepares to go to bed. Before lying down, he looks out the window and notices that it's still snowing. It hasn't stopped since, so he's really hoping that it stops in the morning so that he can continue his journey. However, that's not even the biggest obstacle in his way, because the real reason he's stuck in the building is the horde of zombies waiting outside. So far, they've proven to be really patient, but our guy is seriously hoping that they'd have disappeared by sunrise. He didn't think he'd have to be stuck here for so long, so he's feeling really lucky that he brought a sleeping bag. He also took emergency rations with him just in case, and it's looking like they'll come in really handy. Song remembers that he wouldn't have taken them with him if didn't literally force him to, so he's currently very thankful for her. The office worker gets ready for bed, but he's unable to fall asleep in his sleeping bag because of just how cold it is. His mind keeps wandering as a result of the insomnia, and begins to wonder if the warehouse is okay. He knows that the zombie horde is currently headed toward Dong City, so he can't help but feel really worried about his friends over there. He hopes that they're okay and once again, attempts to get some shit-eye. Not long after, he wakes up, and as soon as he opens his eyes, the first thing he does is check what time it is. He checks his watch, and before he can even process it, his tummy starts grumbling. He hasn't eaten anything in a long while, so it makes sense that he'd be hungry, so he quickly takes out a food bar before he starves to death. While munching on his food, he notices something that catches his eye outside the window. On the other side of the street, there's a building that looks intriguing, so he figures that he should probably check it out. With this in mind, he grabs his flashlight and gets a move on. Not long after, we see him back downstairs, attempting to get out of the school building without getting caught by the zombies. But at the same time, he sees the need to check if he can use anything in the gym. There, he finds all the sports balls scattered around and figures that the people there must have left in a hurry when the apocalypse first started. He picks up a wooden bat, thinking that it's a pretty good weapon. As much as he'd like to take it with him, he still has to carry his other gear, so he has to drop it. However, the small baseballs look like things that might come in handy, so he takes a few and stuffs them in his backpack. His little search is interrupted when he comes across a zombie wandering in the dark corner near him. Seeing it, he wonders if they got bitten by a zombie, then got trapped here after hiding. Either way, he can't let the brain eater get away, so when the zombie isn't looking in his direction, he sneaks up on it and lands a powerful strike with his spear. Song takes out the monster, and once again, the system rewards him with another coin, taking his total up to 4. By the time he gets into the place, he finds the stove and realizes that it's a gas burner and not an induction cooktop. He feels pretty disappointed, but then again, he should have known. Anyway, he checks the other stuff there. He feels that it would be nice to have a grudge and an oven, but it's impossible to carry them with him or take them apart. And so, he just ignores the thought because he clearly can't do anything about it. After checking out the place, he goes back outside and realizes that most of the zombie horde has disappeared. Seeing this, he gets back on his bicycle and considers going back into the city center. He'd like to go there right away, and just as he's about to start riding, he thinks about how lucky he is that the bicycle is still in one piece. After that crazy night with the swarm of zombies waiting outside the school for him, he probably didn't imagine that he'd come out to see the bike. Anyway, he continues his trip, and just as the sun finally starts to come up, he arrives at the city center. Unfortunately, there are a lot of zombies in this area, so he has to be very careful here to avoid getting caught. As soon as he gets there, he gets off the bike and hides behind a car. His destination is the apartment complex in the city center, and since he knows that it is the tallest building in the place, it's easier for him to navigate. After only a few steps, he notices that there are a lot of blood stains on the road, and so, he concludes that there might have been a pretty fierce battle there before he arrived. He walks past the area carrying his bicycle while trying not to step on the broken glass scattered all over the place. Once he gets past that point, he can finally heave a sigh of relief, feeling that this should be safe enough. Now, he's finally right in front of the apartment complex, so he braces himself for anything that he might find in there, and then starts climbing up the stairs. Song climbs the entire length of the staircase, and after a while, he finally makes it to the top floor of the building. Once he's up there, he starts looking around the place and comes across a door. He tries to open it, but as soon as he places his fingers on the handle, he realizes that it's reacting. So, he decides not to try any harder because if he forces it open, an alarm would go off. In that case, he decides to try something else. You see, our boy is determined to get into this apartment, so he can't just give up like that. And so, in a shocking twist, he takes a big swing of his modified spear axe thingy and destroys the door lock. The thing falls right off the door and the office worker is finally able to get into the apartment. He takes a look around once he's in, and judging by the state of things in the room, he presumes that the residents here also left in a hurry. While standing by the door, he scans the place until he's confident that there's no one else in there. Once he's sure of that, he happily enters the room and goes straight to the induction cooktop sitting on the counter. Now that he's found it, he unplugs the cooker and tries to strap it to his backpack. After placing the thing safely, our guy flops down on the bed, feeling that he should rest a bit before heading back. It's been so long since he last slept on a soft bed, so lying there feels like he's literally melting into the mattress. He starts dozing off right away because of how comfortable it is, but he's instantly drawn out of his drowsiness when he hears noises coming from outside the window. His first thought is that it's probably zombies making the noise, so he doesn't really get worried since he's on the highest floor of the building, but the noise starts getting louder, and that's when he gets up to see for himself. At this point, he gets to see the zombies climbing the other tall building next to the apartment complex. They're far away, so he begins to wonder what that loud noise he heard was, and assumes that it might have been the sound of one of them falling. Even though he feels like he's not in any immediate danger, he also knows that zombies wouldn't just start scaling skyscrapers for no reason, so begins to panic. That's when he gets to see the reason they monsters are climbing so high. It turns out, there's a person in that building, and for some reason, his window is open. This person is clearly the target of these zombies, and when our guy sees this, he starts to panic. The zombies are swarming that other apartment building in a crazed frenzy, and our guy can't help but feel bad because there's really nothing he can do to help out. It's time for him to bounce. So, with the many zombies now swarming the other building, he finally has an opportunity to make a run for it. They've been drawn away, so this is his chance to escape. With this in mind, he grabs his things and begins to make his way out of the apartment. Our guy puts on his backpack and clutches the induction cooktop to his chest while trying to rush out, but he's instantly stopped in his tracks when a loud and bright flash of light rocks the place. As soon as this happens, he drops the precious cooker and rushes to the window to check what the hell that was. He looks out the window onto the snowy streets, thinking that the noise was most likely a gunshot. That's when our guy gets to see the person responsible. It turns out that someone in the other building is firing bullets down at the zombies. This blonde-haired lady with the rifle continues to unload rounds on the brain eaters, trying to climb the walls as well as these down on the road. Seeing this, the office worker doesn't even know how to feel. On one hand, this shooter is helping him wipe out all the threats around the city center, but at the same time, he's worried because if she keeps firing the gun like that, all the zombies within a 300-meter radius will swarm the apartment buildings in a matter of seconds. Of course, it's never a good thing to be surrounded by that many zombies, and there's a good chance this shooter doesn't have enough bullets to take out such a large horde of relentless brain eaters. With all of this in mind, Song begins to really freak out, and his fears are suddenly confirmed when he looks further down the road and sees the sea of zombies coming their way. A wave of horror washes over him at this point, and he simply concludes that his chance to escape is gone. Right now, it's looking like it's all over because this sudden turn of events means that he's now trapped here. This blonde-haired shooter continues to unleash a barrage of bullets on the zombies, and even though this is supposed to be a good thing right now, it's actually driving him crazy. It turns out that this lady has been firing non-stop for over an hour now, which is surprising because you'd think that she would have run out of bullets by now. Well, that's not the case, because she's still very loaded and doesn't look like she's stopping anytime soon. Anyway, Song takes a closer look at the shooter and notices that she's picking off these zombies one by one with very precise shots. She's barely missing her shots, which suggests that she must be a pro at this. The office worker keeps watching her every move and also notices how she goes back in to reload whenever she's out. Even the way she adjusts instantly whenever the rifle has an issue shows pure professionalism, and he finds this pretty intriguing. The blondie takes a pause to go in and fix her gun, and seconds later, she comes out again to resume her rain of bullets on the brain eaters. At this point, our guy begins to think that this lady might actually be a soldier. She's way too good with the rifle to be a civilian as far as he's concerned, but he can't be sure, so he just keeps watching her do her thing, hoping that he can get the hell out of here soon. He looks down at the street from the top floor where he was, and there's a sea of zombie corpses lying around. He knows for a fact that hundreds of these monsters must have been dead by now, and he's not too happy about this. You see, this lady just wiped out all the potential kills he would have made. It's kinda disappointing for our guy, because he knows that all of these kills would have turned into coins if he met her earlier and formed a party with her. If they were in the same party, he'd be so rich with coins right now and would be able to afford almost anything on that shopping platform, and so an idea pops into his head all of a sudden. What if she really became his ally? If that were to happen, then maybe he'd even get his hands on a gun to enable him to hunt down the zombies and earn coins himself. That would be such a breakthrough for him with the current state of things, and the idea isn't looking half bad right now, because this shooter appears to have plenty of bullets and weapons to spare. Seong is really considering adding this shooter to his team right now, but first he needs an opportunity to actually talk to her, and he can't exactly pitch his idea to her at the moment. As far as he's concerned, it will take at least a full day before those zombies finally scatter. So, he figures that he'll just have to wait a little longer until all of that is over. He sits on the floor by the window so he can rest a bit, while the gunshots start to become less frequent. At this point, you'd think that the shooter finally wiped out the horde, but you'd be dead wrong, because in the blink of an eye, another large ground of brain eaters swarm the place. The office worker hears the loud screeches and jolts up from the floor to check what's going on, and that's when he sees another multitude of undead creatures. This gets him really frustrated because it means that he'll have to wait there a lot longer than he thought he'd have to. Now, he's convinced that these monsters never actually stop, and by the time he looks over at the other apartment, he doesn't see the shooter anymore. Apparently, the gunfire from the other side finally stopped, and that's not the best thing right now. He begins to panic because the zombies are still coming in numbers. Our guy immediately starts searching his bag to see what he's got in there. He can see that he's only got enough food left for a single day, so now he's starting to think that maybe he should have made a run for it earlier back when the shooter was mowing down zombies like crazy. Unfortunately, he can't make any moves now that the monsters are back with full force, so he concludes that all he can do is wait until the horde scatters. Later that night, we see our boy tucked in bed and trying to fall asleep, but from the way he's looking, you can tell that he's pretty restless. He starts rolling on the bed and eventually wakes up again. Clearly, he can't fall asleep because he's worried about his friends back at the logistics warehouse earlier. He remembers that horde of zombies led by the biker and fears that they're going to invade the warehouse. This is all he can think about despite trying his best to get his mind off it. He tries so hard to calm down and assure himself that everything is going to be fine, but even after telling himself that there's nothing to worry about, he still can't shake the feeling. Determined to really get his mind off it, he opens up that shopping system so that he can think of something else. Seong believes that he should be able to scavenge most of what he needs when he gets back into the logistics warehouse. He feels that there might even be something special in there waiting for him, so he opens the system in search of something he saw earlier. It's a random box which obviously contains a mystery surprise, and right now, he's very curious to find out exactly what's inside. He needs to know what comes out of it because that's the only way he can decide whether or not it's worth buying more of it later. The mystery box costs 10 coins, which is a lot more than he has right now, so he can't find out what's in there at the moment. Still, he feels that he has to keep it in mind so that he can actually work towards earning enough coins to get it. He's brainstorming about the situation when he suddenly hears a loud bang that draws him out of his thoughts. From the sound, he can tell that it was definitely a huge explosion, so he rushes to the window to check out what it is. Looking out, he can't see anything that explains what just happened, so he starts to think that those guys who blew up the subway to block the tracks are the ones responsible for this one too. He has no idea where exactly the explosion went off because of how far away it is, and just as he's busy racking his brain, he notices that the zombies start to move away. They're all heading south, which means that they're following the sound, so now he knows for sure that the explosion came from the southern part of the city. As soon as he sees the brain eaters leaving the city center, he grabs his stuff and prepares to get a move on. This is his chance to finally get the hell out of here, and he's determined to use it. Our guy puts on his backpack and grabs the induction cooktop that he came for before quickly making his way down the long flight of stairs. He walks down as fast as his legs can carry him while trying his best not to lose his footing, and after an arduous race against time, he finally makes it back to his bicycle. He ties the cooker to his bicycle and then takes a moment to catch his breath. After resting for a brief moment, he carefully moves the bike down the remaining stairs and quietly attempts to sneak away. Eventually, he makes it to the door that's slightly open, and as soon as he sticks his head out, he's thrown off by just how many of the zombies are loitering all over the place. There are so many in front of him, and he's surprised they're still hanging around since most of them ran toward the noise of the explosion. For some reason, these ones aren't even moving at all. They're just standing in the way, which leaves the office worker pretty confused because now he's not sure what he's supposed to do. He takes a brief moment to study their behavior, and that's when he notices how unsuspecting they are. In this state, they look pretty vulnerable, and since this isn't exactly a horde, he starts to get some pretty risky ideas. Our guy starts to consider taking these smokes on by himself with nothing but his spear, but just as the thought crosses his mind, he looks to the side and is surprised to see that shooter from earlier quietly walking out of her apartment building too. He takes a moment to watch her and figures that she's also trying to get out of the area as well. He keeps looking at her to sneak out of the place, and then all of a sudden, she starts approaching him with her rifle in hand. At this point, it's quite obvious that they've seen each other, and she gives him a hand signal from where she is. Seeing this, he's probably already concluded that the blondie must be a soldier or some ex-military. Anyway, the shooter picks up the pace just then and starts jogging through the snow to get close to the zombies. They're not too many, so it appears that she's getting the same idea that Song just had. With only a few strides, she gets close enough to the monsters and prepares to start spraying them with bullets. At the moment, our boy is just way too impressed by her that he doesn't even realize she's about to take coins away from him once again. The office worker is blown away by her movements, which literally have no wasted motion, and he's starting to think that she might even be from some special forces unit. It's really puzzling for him, but despite how curious he is, he can't make any stupid moves yet. She's got a gun and looks like she is about to start shooting, so he patiently watches to see what she's going to do. Surprisingly, she doesn't start shooting at the zombies. She stealthily comes straight to him to talk, which makes him pretty nervous. The lady walks up to him and starts by telling him that she has no intention of fighting him. He would like to believe that she's not a threat to him since she hasn't attacked him, but he also knows that he can't be that gullible at a time like this. He notices that she's not putting her gun down, so he doesn't let go of his weapon either. Our guy keeps it right in front of him, making sure that it's in a position where he can defend himself. I mean, she's got a rifle which she could use to hurt him from any distance, but I guess it's worth a try. If something goes wrong, he's afraid that she could become hostile, and that would be very bad for him if that gun is still with her. The shooter suddenly interrupts his thoughts when she asks if he's alone or has companions with him. Just then, he drops his wooden weapon on the floor and then reaches into the back of his pants, where he's hidden his flare gun. He secretly takes it out a little for easier access as he tells her that he's alone. But then, he puts his hands up as he tells her that he also has no intention of fighting with her. It's at this point that the blonde lady puts her rifle away, confirming that she's actually not here to hurt him. She walks closer to him with a smile on her face, telling him that it's nice to meet him because it's been since she's seen another survivor. She stretches her hand out next, offering him a handshake, and he returns the gesture as he introduces himself. Of course, she also introduces herself, revealing that her name is Park Sayan. As soon as he shakes her hand, he gets to feel the calluses on her body, which gets him really curious. Just then, the lady prepares to get moving again, but first, she scans the area. Inside the apartment complex, there aren't that many zombies, but outside, there will be a lot of them as far as she's concerned. That being said, she doesn't think it's wise for them to try moving out right away, so she suggests that they sit down and rest for a bit. Of course, our guy doesn't have any problem with this, so he agrees to do so. They both sit together to catch their breaths for some time while waiting for the heat to die down, and the blue-eyed lady just keeps staring at him. After staring for a while, she finally breaks the silence, asking if he's living alone right now. Our guy doesn't know yet if this lady can be trusted. He's seen her very impressive combat skills and expertise with guns, so he knows for a fact that she would be a dangerous adversary. With this in mind, he decides that it's better for him to lie to her, at least for the meantime. So, he tells her that he's living alone and then asks her if she's on her own too. Hearing this, Park Sayan tells him that she originally had a few comrades who came out of the military with her. Unfortunately, they all died, and she shares this story from her past with Song. She tells him how they had a base on the outskirts of Bagak Dong. But then that wave of zombies that came through just now claimed the lives of her teammates. And that's how she ended up alone, and while trying to escape, she got trapped in the place at the end of the day. The office worker listens attentively to the story and notes how she refers to a horde of zombies as a wave. That's clearly military lingo, but he doesn't need to analyze anymore since she's already told him she was a soldier. Our guy feels pretty sorry for her when she shares this story with him. She's obviously been through a lot, so he sympathizes with her. Apparently, what she's feeling at the moment is more of rage than sadness because the death of her comrades was because of one bastard. She doesn't go into details on this one and just asks the office worker if he has a planned destination in mind yet. Hearing this, our guy is taken aback at first but then admits that was planning to head to the gun shop. Park Sa-yeon is surprised to hear this since she's basically a walking ammunition store. Well, our boy really was planning to go to the gun shop, so it's not like he's trying to play her. In times like these, there's nothing better for safety than having a gun as far as he's concerned, and this is what he tells Sa-hyun. Sure enough, she agrees with him, stating that they all need protection from other people too, and not just zombies. With all of this in mind, she suddenly asks him if he knows how to shoot a gun, and he tells her that he does. The moment he says this, she opens up her bag to take out her rifle, as if to say that he should show her what he can do with a gun. Park Sa-yeon takes out some of the ammunition in her bag and lines them up on the stairs. The blonde lady suddenly looks like she's unwell, so our guy asks her if she's alright. She immediately claims that she's fine, telling him that there were just too many of them earlier. I guess this makes sense since she was shooting at the brain eaters non-stop for over an hour. Anyway, she tells the office worker that she's fine really. Anyway, she just gave him some ammunition, so he thanks her for it, but she doesn't even think it's enough. She wishes she could have given him more, but that's all she has to spare at the moment. Regardless, our boy still thanks her a lot, feeling that it's more than enough. He puts them all in his bag and zips it up while the blondie watches him. She suddenly asks him where he's headed now that they can get away from the city center. She clearly has no one else to talk to and is probably hoping that she can keep moving together. But our guy isn't looking too keen on this happening. He nervously replies her with a really suspicious look on his face. He claims that he's planning to look for a new base first, since he wants to find a place where he can at least lay low safely. You see, he's only lying to her right now because he's still not sure if Sa-yeon is someone he and the others can trust enough to reveal their actual base. He wouldn't want a situation where he endangers the lives of the others, so he keeps that information to himself. On the other hand, Park Sa-hyun is eager to set up a new team, so she doesn't mind starting with the office worker. Hearing about his desire to get a new base, she asks him if he'd like to come with her. As far as she knows, he does have anyone else he has to go meet up with. This offer throws him off immediately because that isn't on his agenda at the moment. I mean, she's helped him out with the ammunition, but he doesn't think it should be enough to throw everything else and follow her. Right now, the lady actually wants them to keep moving together because it seems that having a companion would make both of them feel more secure. It's a pretty shocking request that she just made, and our guy can't understand why she'd want them to be comrades. She's got the weapons and the training to handle herself, and it really won't benefit her if they become companions, so he doesn't understand. At first, it doesn't make sense, but then he realizes that she probably just doesn't want to be alone in all this. It's definitely coming from an emotional point of view, so he finally starts to get it. And since it's gotten to this point, he decides that he should actually find out if she's someone that they can trust. With this in mind, he agrees to follow her, but he doesn't tell her anything about the warehouse yet. He just intends to study her for the meantime. After all, with her skills and weapons, their base will be a lot safer. He picks up his bag and starts marching out of the alley, which surprises Sa-hyun a little, but it's what she wanted, so she quietly gets moving too. Not long after that, we see the both of them trying to get out of the area. The ex-military woman leads the way, trying to make sure they don't run into any trouble, while our boy drags his bicycle close behind her. Along the way, they walk past a lot of corpses, but Park Sa-yeon continues to clear the path for them. At the back, our guy just watches her do her thing, and he continues to be impressed each time. Even now, she's still so sharp and composed, so he is convinced that she would be absolutely terrifying if she ever became an enemy. He definitely wouldn't want to get on her bad side, so he's just praying that he doesn't ever have to go up against her. These two continue their journey on the snowy roads, and after a while, our boy realizes that they've already made it to the next city. He knows that he wouldn't have been able to get to this point this quickly if he was by himself, so he's really impressed with Park's navigation skills. Right now, they're in a city called Sangmun-dong, and just as the office worker is praising her for her skills, she suggests that they take a break. The blondie walks up to an abandoned diner and urges Song to rest inside there with her for a while. They make their way into the place and she immediately flops down on one of the chairs. Our guy sits across from her and they both relax for a while. They have a few snacks and her mood lights up immediately. It's been a while since she had something that's sweet, so it really woke her entire body up. The MC just laughs in response, admitting that nothing beats sugar when one is worn out. After having a laugh, the office worker gets back on his feet, suggesting that they get moving again since they've rested enough. Park Sa-yeon agrees with him and gets up too. On the way out, she suggests that they focus on finding food supplies in the afternoon, and our guy also thinks that they should do that. He grabs his bicycle and rolls it out the door, talking about how food should be their priority for the meantime. But just as he's about to step out of the place, a bullet flies right past the front of his face. As you can imagine, fear grips him instantly, so he yells out to Sa-hyun, warning her that there's someone with a gun after them. The ex-military shoots out the door in a flash with her rifle in hand and starts running toward where the gunshot came from. Right now, our boy is still dazed because he literally almost got killed with a headshot, but the blondie seems to know exactly what's going on. She charges at the shooter, cursing at them, and while she's at it, Song finally starts to process what the hell just happened to him. That sounds just now when he was shot is exactly what you'd hear from a gun with a silencer. Meaning that this was a planned hit, and this just makes the situation even scarier. Because now, it means that whoever shot at him must have a grudge against Saiwan. While he's busy trying to wrap his head around everything going on, the blonde-haired lady crouches down to start shooting back. She hides behind a car as she starts spraying bullets at the attacker, so the terrified office worker runs over to her to take cover as well. He wouldn't want to get hit in the crossfire for nothing, so he hides behind the car too while calling out to her. Once he's right next to her, he desperately asks her what the hell is going on. There's clearly bad blood between her and the person shooting at them, so our guy demands an explanation from her. At first, she doesn't say anything, but he can see the look of fear on her face, making him realize just how much danger they're in. Even though she doesn't respond, our guy insists on getting an answer, so he bluntly asks her if these attackers are people that she knows. All of a sudden, one of the shooters call out to her, referring to her as Kelly, which is definitely not the name she told our guy. The armed men who appear to be military personnel keep firing at her, urging her to either surrender or die. At this point, our boy realizes that this is a foreign language they're speaking, which throws him off. The blondie keeps cursing at the men in English, and not Korean, so he's not really been able to understand them. The only thing he knows for sure is that they're trying to kill each other. The lady continues to ignore him despite him asking her what the hell is going on. As the gunfire intensifies, he finally has enough, so he gets up and starts scolding her. He tries to warn her not to engage in a shootout right here, because that would just attract the zombies, but before he can even finish talking, a bullet shuts him up. He almost gets shot, but it misses him by some miracle, so he goes back down to the ground to hide. Meanwhile, Saiyan, who we now know as Kelly, continues to spray the enemies with bullets. She keeps ignoring our boy even when he tries to warn her about the zombies around. With all the noise coming from this place, it's only a matter of time before the brain eaters swarm the area. Sadly, she can't exactly stop shooting now because the foreign soldiers are advancing. They're after her and are clearly not going back until they've captured her, so she refuses to stop. Song tries to touch her, hoping this would get her attention, but she just snaps at him. There's fear in her eyes, and he can see it as she tells him that she'll never surrender. She tells him that she'll never go back to where they took her, but of course, our guy doesn't really understand what any of this means, so he just backs off, looking really confused. It's at this point that she finally answers him. She tells him that these men coming after her actually raped her. She tells Song that this is the real reason she ran away from her team. Of course, our boy had no idea about any of this, so he's really dumbfounded when she drops this bombshell. It's a little difficult for him to digest right now, since he has seen how strong he is, but when she notices he's reluctant to believe her, she gets pissed. She can't believe that he'd think she's lying at a time like this, and even though he doesn't want to doubt her, he also doesn't know if he can actually trust her yet. To be fair, she did lie to him about everything else, like her name and why she was all by herself, so what guarantee does he have that she's telling the truth right now? He really doesn't know what to do now because this changes everything. They're in a situation that could see him changing his entire plan about her, and so he starts racking his brain on the next call to make. However, his brainstorming is cut short when she grabs his arm and tosses him out from behind the car where he was hiding, and as soon as this happens, the office worker goes on his knees and surrenders. He can't take any chances with these guys, so he just lifts both hands up so that they know he means no harm. Thankfully, they don't shoot at him, and in this brief moment of confusion, they're forced to cease fire. In that split second, Sai-hun makes a run for it. She uses the opportunity to escape, leaving our guy all alone with the soldiers that came after her. Just as she's about to disappear into a dark alley nearby, they spot her and start shooting at her. This time around, she's not so lucky, because one of the bullets grazes her left arm just when she thinks she's gotten away. Her gun falls out of her hand when she gets hit, and this slows her down enough for the soldiers to go after her. Our boy watches as the men run into the alley to catch her, and all he can think about is how she threw him under the boss. She literally used him as a shield to escape, not minding whether they would shoot at him to get her. Some of them follow the blondie while the others stay back to interrogate him. He's still on his knees with his hands raised above his head when the leader of the squad approaches him. The man starts by asking him if he can speak English, and he admits that he can only speak a little. Hearing this, the dark-haired man introduces himself in Korean, revealing that his name is Brian, and then asks our boy if he is Kelly's companion. Of course, he doesn't know Sai-hyun as Kelly, so he's puzzled at first. He expresses this confusion, so Brian informs him that the blondie's name is actually Kelly. At this point, our guy explains that she told him her name was Saihan and the soldiers find this amusing. Apparently, they've come to learn that she can't be trusted, but they didn't think she'd also lie about her own name. Anyway, our boy quickly clears the air, explaining that they're not companions. He tells the soldiers how they only met a few hours ago and were only traveling together. Of course, they're not going to believe him that easily, so he knows that he'll have to prove that they're not working together. The office worker goes on to tell them how she said she was a former US soldier and that she ran away because they raped her. But when he says this, there's a genuine look of shock on the men's faces. At this point, they decide to tell Song their own side of the story. Apparently, the blondie betrayed them. She was caught siphoning off food supplies and shot 6 of their team members in the process. 2 of them were injured and 1 died afterward, which is why they're after her. As you can imagine, our guy can't even believe his ears because the 2 stories are so different. Now, he doesn't even know who he can trust because nothing is adding up. Just then, the other group of soldiers return, but they're not with Kelly. The lost her, and on top of that, the gunshots from earlier are now drawing zombies, which made it difficult to keep tracking her down. Hearing this, Brian asks them how many zombies they counted nearby, and his second explains that there were a lot. 2 of them, Matthew and Johnson, are holding them off currently, but they won't last long, so it would be wiser to pull out. At this point, Brian decides to believe Song for now. Either way, he warns him not to stay involved with Kelly because of how dangerous she is. Clearly, he's seen what she's capable of, so he doesn't even protest. The soldiers start to confiscate the stuff he and Kelly were traveling with, so he begins to panic. At this rate, they might even take his bag where his supplies are, and he's not exactly willing to let that happen, so he tells the soldiers that they're holding his bag. They look at him with confused expressions because the gun inside the bag was literally stolen from them. And if that is the case, then they don't see how the bag or anything in there can belong to him. Right now, it's starting to look like the office worker will have to tussle with the soldiers to get his stuff back. The soldiers huddle up in a circle with the bags and start whispering to each other, and this makes the office worker really nervous. They're all armed, and besides the fact that they outnumber him, they're also specially trained for combat, so fighting them for his stuff isn't exactly an option. They appear to be contemplating on whether to give him back the bags or confiscate them, but our guy can't hear what they're talking about, so he starts to panic. There's a very good chance that they refuse to give him his stuff, so he's already racking his brain on what to do if that happens. It doesn't look like he'd be able to take it from them, but he remembers having that glare gun, wonders if he can use it. Just as these risky thoughts start to form in his head, Brian turns and starts walking toward him with the bag. The tall soldier doesn't even say a word and just hand it over to our guy, Seong hesitates for a bit, which is understandable, since he's probably very confused, but then he slowly takes the bag, and then Brian simply hopes that he won't use the weapons and supplies for something bad. Still pretty dazed by what the hell just happened, the office worker just freezes on the spot, clutching the bag to his chest before muttering out a thank you. Apparently, these soldiers aren't as bad as he thought and don't mean him any harm, because as soon as Brian returned the bag to him, they all start marching away. The dark-haired man leads his men, and as they walk away, he encourages Song to stay out of danger so that they can all meet each other alive if they ever get the chance to. Once they're out of sight, our guy quickly grabs his bicycle and gets the hell out of there. As far as he's concerned, it's time to leave this whole city and return to his friends. After riding for some time, the office worker is forced to get off the bicycle because he realizes that one of the tires is finished. Apparently, it got ruptured during the shootout between Kelly and the other foreign soldiers. So, he gets off the damaged bike while groaning frustrated and wondering what he's supposed to do now. Of course, this is definitely not a good situation for him to be in right now, especially because he still has a long way to go before getting back to his teammates. Either way, he has to figure a way out immediately, since it's not safe to be stranded in a place like this where zombies can attack him at any time. So, he untees the induction cooktop from the bicycle seat and straps it over his shoulders like a backpack. Clearly, it's not convenient but he has a journey to finish, so he gets moving again, determined to make it back to the logistics warehouse in time and in one piece. From what he was on the map earlier, he knows that it should be about 1.5 kilometers left from the warehouse. Knowing that he has to travel that far on foot, he starts to think of ways to avoid getting caught along the way. Song considers using a deodorizer just in case to make sure that the zombies don't catch his scent. So, he quickly goes back into that shopping platform to look for the deodorizer, and he's surprised to see the screen pop up telling him that he has 16 coins in his possession. As you can imagine, he's really puzzled because the last time he checked, he didn't even have up to 3 in there. He's taken aback for a second and begins to rack his brain to figure out why he now has 16 coins. His mind immediately goes to Cian, who he now knows as Kelly. Sure, the blonde soldier was able to take out a lot of brain eaters and was literally the one who killed all the zombies they came across while traveling together. I mean, for a while they were sort of companions, so it's possible that those kills she made reflected in his inventory. But then again, she killed a lot more than 16 zombies, and he doesn't remember them officially becoming members of the same party. Besides, he never saw a notification with any information like that, so he goes over to another part of the system. He loads up a new page where he can find information about his party, and there, he clearly sees that he's not still in a party of 3, with Choi Jae, Sung and Han San, being the only other members. So now he knows for sure that Kelly had nothing to do with this sudden increase in the number of coins he has. At first, this just leaves him a little dazed because it doesn't sound right, there's no new member in the party. And in that split second, it dawns on him that the coins must have come from the warehouse kills. He definitely hasn't been in the warehouse, so the horrifying reality becomes clear to him. Our guy remembers how the first zombie horde that he saw were heading toward Yup Dong, and it all starts to make sense. If those zombies broke into the warehouse, then his friends must have fought to protect the base from them. Considering how large that horde was, the MC knows that there's no way they'll be able to take out all the zombies, so he starts running to the warehouse. He desperately pushes through the snow with powerful strides, praying that he's not too late to help out his friends. Sure enough, his guess is right because back at the warehouse, Choi and San are under attack by the terrifying zombie horde. They've used chained and wooden planks to try and barricade the gate, but with the kind of force these zombies are using to pound on it, it's just a matter of time before they break into the place. The monsters content to ram into the gate, desperate to get in, so the two party members try to hold them back by using the weight of their bodies. This is clearly a bad idea for several reasons, but they do it either way since they don't have any other option, and the plan starts to fall apart very quickly. It's just two of them trying to push back the weight of numerous monsters, so they're instantly overwhelmed. The chains snap all of a sudden and Sung is tossed away like a piece of paper. San panics for a second, fearing that he got hurt. She rushes over to help him up, and since it's clear that they can't hold back these zombies, she suggests that they go hide inside. They rush back into the main building and lock the glass doors behind them. Obviously, these smaller doors won't be able to keep the zombies out either, so they grab a few weapons to defend themselves. The both of them grab huge knives and go up the stairs where they plan to intercept any zombies that come there. Sion suggests that they hold that position and prevent the monsters from getting past the stairs. She feels that it shouldn't be impossible since normal zombies can't climb stairs, but Jae-sung reminds her that they can definitely handle a slope. The lady doesn't dispute this face, and so the assistant manager concludes that they found themselves in a war of attrition. Sure, it looks like they don't stand a chance, but Sion believes that they'll most likely last longer if they hold the zombies off in tight quarters. With this in mind, she urges the assistant manager to grab his weapon and get his head in the game. Mr. Glasses is clearly not looking forward to this class, but musters all the courage he can to stay by Sion's side. If he was alone, he'd probably not bother fighting off these zombies, but the lady is determined to defend this place, so he can't exactly cower. Still, just as they're slowly walking down the stairs to intercept the zombies, he nervously asks her to consider just running away, but San is simply taken aback when she hears it. The look on her face easily shows just how disappointed she is when he comes up with this idea. Before she can even respond, he tries to run away, but she grabs his arm to stop him. The lady explains that they can't just run away, reminding him he was the one who offered to stay back and guard the place till Song gets back. At this point, the assistant manager explains that he's not trying to say that they should abandon their colleague, but that he should survive first, and then think of what to do next. He tries so hard to convince her to make a run for it with him, but she refuses. She keeps a firm grip on his arm and makes it clear to him that he'll hold out here no matter what happens. She tells Choi that he should do the same, but the man just yanks his arm out of her grasp. He pulls away from her, which infuriates her, so she yells at him to pick up his weapon and not even think about running away, but he's still very reluctant. She reminds him that it's easier to protect something than to take it back, and picks up his knife for him, urging him to take it back. The assistant manager stares at the blade for a moment, mentally debating on whether or not to take it back. After struggling to decide for a while, he finally agrees to stay back and hold out for a while. Just as this happens, Sion catches a glimpse of something strange outside the window, so she informs her partner and leads him to check it out. She slowly goes over to the side, and that's when the lady sees the biker from earlier. As soon as she sees that helmet, her heart starts racing, because she knows for a fact that it's the same person who has been leading the zombie horde around the city. She watches the biker as he stops all of a sudden and starts to take off his helmet. And just as the face under that helmet is about to be revealed, a loud bang from the other side of the warehouse distracts her. This loud noise turns out to be the front gate finally being burst open by the ferocious swarm of zombies. All the chains that were keeping the monsters out finally snap like rubber bands as the swarm of brain eaters charge into the warehouse house. Choi Jae-sung is the one who sees this horrifying scene take place, so he instantly calls out to his partner, so she rushes back down to answer him. Before she can even see the thing with her own eyes, he informs her that the front gate has been broken through. Hearing this, she asks him what the zombies are doing exactly, and he simply tells her that they will all be inside in a second. Truly, the brain eaters mindlessly charge into the building as if they're being drawn by something. Thankfully, these two party members still have some time to make up their minds about what they're going to do, because the first floor doors are acting as a second line of defense. The doors down here are made of reinforced glass, so it's not that easy for the crazy zombies to get in. They cluster in front of the door, desperately trying to break through, but it doesn't seem to be working. However, Seon-ah knows that this door can't hold the horde forever, so she decides that they'll just have to stand their ground and kill any zombies that break through the doors. With this in mind, she grabs her sword and encourages the assistant manager to be just as brave as she is. The both of them stand in front of the door, waiting as the insane monsters relentlessly push against the glass. While all of this is happening, the scene shifts, and we get to see what's happening outside the building. Just outside the logistics warehouse, we see that the office worker has finally arrived, and he doesn't even need to get close enough to confirm that the zombies are there indeed. He's forced to kill one by himself when he gets there, and even though this is a sign that his partners are probably in a lot of danger already, he keeps trying to convince himself otherwise. After all, there were always a few zombies lurking around even before the horde started moving this way, so he tells himself that this is all it is. He really hopes that his friends are safe back in the warehouse and continues running toward the place only to suddenly stumble upon something truly horrifying. Just as he reaches the front of the building, he sees hundreds of bloody footprints in the snow which he knows could only have been created by a horde of zombies. But that's not even the most terrifying sight, because by the time he looks up, he realizes that the front gate has been broken through and the doors on the first floor have also been opened. A wave of fear washes over him when he sees this, and he begins to panic even more because now he knows without any doubt that the warehouse is no longer safe. Sure enough, we get to see what's going on inside the building. Seon-ah appears to be running around, slaying all the brain eaters in her path, and our guy goes into to discover the bloody path of zombie corpses that she leaves in her wake. There's literally a heap of dead zombies right in front of the glass doors, and he figures that his friends must have been the ones who handled it. He should probably be relieved that they were able to hold their own against the zombies, but the fact that they didn't just run away makes him really scared, because that just means that they're still in danger. He begins to search for them inside the building, running from one floor to the other while shouting their names at the top of his lungs. Apparently, he doesn't even care if the zombies hunt him down right now, because he's too worried about his friends. After searching and calling out to them for a while without a response, he starts to worry that they might no longer be in the building. They're nowhere to be found, and on top of that, he gets to a point in the building that still looks safe. There's no sign of zombies breaking in after this point, so now he's wondering where they could have gone. Just as this thought crosses his mind, he stumbles upon something else that leaves him stunned. While he's catching his breath, he suddenly lifts his head, and that's when we see Seon-ah and the assistant manager walking toward him. He can't believe his eyes because they're completely fine, and they're just as excited to see him, so they rush over. Seon-ah is the first to embrace our guy with a hug while Choi Jae-sung follows right behind her. The office worker can't help but feel so relieved now that he's found them, because he's sure that they're okay. Shortly after the wholesome reunion, the three of them sit around to catch up. They fix up some tea for him, then proceed to tell him what happened while he was away. Seon-ah clearly missed him a lot, because she's barely taken her eyes off him since came back. She tells him how the zombies came and how they were forced to hold them back. Apparently, that door made of reinforced glass was pretty sturdy, so it gave them enough time to think and come up with a plan. It was around that time that she came up with the idea to make a gap. In a flashback scene, we get to see exactly what happened after the zombies broke through the main entrance gate. They created a small gap in the next gate and then used a chain to hold the zombies back, just enough to keep them out while leaving them exposed so that they're vulnerable to attacks. While setting up the trap, Seon-ah wasn't completely sure that it would work, but it was their only shot at successfully defending their base, so the assistant manager felt that they'll just have to wait and see if the setup holds out. Clearly, it did, because they're still alive. Thanks to this setup, they were able to defend themselves easily and stab away at the zombies that managed to get past the glass doors. Apparently, it was such an intense clash at the gap that even Choi ended up dropping a pretty funny line during the battle. Seon-ah includes all of this in the story she tells Song, which just keeps the assistant manager pretty embarrassed because he already realizes how lame the line was. Anyway, The lady seems to be having a lot of fun teasing him with it, so he just shamefully begs her, but to bring it up again. Of course, our guy finds this all pretty amusing, but in truth, he's probably just glad to see that his friends are still alive and safe. Anyway, Son resumes telling her story. After enough bodies were piled up at the gap they created, it became impossible for any other zombies to get close enough, so that was where the battle came to an end. At that point, they locked the door again and just held out until the rest of the zombies disappeared since they couldn't get any closer. This all sounds really nice right now, because they were able to keep the horde out, but Song feels a little worried because if the monsters couldn't get into the building, then where are they now? After he points this out, Sion can already understand that he's worried the brain eaters could come in again. So, in an attempt to calm him down, she simply reminds him that the iron door at the entrance was broken. And so, they went over to Site 2 to collect some scrap metal that they could use to fix it. That's when he found them. After listening to the whole story, our guy can't help but feel really proud of his party members. He commends the both of them for all their hard work, admitting that they were pretty impressive, and Son just giggles in excitement when she hears him say this. Now that she's told him everything that happened while he was away, he decides that it's time to tell them how his time out in the city was. He starts by informing them that he was able to grab whatever they need, showing them the backpack he returned with. The most important thing obviously is the induction cooktop that he risked his life to get, and he's hoping that they'll be able to make the best out of it. Thankfully, Choi Jae-sung already has plans for it. The assistant manager is very delighted to see that our guy was able to get his hands on it, because they can finally build a generator using its components. Hearing this, Song is pretty relieved because it was definitely not easy to carry that heavy thing on his back all the way back to the warehouse. He's feeling really proud of himself for being able to help with this, and that's when Son comes over to commend him for working so hard. His head is already swelling at this point, but he hasn't even shown them the other stuff. So, he takes out the backpack and tells them to get ready for the grand reveal. Hearing this, they stretch their necks to take a peek to see exactly what he's talking about. That's when he shows them all the ammunition and the guns that Kelly gave to him. She spreads them out on the table for his teammates to see, and they're absolutely blown away at this point. They gasp in amazement as they stare at the weapons that are practically shimmering and before their eyes. As impressive as it is, they're also pretty surprised that he actually went to the gun store all by himself. It's at this point that he lets them know that he didn't actually go there. So they curiously asks him to spill the beans on how he got all this ammunition. Seeing just how eager they are makes him feel like being even more dramatic about the whole thing. They're definitely very curious now, and so he gets them all pumped up for the details, claiming that they'll be shocked when they hear the story. To be fair, it is a really crazy story, since he could easily have gotten shot dead by foreign soldiers. Anyway, he tells his party members exactly how everything went down, and of course, it's like a bombshell. It takes them a while to take it all in, and Sion is particularly feeling bad that he had to go through all that. She knows that he must have been very terrified when things got super dangerous, and he admits it, claiming that he was very lucky that things played out the way they did. Now that he's shared his experience with his buddies, he immediately changes the topic to some equally important, which is what they're having for dinner. He's definitely starving after that near-death experience, and the assistant manager can see it too. The guy in glasses teases him a bit and chooses to make him even more curious about what they're eating. He makes it sound like they're going to eat something insane, but then finally reveals that they're going to have chicken. Under normal circumstances, this would be pretty basic food to have for dinner, but ever since the zombie apocalypse started, even chicken has become luxury food, which explains why our guy is extremely excited when Choi Jae-sung shows him the pack of frozen chicken. But that's not all they have in store for him. They've got even more good news for him, because it turns out that they also picked up a good amount of good while collecting scrap at Site 2 earlier in the day. So after such a successful day of defending their base, they feel that a party is much deserved. It's a really exciting mood in the warehouse that night, and like the first time in a long while that they've been able to feel this relaxed and carefree. Well, they've been through a lot of hard times this last couple of weeks, so they're not holding back in the enjoyment. They start a fire with the wood they gathered not too long ago, and then proceed to roast the chicken over it. Becomes unbelievably juicy. And of course, the look isn't the only thing making the drool right now, because it also smells absolutely amazing. The aroma is so good that they can't even wait anymore. Sion feels that the chicken should be done by now, since they've been roasting it for almost 2 hours now. Of course, our boy is just as eager as she is, so after staring at the meat for a few seconds, he starts salivating again and decides that it's time to dig in. Without wasting another second, all three of them dive into the meat at the same. They tear through the tasty hot chicken without thinking twice and gasp in awe when they realize just how good it is. It's so good that it doesn't take them long to devour the food. Once they're done eating, The assistant manager does the honors and feeds the fire with a stick before flopping back down on the chair like the others. He sinks into the chair to relax after that gobbling session he just had. They're all pretty stuffed, so they just sit by the fire to warm themselves on this very cold night. The two men sit next to each other with Song Jin, Song folding his arms to get warm while the assistant manager just places his hands on his belly. The assistant manager takes another look at the scene in front of him and suggests that this is pretty romantic in its own way. As far as he is concerned, this is such a nice experience that he's starting to feel like he could get used to it. In this current situation, they don't have to go to work, and there's no miserable office building where their bosses are breathing down their necks, so it's almost like a vacation for them. If someone asked them whether they'd rather go back to reality or stay here, Choi Jae-sung would probably have a hard time choosing. But I guess that's not the same case for our guy. The MC stops him before he can even finish making this statement, suggesting that it's insane to even say such a thing. As you can imagine, Song would choose to go back home to his real life in a heartbeat, and he makes this very clear to the rest of them. I agrees with him, claiming that it's even ridiculous to consider anything otherwise, and so the assistant manager just laughs nervously, knowing that no one else is thinking in the same line as he is. And so, he playfully corrects himself, suggesting that it wouldn't make sense to choose staying in the apocalypse. After this awkward moment, the assistant manager decides to change the topic. He looks up at the moonlit sky and then slouches back on the chair, claiming that it would have been a perfect night for him if he had some beer. In response, the office worker states that perfection is boring anyway, but the lady in the room also wouldn't mind having some booze. She surely is having a good time as well, but feels that it would be better with alcohol, so she suggests that they hit a supermarket or a beer factory instead the next time they want to do something like this again. Hearing this, Choi Jae-sung simply chimes in with excitement, reminding the others just how good the beer they had the last time was. Of course, our guy remembers how fun it was when they all shared their cans of beer when they first arrived in the warehouse, so he starts to see the appeal in the assistant manager's idea. Just as the thought crosses his mind, Choi Jae-sung changes the topic to something more crucial for their survival. It's regarding the guy on the motorcycle who has been leading the horde of zombies from town to town. Remember how they had an encounter with him while our guy was out? Well, it turns out that in that brief moment I somehow managed to catch a glimpse of the rider's face when he took off his helmet. The assistant manager breaks the news to our guy, and as you'd expect, it's a real shocker. The office worker just stares at the man with a look of bemusement on his face like it's too hard to believe, but he quickly shakes off the feeling of shock, but it's still a lot to take in, so he turns to Sion. Immediately, curiously asking her if what he just heard is actually true. Of course, the assistant manager isn't trying to pull Huss legs because the lady immediately confirms that she did actually see the face of the motorcycle rider. But that's not all they have to tell him, because it turns out that this mysterious man on the motorcycle has been someone that they actually knew all along. Reveals this to the MC, and it's like she just dropped another heavy bombshell. Our guy is taken aback when she says it because he never would have imagined it to be the case. Anyway, he expresses his shock along with the look of curiosity plastered on his face, so proceeds to tell him who it is. She starts by reminding him of an intern who worked in their building when there was talk about a connections hire. Basically, during the internship, there were only supposed to be 15 of them who would work in the building, but 16 people showed up. One of them was rumored to be a parachute hire, and so they quit halfway, and apparently, that person is the one she's talking about. Admits that she can't remember the guy's name, and while attempting to recall, our guy chimes in, reminding that the Nepo baby intern was actually Park Min-tae. Turns out he's right about this because she instantly recognizes the name. She also remembers that this young man is the son of the company's CEO, and while she's still trying to make her point, the assistant manager cuts her off. Choi Jae-sung is pretty taken aback by everything they're saying because it would mean that the biker leading the zombie swarms around is someone from their company. Well, it's looking likely that this is the case, but Song suddenly suggests that it might not be the guy they're thinking of. This leaves a little confused, so she asks him what he means. He's surprised that she's not aware of something that was common knowledge in the office, but then spills the beans, revealing that Park Min-tae actually has an identical twin brother. That's it for this episode. Until next time.